Chapter 281 Tang Hao. It's fake, it must be fake. Boom. Tang Hao was struck dumb. Ah Yin's words were like a bolt from the blue, making him feel like he was about to collapse. Looking at Ah Yin's disgusted expression, Tang Hao felt his heart break. Ah Yin actually told him to shut up, saying something to avoid her master misunderstanding. How could this happen? He must not be fully awake. He must still be asleep. Ah Yin was his wife, who accompanied him through so many hardships. In the end, because Tang San became the God King, they both gained a supreme status. At this point, how could Ah Yin possibly abandon him and turn to other men to call him master? It's fake, it must be fake. Tang Hao kept shaking his head, trying his best to deny what was happening in front of him. But his gaze never left Ah Yin for a second. With God-level strength, how could Tang Hao not be able to tell whether he was asleep or awake? It's just that he can't accept what's happening in front of him, so he's unwilling to believe it's real. Most importantly, Tang Hao was able to clearly distinguish the aura emanating from Ah Yin, confirming that this was indeed his wife and not someone else impersonating her. But that's precisely why Tang Hao couldn't understand it even more. Clinging to his last glimmer of hope, Tang Hao looked at Ah Yin with a hopeful expression and asked, Ah Yin, this must be fake, right? You must have conspired with them to play a joke on me, right? Upon hearing this, Ah Yin's expression of disgust deepened. Oh, you think you are that I'd joke with you? Normally, given Ah Yin's personality, she wouldn't say something with such an attitude. However, Tang Hao's attitude disgusted her, and Ah Yin certainly wouldn't give Yuhao, her master, the slightest bit of a friendly look. Ah Yin turned to look at Yuhao and nervously explained repeatedly. Master, Ah Yin really has nothing to do with this guy, please don't misunderstand. Yuhao chuckled upon hearing this, reached out and gently stroked Ah Yin's soft, long hair, and said nonchalantly. Don't worry, I know. Yuhao is the culprit behind all of this. How could he not know? However, for Ah Yin, Yuhao's trust undoubtedly made her sink even deeper. Ah Yin pursed her lips and looked at Yuhao with a touched expression. Thank you for your trust, master. Ji Yuina and Shui Di knew that Yuhao was deliberately trying to provoke Tang Hao. This would prevent him from unleashing his full potential in the upcoming battle. Once his mind is in turmoil, Ji Yuina will find it much easier to deal with him. However, the two of them felt that something was a little strange. Or rather, even knowing it was all an act, He didn't want to see Yuhao and a Yin so close. Even Ji Yuina and Shui Di had this idea, let alone Tang Hao. Tang Hao stared at the scene with bloodshot eyes, his eyes turning bloodshot instantly. And his body trembling slightly with rage. At this moment, Tang Hao finally realized the reality and knew that his wife had truly betrayed him. Calling other men master, in front of her. Any normal man, without any quirks, would absolutely find this humiliation intolerable. Tang Hao, who already had a volatile temper, became even more intolerant after his son became a god and soared to great heights. You're asking for it. Tang Hao stared intently at Yuhao, unable to suppress his burning killing intent. His roar seemed to shake the entire room and corridor. Tang Hao wasted no more time. He now only wanted to use the clear sky hammer to smash Yuhao into mincemeat and kill Ji Yuina and Shui Di, the two eyewitnesses. Once no outsiders know about Ah Yin's changes, we'll find out exactly what happened to her and why she betrayed her husband. Haoshan hammer. With a roar from Tang Hao, an enormous clear sky hammer appeared directly in his hand. Tang Hao picked up the hammer handle and stomped hard on the ground, which immediately cracked open. Tang Hao, using this force, launched a powerful attack towards Yuhao's location. Seeing this, Ji Yuina immediately wanted to help Yuhao block Tang Hao's attack. However, Yuhao gave her a wink, and at the same time communicated with a Yin in his mind through the master-servant contract, asking a Yin to resist Tang Hao's attack. Ah Yin could not possibly refuse Yuhao's orders. A Yin was particularly disgusted by Tang Hao's gaze and attitude, and of course she wanted to kill this despicable guy with her own hands. Ji Yuina and Shui Di were also able to sense Yuhao's thoughts. He deliberately made Tang Hao think that their reliance was on Ah Yin. Then Tang Hao thought that they had controlled Ah Yin through scheming and trickery, and thus underestimated the three of them. Then, when Tang Hao was at his most relaxed, Ji Yuina delivered the final blow, taking Tang Hao's life in one strike. It can only be said that even if it was confirmed that Ji Yuina was stronger than Tang Hao, Yuhao did not let his guard down at all. On the contrary, he used this tactic to make it impossible for Tang Hao to survive. From the moment Huo Yuhao obtained all the information about Tang Hao from Ah Yin, the fate of this former Hoshan Douluo was already sealed. Boom. The continuous explosions echoed throughout the room. Seeing the surrounding stone walls shaking continuously, Huo Yuhao clicked his tongue and left with Jiu Yuina and Shui Di without looking back. Ah Yin, bring him out, don't let him get buried. Yes, master. Faced with Huo Yuhao's order, Ah Yin agreed without hesitation. Her reaction drove Tang Hao even crazier. Tang Hao stared at Ah Yin in front of him, his face contorted with rage. And questioned her word by word. Ah Yin, what's going on? What happened to you? Don't you recognize me? I'm your Ah Hao. Have you forgotten your mistress? Have you forgotten what she said to you? Who exactly was that bastard just now? Why did you call him master? Tang Hao was eager to find out the reason for all of this. Since Ah Yin brought them here, she must remember me. So why is she acting like a stranger to me? Ah Yin glared fiercely at Tang Hao. This guy deserved to die. How dare he talk to her in such an attitude and even call his master a bastard? Just wait. She's going to kill this idiot with her own hands. After making up her mind, Ah Yin rushed out of the passage, intending to kill Tang Hao outside. Chapter 282 Snow Empress. Brother. You don't want Jiu Yuina to know either, do you? Just as Huo Yuhao had predicted, Tang Hao, the Hoshan Douluo who had been asleep for thousands of years, was indeed fooled. From Tang Hao's perspective, his wife must have been plotted against, which is why she forgot her relationship with him and even called someone else, master, in front of him. Huo Yuhao, Jiu Yuina, and Shui Di Definitel. Why wanted to come and explore after hearing from Ah Yin that the Hoshan sect was hiding a great secret. These three guys' only reliance is Ah Yin. Tang Hao has also decided to let these three guys experience what true pain is. After rushing out of the passage, Tang Hao finally noticed the strangeness of the Hoshan sect. In his perception, there was no one left in the vast Hoshan sect. With everyone gone, only he, the Hoshan Douluo, remained sleeping in the lower part of Hoshan. Whether it's the Tang family, or Niutian and Titan, they have all disappeared without a trace. This unknown situation made Tang Hao frown, feeling that many things had happened in the outside world that he was unaware of. It should be noted that according to the agreement between Tang San, Niutian, and Titan, the two of them must not leave the Hoshan sect without permission. Besides protecting Tang Hao from being disturbed, Niutian and Titan's duties were also to protect him. This was also to prevent the Clear Sky sect from developing too much ambition and causing turmoil on the Douluo continent, which would also ruin Tang San's long-term plan. After all, on the Douluo continent, apart from Shrek Academy, the people of the Clear Sky sect are Tang San's best followers. Tang San didn't want anything to happen to these believers who could continuously provide him with the power of faith. Now that the Hoshan sect is deserted and Niutian and Titan have disappeared without a trace, Tang Hao deeply sensed that something was wrong. After catching up, Tang Hao did not immediately launch an attack on the group behind him, but instead tried to communicate with Tang San in the God realm. They wanted to learn from Tang San what changes had occurred on the Douluo continent. However, to his utter surprise, no matter how he tried to communicate, he received no response whatsoever. It was as if the God realm and Douluo continent had been completely cut off from each other, his calls had absolutely no effect. This discovery made Tang Hao's expression darken, and he felt even more uneasy. Damn it, what's going on? What happened with the mistress? Is someone targeting our family? Forget it. Let's kill these three guys first, and then find out what changes have happened to Ah Yin. Thinking of this, Tang Hao took a deep breath, raised the clear sky hammer in his hand, and looked at Ah Yin in a deep voice. Ah Yin, if you still remember me and retain your previous consciousness, then don't stop me. Move aside and let me kill these three reckless bastards first. To be honest, Tang Hao and Ah Yin are actually at roughly the same level of divine power. One focuses on combat, while the other is more focused on support and healing. If he could, Tang Hao would certainly not want to fight Ah Yin to the death. Even with Ah Yin holding them off, Tang Hao was absolutely confident that he could kill Huo Yuhao, Jiu Yuina, and Shui Di. However, the strange occurrences at the Clear Sky sect and the inexplicable severance of the connection between the God realm and the Douluo continent greatly worried Tang Hao, who was unwilling to waste time on this pointless battle. However, when faced with his advice, Ah Yin's expression instantly turned extremely cold. This clueless guy actually had the audacity to tell her to move aside. How could a Jin allow anyone to harm her master? Ah Yin had completely lost interest in wasting words with Tang Hao. Her eyes suddenly narrowed, and her divine power erupted as she attacked Tang Hao with all her might. Seeing this, Tang Hao felt helpless. But even more so, he felt hatred for Huo Yuhao and incomprehension towards A Yin. 10,000 years ago, when faced with mortal danger, A Yin would choose to sacrifice herself so that he could survive. Tang Hao believed that A Yin's feelings for him were absolutely loyal. These guys must have coerced her. A Yin would never betray me. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Let's defeat A Yin first, then go all out and kill these three damn bastards. No matter what methods they used to control A Yin, as long as the culprit dies, A Yin will definitely be able to recover. With this in mind, Tang Hao also unleashed his full power and began to fight A Yin. Jiu Yuina watched the battle between Tang Hao and A Yin intently, ready to intervene at a NY moment and kill Tang Hao with a single blow. While Shui Di, who was standing beside her, was also watching this scene, she used her powerful mental energy to make her voice ring in Huo Yuhao's mind. Brother, something must have happened between you and A Yin that we don't know about, right? Huo Yuhao was taken aback by the confirmation and quickly denied it. How could that be? You must have misunderstood. Huo Yuhao denied it while scrutinizing Shui Di, but from the outside, Shui Di seemed to be focused on the battle between Tang Hao and A Yin, and it was impossible to tell that she was communicating with him using mental power. This situation made Huo Yuhao's heart skip a beat. He realized that he might have underestimated Shui Di. As if to verify his idea, Shui Di's voice echoed softly in Huo Yuhao's mind once again. Are you sure you want to keep denying it, brother? I know you so well that I can detect any changes in you. I sensed the change in you the first time, and I also smelled the scent of A Yin on you, but I wasn't sure at the time, so I didn't ask any further questions. But several subsequent events proved my hypothesis correct. At this point, Shui Di glanced at Jiu Yuna beside her. Her gaze left Jiu Yuina somewhat puzzled, so she immediately asked. What's wrong? Shui Di smiled sweetly and shook her head slightly. It's nothing, but I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Jiu Yuina knew that Shui Di was referring to dealing with Tang Hao, so she immediately waved her hand and said. He was one of my targets to deal with anyway, so there's no question of whether it was difficult or not. Shui Di didn't say anything, but turned to look at Tang Hao and A Yin, while actually communicating with Huo Yuhao again using her mental power. Brother, you should know very well that if Jiu Yuina knew about this, she would definitely do something irrational, right? Huo Yuhao's eyes turned somewhat strange as he asked. What are you trying to say? Shui Di's lips curled up slightly. Brother, you don't want Jiu Yuina to know what you and A Yin did, do you? Chapter 283 The Snow Empress's Intentions, Jiu Yuina suffers a crushing defeat. Huo Yuhao was completely stunned after hearing Shui Di's words. That sounds rather odd. Wait, how did that ethereal, aloof beauty become like this? Shui Di was able to perceive the relationship between herself and A Yin through her own changes. Huo Yuhao was a little surprised, but he could still accept it. But what she said next really caught Huo Yuhao off guard. Is he using Jiu Yuina to threaten him? Huo Yuhao had a premonition that was neither good nor bad, and unconsciously gave a bitter smile in response. Just tell me, Shui, what exactly do you want? A hint of shyness appeared deep in Shui Di's eyes. After only a moment's hesitation, she spoke with extreme decisiveness. I want my relationship with my brother to go a step further than yours with A Yin. I believe that my brother and A Yin haven't taken that final step yet, so I want to be the first person to truly have my brother. Just as I expected. Huo Yuhao's lips twitched slightly, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. After Shui Di uttered those strange words, Huo Yuhao guessed her true purpose, but even so, he still found it hard to accept when she said it herself. Shui. Huo Yuhao was interrupted by Shui Di before he could even begin to speak. Brother, I didn't do this on a whim. After all these years together, you must have already realized my feelings. Please stop ignoring me, okay, brother. Huo Yuhao was speechless for a moment. He was certainly able to sense Shui Di's intentions. Even among the entire girl group, Shui Di's feelings for herself were absolutely the purest and deepest. It was simply because Huo Yuhao knew that once this path was taken, it would be impossible to reverse it. The other girls would definitely swarm him and devour him, whom they've been drooling over for so long. Faced with this situation, Huo Yuhao could only pretend to be confused to avoid falling into a trap of infatuation. But now Shui Di has gone straight to the point, and brought up his relationship with A Yin, making it impossible for Huo Yuhao to refuse. Shui, As you know, although things on Douluo continent are easy to resolve, we still have to face the prying eyes of the God realm. Once the connection between the God realm and Douluo continent is restored, if we do not have the corresponding strength to protect ourselves, the outcome will be extremely tragic. So right now, all I want is. Shui Di knew what Huo Yuhao wanted to say. He had said similar things many times in his diary. Previously, Shui Di could turn a blind eye, but now that Huo Yuhao has come of age and broken the taboo with a yin, he certainly cannot sit idly by and wait for his doom. If Ji Yuina really gets there first, or if a yin makes another step forward, then Shui Di will really be in tears. It's okay, brother. I know what kind of enemies you will face next. I will always stand by your side. Even if we have that kind of relationship, it will never hinder your cultivation. In fact, I will work even harder than before, and I will definitely become your greatest help in the future. Huo Yuhao pursed his lips, somewhat moved. Having already said all that, what else could he say? If he refuses again, is he even a man? In this matter, Shui Di has already taken the first 99 steps, and only the last step remains. How could Huo Yuhao possibly choose to back down? After taking a deep breath, Huo Yuhao responded solemnly. I understand, Shui. I will not back down anymore. Seeing that Huo Yuhao had agreed to her request, even with Shui Di's temperament, she could not suppress her joy and her happiness became evident on her face. However, considering that Ji Yuina was still beside her, and that it was best not to let her notice anything amiss before her relationship with her brother developed to the point of sharing a bed, Shui Di quickly suppressed the smile on her face. Shui Di's little fist clenched quietly with excitement as she once again communicated with Huo Yuhao through her mental power. Brother, after the Haoshan sect matter is over, can you come with me to the far north? I want to be there, to give myself completely to you. Snow is the blanket, ice is the bed, and the ice and snow maiden is on her body. The thought of that scene made Huo Yuhao's blood rush downwards uncontrollably. Fortunately, he possessed the ultimate ice martial soul, which allowed him to suppress it with his soul power. Otherwise, if Ji Yuina were to discover this, Shui Di's plan would truly be ruined. It can only be said that what Huo Yuhao did with Ah Yin had a huge impact on him. For the hot-blooded Huo Yuhao, he had already developed a taste for that kind of thing and become somewhat addicted to releasing stress. Adding to this, Shui Di's emotionally charged words and the image that flashed through Huo Yuhao's mind filled him with even greater anticipation. After controlling his blood flow, Huo Yuhao glanced at Ji Yuina without making a sound. In this matter, Ji Yuina, the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, has truly suffered a complete defeat. Just then, a fierce glint flashed in Ji Yuina's eyes, and her figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Huo Yuhao, who already had something to hide, was startled by her sudden action. However, Huo Yuhao immediately realized that Ji Yuina had found an opportunity and was now officially launching her attack on Tang Hao. And that is indeed the case. Regardless, in terms of combat, Ah Yin's ability to exert power is still inferior to Tang Hao's. Despite Ah Yin's best efforts to resist Tang Hao's all-out attack, a slight slip-up still occurred. With his extensive combat experience, Tang Hao seized the opportunity precisely and swept Ah Yin aside with a single blow. However, just as the clear sky hammer was about to strike Ah Yin, Tang Hao finally showed a hint of remorse. Huo Yuhao can treat Ah Yin however he wants, because he won't feel sorry for her no matter what. But Tang Hao is different. Ah Yin is his wife. Even if Ah Yin were to call another man master in front of him right now, Tang Hao would never kill Ah Yin. But it was precisely because Tang Hao held back that Ji Yuina got the best opportunity. Ji Yuina's pupils had turned into silver vertical pupils, and her hands had transformed into the claws of the Silver Dragon King. The dragon claws, shining with sharp light, were aimed directly at Tang Hao's back. Alarm bells rang in Tang Hao's mind, as if he could smell the scent of death. However, Ji Yuina's speed far exceeded his expectations. And he could not completely dodge her attack this time. Realizing this, Tang Hao gritted his teeth and desperately twisted his body. PFFT. The sound of claws tearing flesh rang out. And Ji Yuina pierced through Tang Hao's chest. Chapter 284 A Mirage, the tragic death of the victim, Tang Hao. A sharp pain shot through Tang Hao, instantly twisting his face into a grotesque grimace. Uncontrollably, he let out a shrill roar from deep within his throat, filled with boundless agony. Tang Hao had no idea who this woman who had suddenly made a move was. Despite possessing god-level power, he was still severely injured by his opponent in one fell swoop. Tang Hao finally realized that Huo Yuhao and the other two's confidence wasn't because of Ah Yin, but because their own power was strong enough. In just a moment, so many chaotic thoughts surfaced in Tang Hao's mind. The next second, as Ji Yuina's attack came again, Tang Hao clearly felt the danger of death. Faced with Ji Yuina's offensive, Tang Hao dared not be careless in the slightest and retreated at the fastest speed he had ever traveled. Even so, Ji Yuina's attack still landed on him. Thump. A muffled sound echoed through the sky. Fortunately, at the last moment, Tang Hao picked up the clear sky hammer and held it in front of him, preventing Ji Yuina's attack from directly contacting his body. Otherwise, he, Haoshan Douluo, would probably have been instantly killed. Tang Hao felt no sense of relief at surviving a close call. Instead, his heart was filled with fear and panic. Just from the fact that he was almost killed by Ji Yuina in one blow, Tang Hao could clearly realize that he was no match for her at all. In addition to being injured, and with Ah Yin watching him like a hawk, the situation is very unfavorable for him, and he may very well lose his life. Damn it. What on earth is going on? Why is this happening? What's wrong with that mistress? He God realm and Douluo continent lost contact, doesn't she even know to restore it? Why allow someone with God level power to roam the Douluo continent? Are all those guys on the God realm committee just sitting around doing nothing? Tang Hao cursed the incompetence of the God realm committee in his heart, completely disregarding that it was Tang San who broke the rules, causing him an Awai in to hide on the Douluo continent to cooperate with his 10,000-year plan. While Tang Hao was cursing the God realm in his heart, Ji Yuina and A Yin launched an attack on him at the same time. Since they were destined to fight to the death, Ji Yuina certainly wouldn't give Tang Hao a chance to continue living. She should have wiped them out completely. If she doesn't take drastic measures, and Tang San wins this game, their side's fate will only be more tragic. Seeing Tang Hao's situation becoming increasingly dangerous under the combined attack of Ji Yuina and A Yin, Shui Di parted her red lips slightly. Brother, it seems that Tang Hao has no chance to escape even if he wants to. Your plan is really effective. If it weren't for the fact that Ji Yuina was deliberately made to hide her strength at the beginning, making Tang Hao mistakenly believe that they only had Ah Yin as their trump card, then, even if Tang Hao is eventually killed, there are likely to be unexpected twists and turns along the way. Where is it like this now? Tang Hao, who was severely injured by Ji Yuina's claw, had no chance of survival. After praising Huo Yuhao a couple of times, Shui Di looked at Ji Yuina's figure and once again secretly communicated with Huo Yuhao using her spiritual power. Brother, after this matter is over, please don't let Ji Yuina know about your trip to the far north with me. Huo Yuhao shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. Don't worry, I know what's important. Even if Ji Yuina were to find out, it would be after this matter had settled down and he and Shui Di had truly become one. Otherwise, if Ji Yuina were provoked, Huo Yuhao was really worried that she might do something irrational. For example, forcibly taking possession of Shui Di before he could. Given Ji Yuina's domineering nature and formidable strength, it's not surprising that she would do something like this. But since he had already promised Shui Di, Huo Yuhao naturally didn't want that to happen. Seeing Tang Hao's decline and impending doom under the combined attack of Ji Yuina and A Yin, Huo Yuhao had a sudden thought. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and he activated Mirror Flower Water Moon, directly pulling Tang Hao into the illusion he had created. Tang Hao, who was being besieged, suddenly saw Ah Yin being pulled into the other party's arms and being groped. Faced with Huo Yuhao's harassment, Ah Yin not only did not resist, but also cooperated with him very actively. Ah Yin's rosy cheeks, her silky eyes, her soft and alluring body, she possessed a charm that Tang Hao had never seen before. This incredibly insulting scene made Tang Hao's blood boil, and his face and eyes instantly turned crimson. Let go of Ah Yin. You damned bastard. I will personally kill you, you bastard. Killing you 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Tang Hao was going crazy. His face was completely flushed, and the white steam rising from his forehead seemed to be constantly issuing warnings. With Tang Hao's frantic swings, the Haoshan hammer in his hand was repeatedly smashed towards Huo Yuhao and A Yin. Tang Hao no longer had any scruples because of Ah Yin's identity, now. All he could think about was killing the adulterous couple. Ji Yuina and A Yin, who were outside the Mirror Flower Water Moon, were somewhat surprised to see Tang Hao suddenly go mad. But they quickly realized that this was Huo Yuhao's doing. Ji Yuina raised an eyebrow at Huo Yuhao, knowing that he was about to launch another attack to destroy Huo Yuhao's spirit. However, Ji Yuina was quite happy about this. as letting Tang Hao experience pain before his death was a very good thing. Due to the multiple stimuli, Tang Hao failed to realize that he was in an illusion. At this moment, Tang Hao completely lost his mind, with only the thought of killing Huo Yuhao and a yin remaining in his mind. To his despair, however, his clear sky hammer seemed unable to touch Huo Yuhao and A Yin at all. No matter how he tried, he could not cause any harm to the two of them. What Tang Hao found most unacceptable was that his attacks not only failed to make Huo Yuhao and a yin restrain themselves in the slightest, but instead made them even more arrogant. This adulterous couple seemed to be putting on a show for him, the victim, with their actions becoming increasingly outrageous and their positions increasingly inappropriate. In the illusion, Huo Yuhao glanced at Tang Hao, then looked down at A Yin, who was squatting in front of him, and asked with a smile. A Yin, your husband didn't even blink once at such a beautiful scene. A Yin didn't even glance at Tang Hao, but instead answered hesitantly and somewhat vaguely, completely absorbed in her work. Since he wants to see it, let him see it. It'll only be more exciting that way anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Hao, who had once again gone mad, swung his clear sky hammer at the two of them, without any regard for the consequences. At the same moment, Jiyu Yuina, outside the mirror flower water moon, seized the opportunity, and her silver dragon claws, shining with sharp light, suddenly pierced Tang Hao's heart. PFFT. Tang Hao, the victim, has perished completely. Chapter 285 Jiyu Yuina, kept in the dark. Jiyu Yuina tightened her grip slightly, and the still beating heart she held in her palm suddenly exploded. Bang! With a muffled thud, Tang Hao, who had lost the energy provided by his heart, glared at Huo Yuhao and Jiyu Yuina with resentment before finally turning his gaze to A Yin on the other side. Even until the very last moment of his life, Tang Hao couldn't understand why A Yin would betray him. Even if he had already realized that what he had just seen was just an illusion. But Tang Hao could actually guess that the so-called illusion had probably already become reality. His wife, A Yin, had also thoughtfully knitted him a healthy-colored hat. With Tang Hao's body crashing to the ground, the life of this Haoshan Douluo came to a complete end. Jiyu Yuina casually tossed the shattered heart to the ground, used her soul power to wipe the bloodstains from her palm, and turned to Huo Yuhao to ask, "What kind of illusion did you just create for him? It caused such a violent reaction from him." Huo Yuhao glanced at A Yin subtly and waved his hand repeatedly. "It's nothing. Just a deliberate illusion to deceive him. I didn't expect this guy to have such a bad mentality. He just collapsed when faced with an illusion." Seeing that Huo Yuhao was unwilling to reveal anything, Jiyu Yuina stopped pursuing the matter. It was A Yin who spoke up from the side. "Master, although we successfully killed Tang Hao, I think he just won't be able to continue appearing on Douluo continent. After realizing that Tang Hao is dead, Tang San will definitely try to revive him as soon as possible. It's not just that I don't want to lose his father, but more so that I want to figure out what unknown things have happened on the Douluo continent. In that case, Tang San will have noticed what happened earlier." Upon hearing this, Jiyu Yuina's expression immediately turned serious. Even Shui Di's mood became very heavy. No matter what, Tang San is one of the god kings of the god realm. Previously, because the diary severed the connection between the god realm and Douluo continent, the other side was completely unaware of what was happening on Douluo continent. But now, if Tang San resurrects Tang Hao, it will reveal Huo Yuhao's actions with Jiyu Yuina and Shui Di, as well as A Yin's unusual behavior. Tang San will definitely try his best to restore the connection between Douluo continent and the god realm. When he doesn't know about it, Tang San can ignore it. But now that we know, the situation in Douluo continent is becoming increasingly dangerous. Huo Yuhao had anticipated this, and seeing Jiyu Yuina and Shui Di's reactions, he offered words of comfort. "It's okay. This day will come eventually. Even if we don't deal with Tang Hao this time, once the Haoshan Empire falls into a disadvantageous position in this war, Niutia En and Titan will definitely come down to awaken Tang Hao. In that case, even if Jiyu Yuina can still kill Tang Hao, there will definitely be unexpected twists and turns. It's better to take the initiative than to sit and wait for death." Quote. Huo Yuhao's words slightly improved Jiyu Yuina and Shui Di's mood. Just as Huo Yuhao said, such a day would come sooner or later. Moreover, for the God realm, one day in the God realm is equivalent to 1 year in the Douluo continent. Even if they had delayed their attack on Tang Hao, it wouldn't have made much difference overall. A Yin looked at Huo Yuhao and smiled gently. "Don't worry, Master. Even if Tang Hao comes back with a vengeance, or if Tang San is prepared to attack you, I will protect you with my life. For Ah Yin, who had signed a master-servant contract, Huo Yuhao, her master, was everything to her. As for Tang Hao, the aggrieved party, and Tang San, her son whom she had long forgotten, they had become complete strangers in Ah Yin's life. Huo Yuhao smiled at this and then looked on expectantly. Let's search the Haoshan sect's treasure vault first and see if we can find any good treasures. With a tradition that has lasted for 10,000 years. And with Tang San, the god king of the god realm, as their backer, these guys from the Clear Sky sect must have a lot of good stuff, right? After saying that, Huo Yuhao I didn't waste any time and immediately led Jiu Yuina, Shui Di, and a Yin to search for treasures in the Haoshan sect. As it turned out, Huo Yuhao's guess was indeed correct. Although the treasures of the Clear Sky sect cannot compare with those of Shrek Academy, they are still far superior to those of other forces on the Douluo continent. In particular, there is a bed of millennia-old ice jade marrow here, which is of great benefit to him as the ultimate ice. Upon seeing the bed, Shui Di's eyes lit up, and a captivating smile bloomed on her face. However, she did not intend to take the bed for herself, but rather felt that this bed of 10,000 years of ice jade marrow was very suitable for her and Huo Yuhao's upcoming trip to the far north. Giving her whole being to her brother on T.S. will surely become the most unforgettable memory between the two of them, right? Thinking of this, Shui Di smiled and looked at Huo Yuhao softly. Brother, this bed is very useful to me, why don't you just give it to me? To say such things in front of Jiu Yuina is simply taking advantage of her ignorance of the secret agreement between Shui Di and him. Otherwise, given Jiu Yuina's temper, she would probably explode. To conceal his unusual behavior, Huo Yuhao quickly agreed. No problem, it belongs to you from now on. After saying that, Huo Yuhao strode away to continue searching for treasures in other places. As Shui Di put the 10,000-year-old ice jade marrow bed into her storage soul tool, she looked at Jiu Yuina and said, Sister Jiu Yuina, do you still have any life gold? Jiu Yuina nodded slightly. You need to. Quote. Shui Di smiled sweetly. We definitely need some. Jiu Yuina did not doubt Shui Di's intentions and spoke without hesitation. When we leave here, I will go back to the Stardow Great Forest to get some for you. Upon hearing this, Shui Di was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Sister Jiu Yuina. Jiu Yuina was very pleased with Shui Di's new way of addressing her. Although she tried her best to hold back, the corners of her mouth still revealed her joy. If only Shui Di would willingly call her sister when it comes to vying for Huo Yuhao's affections. However, what Jiu Yuina didn't know was the reason why Shui Di called out so sweetly and said that she needed the gold of life was entirely intentional. They deliberately used this method to send Jiu Yuina to the Stardow Great Forest, giving her and Huo Yuhao time to travel to the far north. Poor Jiu Yuina, she is still kept in the dark. They even felt that Shui Di was showing signs of bowing down to her. If she continues to persevere, Jiu Yuina will definitely become the first person to win Huo Yuhao's heart. Chapter 286 Tang Hao. Mistress, your mother has been stolen. The realm of gods. Tang San was preparing to try his best to have another child with Xiao Wu, so that the second child could also become a tool in his grand plan. Help him make Douluo continent a complete backyard for the Tang family. However, at that moment, Tang San felt a sudden tremor in his heart. The next second, Tang San clearly felt that his father, Tang Hao, had quietly lost his life. This unusual situation made Tang San suddenly stand up. Even Xiao Wu's alluring figure, which had previously captivated him, could not calm him down. Damn it, what's going on? Why is this happening? Xiao Wu blinked blankly, her face flushed, and looked at Tang San, asking a question. What's wrong, third brother? Didn't you say you wanted to have another child? It can't be that it suddenly stopped working, right? Xiao Wu glanced down and found that the area had indeed calmed down. After noticing Xiao Wu's strange look, Tang San quickly began to explain. No, I suddenly sensed that my father's life force had stopped. Something must have happened. Tang San's voice was loud, as if he wanted to explain that the reason he suddenly became weak was because he realized that Tang Hao had died. His message convinced Xiao Wu. Or rather, for Xiao Wu, who had long lost herself, her third brother was everything to her. No matter what Tang San says, Xiao Wu will never have the slightest doubt. Xiao Wu, who had also lost interest in having a baby, sat up and looked at Tang San, saying repeatedly. Hasn't the connection between the God Realm and Douluo continent not been restored yet? How could Dad have had an accident? What about Xiaoqi? Will something happen to Xiaoqi too? Third brother, what should we do? I'm so worried about Xiaoqi. In the end, Xiaowu grabbed Tang San's arm, tears welling up in her eyes. Filled with worry for her daughter's safety. Tang San's expression changed. He didn't want Xiaowu to know how he treated Xiaoqi. Otherwise, even if Xiaowu is his subordinate, it's hard to guarantee that such a thing won't cause a rift between them. Seeing Xiaowu in a hurry, Tang San quickly comforted her. Don't worry, Xiaowu, Xiaoqi will be fine. He connection between the God Realm and Douluo continent has indeed not been restored yet. I can only sense the life force of my parents and Xiaoqi. Only Dad has lost his breath. Mom and Xiaoqi are both safe and sound. Hearing this, Xiaowu breathed a deep sigh of relief. As long as Xiaoqi was all right, that was all that mattered. She didn't want her daughter to go to Douluo continent because of her playfulness and cause any accidents. To prevent Xiaowu from further investigating Xiaoqi's current situation, Tang San quickly said. Xiaowu, you wait here. I'm going to find Oscar and Rongrong and ask them to revive Dad. I need to know what exactly happened on Douluo continent. My father's strength was already unmatched on the Douluo continent, so why did he suddenly lose his life force? Upon hearing this, Xiaowu quickly straightened her clothes and accompanied Tang San to find Oscar and Ning Rongrong. She was just as curious about the changes happening on Douluo continent. To Tang San and Xiaowu's surprise, when they arrived at Oscar and Ning Rongrong's residence, they found that Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, and Ma Hongjun were all there. The reason they gathered was because of the condemnation of Tang San by the previous God Realm Committee. Tang San originally planned to expel them all, leaving only Oscar and Ning Rongrong, his two old buddies who could use the resurrection technique together. He was also worried that what was happening on Douluo continent would affect his status. But then I thought, this way I can completely bind them to my warship. And if they want to distance themselves from him in the future, destruction will never trust them again, leaving them with no choice but to follow him down a dark path. With this in mind, Tang San Kali explained the situation and asked Oscar and Ning Rongrong to revive Tang Hao. Oscar and Ning Rongrong exchanged a glance, but did not refuse Tang San's request. They immediately began to use the resurrection technique. They had actually sensed Tang San's unusual behavior long ago and knew that Tang Hao and Ah Yin were not in the God Realm, but Tang Hao's unexpected encounter on Douluo continent was still somewhat unexpected. During the process of reviving Tang Hao, everyone present realized that Tang Hao possessed divine power that was at least at the level of a third-level god, and was not much inferior to that of a second-level god. This caused the Shrek Seven Devils to have different thoughts. Especially Ma Hongjun, who watched helplessly as Tang Hao was about to be resurrected. Slowly lowered his head to keep his thoughts from being revealed. But his fists had already clenched quietly, the bulging veins revealing the anger in his heart. He had considered asking Tang San to help him bring Bai Chunxiang into the God Realm, and he had also considered having Oscar and Ning Rongrong revive Bai Chunxiang after her death. He even begged Tang San to let Bai Chunxiang also receive the divine inheritance. However, Tang San ruthlessly rejected every single idea. Tang San repeatedly stated that as a God King, he absolutely could not break the rules of the God Realm. But what does this mean now? Why does Tang Hao possess the divine power of at least a level 3 God? Why did he reappear on Douluo continent even though he had already been taken to the God Realm? Why was it possible for Oscar and Ning Rongrong to resurrect Tang Hao after he died? Ma Hongjun never forgot the reluctant look in Bai Chunxiang's eyes when they parted ways. And Tang San's seriousness and coldness when he refused my request. This selfless God King is truly wonderful. Tang San was unaware of Ma Hongjun's abnormality. His attention was entirely focused on the resurrected Tang Hao. After Tang Hao was successfully revived by Oscar and Ning Rongrong's fusion technique, Tang San immediately looked at him and asked him repeatedly. Dad, what happened? Why did you suddenly lose your life? With your power, who on the Douluo continent could kill you? What kind of changes have occurred on the Douluo continent? Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and even Ma Hongjun were all very curious about Tang San's questions. They were also eager to know why Tang Hao, who possessed at least the power of a level 3 god in the Douluo continent, was able to be killed. Faced with Tang San's questioning, Tang Hao did not answer immediately, but instead looked around at the people around him. Tang Hao's meaning was very clear. He couldn't say what had happened in front of so many people. However, Tang San, unaware of the truth, said in a deep voice. Dad, Mu Bai and Oscar are all on our side. No matter what happens, there's no need to hide it from them. Tang Hao still didn't want to talk about it. But Tang San kept pressing him for details. He refused to say anything and asked Dai Mubai and Oscar to leave in order to show his trust in them. For Tang San, he power of the Shrek 7 Devils is indispensable if he wants to defeat destruction in the future. Of course, he can't drift too far away from them and must always maintain a good relationship. Faced with this situation, Tang Hao, feeling helpless, suddenly closed his eyes and growled sadly and angrily. I was killed by your mother and an unidentified woman, and your mother betrayed me. She actually called another man master. Chapter 287 Tang San Hongwen, Destruction appears. As Tang Hao finished speaking, the scene fell into an extremely eerie silence. Everyone, including Tang San, stared intently at Tang Hao, who was surrounded by them. They never expected to hear such words from Tang Hao. Tang Hao was actually killed by his own wife and others in collusion. And most importantly, Tang Hao's wife, Tang San's mother, actually calls another man master. What's going on here? Just as Dai Mubai was about to ask what was going on, Zhu Zuqing, who was next to him, quickly nudged him with her elbow. Seeing Zhu Zuqing quietly shake her head, Dai Mubai finally realized that they were not suited to get involved in this kind of thing. Dai Mubai could clearly see that Tang San's face went from pale to flushed, eventually turning a deep red like a liver color, and his whole body had entered a state of redness. Tang San was completely dumbfounded. He just wanted to show his trust in Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, so how did he suddenly release such a bombshell? His own mother became another man's slave. Boom. An extremely terrifying aura burst forth from Tang San's body, covering the entire scene in the blink of an eye. Even if all the people present possess god-level power. However, even under Tang San's God-King level pressure, they still felt a great sense of oppression. Tang San felt like slapping himself twice. Why did you insist on making Tang Hao talk about the Douluo continent in front of everyone? Isn't this just making a fool of himself? No matter how close we are, we can't let them know about this. Tang San glared resentfully at Tang Hao, took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and asked again in a deep voice. What exactly happened? Who is the woman who killed you? Tang San is now unwilling to even call Tang Hao father. He's truly exasperated with Tang Hao. Does he expect him to just say it when he's told to? Do you not know what to say and what to tell him privately? Tang Hao was unaware of Tang San's inner thoughts. He mistakenly believed that Tang San, like himself, harbored resentment towards Yin and Yuhao. He then proceeded to meticulously recount his experiences before his death. Of course, Tang Hao wasn't completely brainless. He managed to conceal the illusion Yuhao had created. Even so, it was enough to embarrass Tang San and make Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and others realize that something was wrong. Tang San secretly elevated his parents to godhood and quietly sent them back to Douluo continent. If you were to say that he had no ulterior motives, then probably no one would believe it. Whether or not they should follow Tang San down the same dark path, because of their former partnership, is something they need to carefully consider. However, now is not the time to discuss this matter. Tang San is also pondering the identities of those three people. When Tang Hao mentioned that the woman who killed him possessed silver dragon claws, a name immediately came to Tang San's mind. The Silver Dragon King. Tang San looked at Tang Hao and asked urgently. Father, the woman who killed you, could it be the Silver Dragon King? Tang Hao shook his head, looking bewildered. I don't know either. Tang San gave his father a reproachful look. He doesn't know this. He doesn't know that. He's just too useless. He clearly put Tang Hao into a deep sleep on Douluo continent not only so that he could replace the will of the Douluo continent in the future, but also so that he could deal with any unexpected situations that might arise at any time. Now things have turned out quite differently. An unexpected incident did occur on the Douluo continent. But Tang Hao not only failed to play any role, but also caused him to lose face. Having just awakened from his slumber, he was killed by the Silver Dragon King and his mother. He didn't even know the current situation of Douluo continent. What use is there in reviving him? At this moment, Tang San was filled with resentment and only wanted to restore the connection between Douluo continent and the God realm as soon as possible, and personally put everything back on track. Just as Tang San was pondering how to do it, Destruction, wearing a dark purple hooded blouse, suddenly arrived. His destructive gaze swept over the so-called Shrek 7 devils present, and he looked at Tang San and asked in a deep voice. Tang San, what was wrong with you just now? Originally, Destructio. N was trying to find a way to restore the connection between the God Realm and Douluo continent, but then he suddenly noticed that Tang San was going crazy, so he rushed over to check on the situation. To his surprise, Tang Hao, who had disappeared for quite some time, reappeared. Before Tang San could answer, Destruction asked again. If I remember correctly, you sent your father away before, right? Why are you here again? Where did he go before? Was it Douluo continent? It has to be said that Destruction's intuition was indeed very accurate, directly guessing Tang Hao's previous location. This gave Tang San a chill. If Destruction knew that he had secretly arranged for his parents to be in Douluo continent and that they possessed god-level power, Destruction would definitely not let him go. It is even highly likely that the Divine Council will be convened again to vote and strip him of his position as God King. Having gained power, Tang San was unwilling to lose it again under any circumstances. Faced with the question of destruction, Tang San forced out an ugly smile and denied it. Of course not. As one of the God Kings of the God Realm, I would never intentionally break the rules of the God Realm. How could I possibly let my father go to Douluo continent? And don't forget, the God Realm and Douluo continent have lost contact. If my father really is on Douluo continent, how did he come to the God Realm? If you don't believe me, you can ask Mu Bai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. His destructive gaze swept over Dai Mubai and Oscar. While Dai Mubai and the others were tense, they also knew that Tang San was doing this on purpose. Tang San wanted to make Destruction believe that they were on the same side, so that no matter what happened, they would have no choice but to follow Tang San. Having no other choice, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others could only bite the bullet and explain for Tang San, saying that Tang Hao was not in Douluo continent, but had been in seclusion cultivating. And had even concealed his aura to the point that it could not be detected. Destruction gave Tang San a deep look and said in a flat voice devoid of any emotion. Tang San, you better pray I don't find any evidence, otherwise, once I confirm that you have violated the rules of the God Realm, I will absolutely not let you go. After saying that, without even waiting for Tang San to respond, Destruction snorted coldly and disappeared from the scene. Chapter 288 Gu Yuina. I'm of one heart with you, but you're playing tricks on me. Damn it. You wretched Destruction. You've already found your way to death. Sooner or later, I will destroy you with my own hands. After confirming that Destruction had truly left, Tang San immediately began to utter harsh words. In fact, Tang San knew that Destruction was fully aware of his rule-breaking behavior, but he couldn't do anything to this God King because he hadn't found any evidence. After putting on a show of bravado by making threats, Tang San quickly looked at Dai Mubai and Oscar to reassure them. Mu Bai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, don't worry, everything will be alright with me here. Even if we destroy this guy, it won't do anything to you. In other words, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and others are no match for Tang San. Otherwise, they would definitely not mind teaching this guy a good lesson. They even dared to say that with him around. Destruction would be absolutely impossible for them. How dare you? If it weren't for Tang San, how could they have possibly provoked Destruction, this veteran God King? However, they also knew very well that after this incident, in their hearts, they were completely bound to Tang San, and there would never be another chance to switch sides. If Tang San loses in this power struggle, then the rest of them will definitely not have a good ending either. Realizing this, no matter how angry they were with Tang San, they could only grit their teeth and feign compliance. For Tang San, although he lost face in front of Dai Mubai and others because of his mother's situation, he also managed to bind them to his cause. In the end, he left with Xiao Wu and Tang Hao, completely satisfied. Only Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong were left looking at each other in bewilderment. What happens in the God Realm has absolutely no impact on the Douluo continent. Meanwhile, the war that would determine the future fate of the Douluo continent was proceeding steadily. Gu Yuina retrieved some life gold from the Stardo Great Forest and returned to the territory of the Sun Moon Empire. After seeing that Huo Yuhao and Shui Di had not arrived as promised, she finally realized that she had been tricked. The girls looked at the stunned Gu Yuina, exchanged glances. And then Di Choer stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong, sister? Why didn't Huo Yuhao and Shui Di come back with you? I hope nothing bad happened to them." Gu Yuina, regaining her senses, felt her chest heave rapidly, her small, white fists clenching silently, and her beautiful pupils slowly turning into vertical slits due to anger. As her terrifying aura emanated, he members of the girl group finally realized that something was wrong. Meng Hongchen strode forward and asked Gu Yuina urgently, "Where's Yuhao? What happened? Why didn't Yuhao come back with you? Wang Donger, Zhang Lexuan, and the others also mistakenly believed that something had happened to Huo Yuhao, and they were all filled with worry for the man who haunted their dreams. However, what Jiu Yuina said next relaxed them, but also filled them with jealousy and envy. Facing the gazes of the women, Jiu Yuina's face twisted slightly. After letting out a cold snort, she roared angrily. Why didn't he come back with me? That Huo Yuhao is probably indulging in the sweet embrace of that bastard Shui Di right now. How could he possibly bear to come back with me? That bastard Shui Di is truly despicable. How dare she scheme against me? She said she needed the gold of life and asked me to go to the Douluo Great Forest to get some for her, and this is how she treats me. Jiu Yuina had never been so angry before. She was connected to Shui Di by heart, but Shui Di ended up playing tricks on her. Upon hearing that Huo Yuhao hadn't encountered any accident, but rather had slept with Shui Di, the girls present breathed a sigh of relief, but their feelings also became extremely complicated. Even though he knew that among all the girls, Shui Di was the one with whom Huo Yuhao had the closest relationship. However, when they learned that Huo Yuhao and Shui Di's relationship was about to take another step forward, they found it hard to accept. In fact, they were well aware that Jiu Yuina and Shui Di were truly qualified to be the first to obtain Huo Yuhao. But who doesn't have dreams? Who wouldn't want to be the first? But on second thought, since Huo Yuhao has already started this, then they can launch a full-scale attack on Huo Yuhao. Now, Huo Yuhao has no reason to refuse them, right? With this thought in mind, Di Choer gently touched Jiu Yuina beside her and asked softly. Sister, are you going to stop them? Jiu Yuina shook her head helplessly, her heart filled with anger and resignation. Even if we go to them now, it's probably too late. Instead of going to great lengths to stop them, which may not even succeed, we might as well just let them be. Jiu Yuina had made up her mind. Even though she was a step behind Shui Di this time, she absolutely could not let other girls beat her to it. Once Huo Yuhao and Shui Di return, she will definitely take Huo Yuhao away from here as soon as possible and enjoy some time alone together. After receiving Jiu Yuina's answer, Di Choer, Wang Donger, Meng Hongchen, and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it seems Jiu Yuina has come to terms with reality. In that case, it should be their turn soon. Although she had come to terms with reality, Jiu Yuina was still very unhappy and looked directly at the girl group members in front of her and said, how is the battle going now? Di Choer was the first to respond. Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult are in increasingly dangerous situations. According to Orange, if things continue like this, it won't be long before Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult face destruction. Zhu Zi still demonstrated strong military skills, but this was largely due to the training Huo Yuhao provided, which enabled her to become the Divisi commander of one of the Soul Master Corps in this war. Although she only leads a Soul Master Corps, if Zhu Zi expresses any opinion on this war, all the commanders will take it very seriously. Is it almost over? Jiu Yuina asked again. Where are the people from the Haoshan Empire? What's the situation on their end? Haven't they joined the war yet? Di Choer shook her head slightly. No, I don't know what those guys are thinking. If we don't get involved anymore, they probably won't have another chance to show off. Jiu Yuina was planning to involve the ferocious beasts of the Douluo Great Forest. If these guys were too useless, how could the Soul Beast clan reasonably join in? The reason Jiu Yuina didn't target Niu Tian and Titan was precisely because they still had a use. Chapter 289 Snow Empress's Sacrifice. The Far North. Although the Snow Empress has been away from the Far North for many years, her original residence has not yet been occupied by other soul beasts. In the hearts of the soul beasts in the Far North, the Snow Empress is like their ruler, and no soul beast dares to show the slightest disrespect to this ice and snow goddess. It was precisely because of this that Huo Yuhao and Shui Di arrived here without being hindered by any soul beasts. Looking at the bed of 10,000-year-old ice jade marrow placed in front of him, and Shui Di who was busy setting up the scene, Huo Yuhao's eyes gradually softened. Now that things have come to this, he would absolutely not betray Shui Di's feelings. And it's not just that Shui Di's feelings for him were deeply rooted. In Huo Yuhao's heart, Shui Di was also irreplaceable and incomparable to anyone else. So, let's perform the fusion ceremony with the Snow Empress here and take their relationship to the next level. Just as Huo Yuhao made up his mind, a dark green figure quietly emerged from his body. The Ice Emperor, with her hair tied in pigtails, looked at the bed of 10,000-year-old ice jade marrow in front of her. and then glanced at Huo Yuhao and the Snow Emperor. Finally, she could no longer hold back. Snow Emperor, I'll fight you to the death. As soon as she finished speaking, Hayote howled and pounced on Yuki Te. Her little girl face filled with grief and indignation. In Hayote's view, everything that Yuki Te possesses now could have originally belonged to her. As a result, because she couldn't outsmart Shui Di, she insisted on competing with Shui Di for who would become Huo Yuhao's second martial soul and soul spirit. As a result, one wrong step led to another, and things eventually developed into what they are now. Over the years, Ice Emperor has accused Snow Emperor countless times in Huo Yuhao's Sea of Consciousness. Unfortunately, no matter how much Hayote criticized her, she could not change this established fact. Facing Hayote's lunge, Yuki Te placed her hand on her forehead, her signature gentle smile on her face, and said softly, "What's wrong, Bing-er? Why are you suddenly so angry?" Hayote waved her arms wildly, but unfortunately, due to the size difference, her fingers couldn't even reach Yuki Te opposite her. Hayote looked at Yuki Te with a mournful expression and spoke in a complex and melancholic tone. "What do you think? Why do you think I suddenly got so angry?" Knowing the answer perfectly well, Shui Di pretended not to know, gently patted Bing Di's little head, and said softly, "Bing-er, what's coming next is very important to me. Why don't you go back first?" Hearing this, Hayote became even more displeased. Shui Di is talking to me like he's coaxing a child, isn't he? However, before Ice Empress could say anything more, Snow Empress turned her gaze directly to Huo Yuhao on the other side. "Brother, can Bing-er go back first?" I'm ready." The Snow Empress, who should have been as aloof as a high mountain flower, now had a charming shyness on her face. This stark contrast almost made Huo Yuhao rush up and pounce on her. However, after seeing the increasingly complicated expression and gaze on Hayote's face, Huo Yuhao felt that it was not appropriate for outsiders to be present at this time, so he coughed twice and said, "Hayote, you should return to my Sea of Consciousness first. I still have something to discuss with Yukier." Upon hearing this, Bingdi was instantly enraged, and her two pigtails stood up. Just like the scene that appeared where Huo Yuhao's blood energy gathered. HMPH. I don't want to. Don't think I don't know what you two really want. Before Bingdi could finish speaking, Huo Yuhao forcibly pulled her back into his Sea of Consciousness. Huo Yuhao walked up to Shui Di, touched her soft, fair hands, and said softly, "Shui, give everything to your brother." Although Shui Di was filled with tension, Huo Yuhao's words seemed to reassure her, and she nodded emphatically. At this moment, the Ice Empress was going berserk in Huo Yuhao's Sea of Consciousness. She never expected that the Snow Empress and Huo Yuhao would be so lacking in martial ethics. In order not to hinder them, they forcibly pulled him into their Sea of Consciousness without any explanation. Especially when she saw Huo Yuhao holding Shui Di's soft hand and walking step by step towards the bed of 10,000-year-old ice jade marrow, Bingdi stirred up a huge storm in her Sea of Consciousness. "Ah, damn it, damn it, damn it, you bastard Huo Yuhao, you bastard Shui Di, if you have the guts, let me out. Stop it, Huo Yuhao. You bastard, where are you putting your hand? Move it right now. Wah. No, don't do this. Let go of Shui Di." Seeing this scene before his eyes, Hayote felt a mix of emotions. In particular, she used to have special feelings for Shui Di. However, despite knowing each other for hundreds of thousands of years, they have never been completely honest with each other, let alone had any deep communication that they could not achieve. But now, touching Huo Yuhao's hands and eyes, she easily saw beautiful scenery that she had never seen in hundreds of thousands of years. That perfectly natural whiteness is an extremely proud achievement of the Snow Empress. The Ice and Snow Goddess. Ice Emperor wanted Huo Yuhao to stop, but was unwilling to let the matter end like this. Her frantic voice gradually subsided within the sea of stones. And she began to concentrate fully, not even daring to blink, wanting to focus all her energy on the Snow Emperor. However, that most touching moment only lasted for a moment. While using her fair hands to cover the three most important areas, Shui Di forced herself to look at Huo Yuhao, who was almost pressed against her face, and said softly, "Brother, have you locked Bing-er's senses? Can she still see us now?" Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao suddenly realized what was going on and said somewhat embarrassedly, "I had completely forgotten about that." As he spoke, Huo Yuhao did not hesitate to completely seal off all of Ice Emperor's senses in his Sea of Consciousness, making her unable to see anything happening in the outside world. After doing all this, Huo Yuhao looked at the blush on Shui Di's cheeks and said gently, "All right, now no one can bother us." Let's continue. Upon hearing this, without Huo Yuhao having to lift a finger, Shui Di slowly moved her hand away, revealing her true nature once again. At that moment, Hyote in his sea of consciousness lost all view of the outside world and stood there blankly. The next second, Ice Empress, regaining her senses, finally realized that she would never see Huo Yuhao and Snow Empress's fusion technique again. A mix of emotions, bitterness, envy, shyness, anger, and more, ultimately coalesced into a single sentence. Huo Yuhao. Shui Di. You two bastards. Chapter 290 Hyote. Am I not even worthy to be an audience member? From anger to bewilderment to madness, he eventually gave up and gave up. 3 full days have passed. And Ice Emperor, who had been in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness, has finally seen the light of day again. That bed of 10,000-year-old ice jade marrow has been stored in a soul tool by either Huo Yuhao or Shui Di, no one knows. The pure white snow and transparent ice around them looked exactly the same as before, but in the eyes of Ice Emperor, a ferocious beast with hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, the difference was still clearly perceptible. These places were most likely restored by Shui Di and Huo Yuhao to cover up their previous actions. What infuriated Hyote was that these two bastards not only did that kind of thing in front of her, but in the end they even took away her the chance to be a spectator. Hyote, clutching her twin ponytails, looked at Huo Yuhao and Shui Te in front of her with grief and indignation, and said hysterically, "You two despicable bastards. 3 days. Do you know how I spent these 3 days? You two were having a good time. But what about me? You two despicable bastards, did you even think about me for a single second in these 3 days?" Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao quickly replied, "Of course there is. But we can only do this to take care of your feelings and avoid upsetting you too much. You have to understand us." In fact, Huo Yuhao did suggest releasing Bingdi's senses during those 3 days. However, it wasn't to appease Hyote's feelings, but rather because they felt it would bring even greater stimulation. Unfortunately, Shui Di rejected him. Although Shui Di had completely given herself to Huo Yuhao, she still couldn't accept such an overly stimulating behavior in the short term. Furthermore, Yuki Te also knew about Hyote's unusual feelings for her in the past. If, as Huo Yuhao suggested, the Ice Emperor were to watch them perform, there would be no guarantee that the Ice Emperor wouldn't do something irrational. Ice Emperor rolled his eyes, snorted coldly, and glared angrily at Huo Yuhao. "So, according to you, I should thank you." Hyote's eye-rolling expression is exactly like Yuki Te's previous expression. During these 3 days, Shui Di rolled her eyes at least 5 times. Each time bringing Huo Yuhao a great sense of accomplishment and excitement. Huo Yuhao waved his hand with a smile. "No need for thanks. It would be too formal to talk about thanks with someone we have a relationship with." Provoked by Huo Yuhao, Ice Emperor went berserk again and pounced on him, howling as she tried to teach Huo Yuhao a lesson. Shui Di simply watched this scene with a smile, showing no intention of stopping or getting involved. In fact, Shui Di was very clear that the reason why Bingdi reacted so strongly was not only because of the behavior they had shown in front of Bingdi at the beginning. More importantly, it's because Hyote has also developed special feelings for Huo Yuhao. How could the Ice Emperor remain indifferent as she watched Huo Yu and her get married? However, Shui Di has already won too much, and now she can sit back and relax, letting others do whatever they want. The only thing she wasn't sure about was whether Jiu Yuina, whom she had outsmarted this time, would go berserk. Even her Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, would probably be furious if he encountered such a thing. After playing around with Hyote for a while, Huo Yuhao's expression turned serious as he spoke. "Alright, Ice Emperor, we should head back now. In any case, the war between the Sun Moon Empire and Rek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult has entered a heated phase. At this point in time, if anything happens, it will be a major event that will shake the entire continent." Ice Emperor gave Huo Yuhao a disdainful look. "Why didn't you think of this in the previous 3 days?" Huo Yuhao pretended not to hear, took Shui Di's hand, and pulled her outside. Looking at Huo Yuhao and Shui Di's seemingly perfect backs, a hint of disappointment flashed deep in Bingdi's eyes, but then she suddenly heard Huo Yuhao's teasing voice. "What are you thinking about, Bing-er? Hurry up and catch up. Aren't you afraid of getting lost?" Ice Emperor looked up and was surprised to see Huo Yuhao and Snow Emperor staring at her. Her proud nature kicked in, and she pouted before stubbornly saying, "Who would be afraid of something like that?" Despite saying that, Hyote quickly followed, and the 3 of them walked side by side toward the outskirts of the far north. Ever since they learned that Huo, Yuhao and Shui Di had secretly gone to the far north, the atmosphere in the girl group has undergone a dramatic change. Although they were still involved in the war between the Sun Moon Empire and Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult, everyone was somewhat distracted, even Gu Yuina. As time went by, their feelings changed several times. They're practically gritting their teeth, just waiting for Huo Yuhao to come back. They wanted to see if Huo Yuhao could still use the excuse of focusing on his career to refuse them this time. Damn it. It's been several days already, why haven't Huo Yuhao and Shui Di returned yet? Don't those two know how important this war is? Could it be that after experiencing something like this, Huo Yuhao has completely forgotten his determination to focus on his career? Shu Tianjun pursed her lips and couldn't help but make a couple of sarcastic remarks. These past few days, the members of the girl group have been disliking each other, and they can easily start arguing over the smallest things. This time, surprisingly, no one refuted Shu Tianjun's words. Instead, they resonated with everyone, who felt that what he said made a lot of sense. Huo Yuhao hasn't come back yet. Definitely because he's become addicted to fusion techniques after tasting the essence of the marrow. Sure enough, no matter how confidently one makes a promise in a diary, it's all completely unbelievable. However, while the others were somewhat better off, Gu Yuina was probably the one most upset about Huo Yuhao's delayed return. After all, Gu Yuina was the one who was most misled by Shui Di. Poor Gu Yuina was blinded by Shui Di's behavior over the years and truly regarded her as a gentle and kind younger sister. Moreover, after realizing that she had been deceived and learning that Huo Yuhao and Shui Di were likely secretly heading to the far north. After hesitating for a while, Gu Yuina finally gave up the idea of going to the far north to capture them. I originally thought they wouldn't be back for long. Now, things have gotten really bad. We're in a real dilemma. Just as Gu Yuina was sulking about this, two figures suddenly appeared in her perception. Whoosh. Gu Yuina turned her head sharply and saw that the two figures were none other than Huo Yuhao and Shui Di, who had been gone for several days. Chapter 291 Just XX's Mission. Upon seeing Huo Yuhao arrive with Shui Di, the members of the girl group immediately fell silent. But the next second, everyone moved in unison, surrounding the two of them. A group of beautiful girls looked at Huo Yuhao and Shui Di with strange eyes, trying to find the changes in them compared to before. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they were very clear in their hearts that compared to before, the current Snow Empress had added a touch of charm to her every move that they had never possessed before. Even Huo Yuhao's eyes and demeanor are different from before. Bai Mao Meng Hongchen was the first to attack Huo Yuhao and Shui Di. It is clear that Meng Hongchen's eyes only turn red after she uses her martial soul. But now she has a white coat and red eyes, her arms crossed as she looks at Huo Yuhao and clicks her tongue in amazement. It's really not easy. You actually knew to come back. I thought you wouldn't be able to leave the far north until this war was completely over. And the Sun Moon Empire had completely unified the entire continent. Although she spoke in a sarcastic tone, everyone present could clearly tell that Meng Hongchen's words were full of jealousy, and she exuded a sour smell from head to toe. Huo Yuhao chuckled twice upon hearing this. How could that be? This war is so important to us, of course I wouldn't miss it no matter what. After he finished speaking, seeing that the other beautiful girls were about to join in the condemnation, Huo Yuhao quickly changed the subject. By the way, how far has the war progressed? How are Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult doing? And have those guys from the Haoshan Empire joined the battle? Although the topic shift was quite abrupt, the girls knew just how important this war was to Huo Yuhao, and immediately began to describe it to him in detail. Despite the steady and methodical offensive of the Sun Moon Empire, which has not yet completely destroyed Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult, they have suffered extremely heavy casualties. Shrek Academy, in particular, has suffered heavy casualties, with most of the elders of the Sea God Pavilion already dead or injured, not to mention the teachers and students. It is no exaggeration to say that Shrek Academy is now truly on the verge of destruction. They could have relied on Ah Yin's golden tree to heal their injuries and ensure Shrek Academy could hold out longer. As a result, he later pulled a decisive move, directly seizing the golden tree for himself and making Ah Yin his sole servant. This ultimately led to the current situation at Shrek Academy. In addition to the deaths and injuries, Shrek Academy also encountered very serious problems. The dean of the Soul Guidance Department, Xian Linner, died, but before she died, she didn't think of her husband, Qian Duoduo. Instead, she called out Yan Xiaojie's name in her last moments. Shanliner's behavior caused Qian Duoduo to be overwhelmed with mixed feelings, and he went completely insane. He was clearly the one who protected Xian Liner for the longest time, and he even successfully became Xian Liner's husband. As a result, over the years, he has not only failed to fulfill his duties as a husband, but has also never shared a room with Shanliner. Instead, he watched helplessly as his wife flirted with Yan Xiaojie. Even when Xian Liner died, she was calling out for Yan Xiaojie, who was far away in the Haoshan Empire. Having lost everything, Qian Duoduo has indeed gone mad, but he hasn't yet done anything irrational. After burying Shanliner, he returned to Shrek Academy and joined forces with the Holy Spirit cult to resist the army of the Sun Moon Empire. Qian Duoduo wants revenge, but his target is not the Sun Moon Empire, but Yan Xiaojie, who took everything from him. Everything he cherished was something Yan Xiaojie had already played with. Even the reason Xian Liner asked him to marry her was just to spite Yan Xiaojie. Previously, Qian Duoduo didn't think this was a big deal. Instead, he believed that he could move Xian Liner and make her truly his wife. But now, after Xian Liner's death, Qian Duoduo has finally come to a complete understanding of reality. Over the years, if Yan Xiaojie had just beckoned to Xian Liner, she would have absolutely abandoned her husband and turned to Yan Xiaojie's arms. Qian Duoduo had no idea whether Yan Xiaojie had been having an affair with Xian Liner behind his back all these years. However, he recalled the subtle clues that had been deliberately ignored over the years. Even in front of him, Yan Xiaojie and Xian Liner would often exchange glances and even use arguments to maintain their connection. If they truly have no relationship left, shouldn't they treat their ex-boyfriends and ex-girlfriends as strangers? Moreover, Qian Duoduo, who had already started to get stuck in a rut, always felt that Xian Liner's marriage to him was just a cover-up. It's even highly likely that this was a task assigned to her by Yan Xiaojie. What if it's because Yan Xiaojie said he likes married women? I'm afraid Xian Liner would just find someone to marry right away. Onk. This thought entered Qian Duoduo's mind, he could no longer erase it. Instead, it intensified, making him increasingly convinced that this was the truth of the matter. So Qian Duoduo wanted revenge. He wanted to kill Yan Xiaojie. That damned bastard, with his own hands. But Qian Duoduo also knew how difficult this matter was. Even though he doesn't know Yan Xiaojie's true identity yet, or his relationship with Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao. But with Mu En around, killing Yan Xiaojie will definitely not be easy for him. In Qian Duoduo's opinion, Mu En was clearly closer to Yan Xiaojie than to herself. Even though Mu En had always shown dissatisfaction with Yan Xiaojie, he would unconsciously side with him in everything. Just like this time when someone was sent to the Haoshan Empire to ask for help. They said that Yan Xiaojie had to stay there until the Haoshan Empire officially participated in the war, and only then would the Haoshan Empire's high-ranking officials personally intervene and allow him to return. But how is this any different from indirectly keeping Yan Xiaojie away from the dangerous battlefield? Unfortunately, Shrek Academy was destined to perish. Otherwise, Qian Duoduo would have loved to let Yan Xiaojie experience what it felt like to be inexplicably forced to wear a healthy hat. His wife, Shanliner, died, but Yan Xiaojie's wife, Kai Meyer, is still alive and well. With the war having progressed to this point, even the most fervent believers in Shrek Academy have lost all hope. Everyone was well aware that even if the Haoshan Empire could stop the Sun Moon Empire after it stepped down, Shrek Academy would no longer be able to exist. Chapter 292 They've rebelled. They've rebelled. The Star Luo Empire Imperial Palace. Having successfully realized the Dai family's millennia-old ambition and made them once again the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Hao felt no joy at this moment, but rather despair. During this period, Dai Hao also did not miss this war. He has always led the Star Luo Empire's army, joining forces with Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult to resist the Sun Moon Empire's Soul Master Legion. It was precisely because of this that he was very clear about the current situation and knew that the Star Luo Empire had lost all hope. Even if the Sun and Moon Empire cannot unify the continent in one fell swoop, it may be blocked by the Haoshan Empire. However, their Star Luo Empire could no longer continue to exist. They will surely accompany Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult to their doom. THEY will either become part of the dusty history or be condemned by future generations. In any case, the Dai family has no hope of turning things around this time. Oh no, in the midst of despair, there is actually a glimmer of hope. That is to pray that Dai Mubai, the ancestor of the God realm, will personally intervene after realizing the current situation of Douluo continent and help the Dai family overcome this crisis. Unfortunately, even Dai Hao himself knew very well that this was simply impossible. Dai Hao forced himself to stay alert and looked at his two sons in front of him. Dai Waban and Dai Luoli. To be precise, for Dai Hao at this time, the importance of Dai Luoli, his illegitimate son, far exceeded that of Dai Waban. It's not just because Dai Waban has lost his manho. Odd and can never carry on the Dai family line. Most importantly, Dai Luoli is not like Dai Waban, who is a mortal enemy of Huo Yuhao. On the contrary, because of the kindness that Dai Luoli's mother had shown to Huo Yuhao and his mother, he would not have to suffer the same fate as Dai Waban, who had to endure Huo Yuhao's pursuit. If there's any chance anyone from the Dai family could survive, it would probably be Dai Luoli. Thinking of this, Dai Hao sighed deeply, and when he looked at Dai Waban, a murderous intent appeared deep in his eyes. If it weren't for this idiot, how could the Dai family have fallen into such a predicament? If Huo Yuhao hadn't become enemies with the Dai family and had instead acknowledged them as his father, then the Dai family probably wouldn't have needed to do anything. After Huo Yuhao became the strongest on the continent, the Dai family could have simply won without lifting a finger. Unfortunately, the Dai family will never have such an opportunity again. After his usual grumbling about Dai Waban, Dai Hao turned his gaze to Dai Luoli and said in a deep voice. Are you all ready, Luoli? If everything is ready, then take your mother and leave this place. Given Huo Yuhao's clear distinction between gratitude and resentment over the years, even if he eventually finds out about your departure, he probably won't pursue you. In this way, even if we all die under the sole tools of the Sun Moon Empire, at least the Dai family will still have this bloodline to continue. Upon hearing Dai Hao's words, both Dai Waban and Dai Luoli's expressions changed simultaneously. Though their feelings were completely opposite, Dai Waban knew that his father had completely given up on him. He let Dai Luoli leave with his mother, but left himself and his mother behind to die with him. Even though he knew that this choice was right, Dai Waban's heart was still filled with anger and hatred. If before he only hated the Grim Reaper who had taken away his manhood, and Huo Yuhao who drove him mad with jealousy. After all these years of development, Dai Waban has come to hate the whole world. He felt that everyone had wronged him. He was clearly the real genius. But because of Dai Hao and Shrek Academy's lack of attention, he was ultimately overtaken by that bastard Huo Yuhao. Dai Waban still remembers how he trampled Huo Yuhao and his mother underfoot back in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. However, whenever he wanted to recall that scene to bring himself a little comfort. However, they would all involuntarily recall being pulled into the mirror flower water moon by Huo Yuhao during the Soul Master competition, and watching helplessly as Huo Yuhao took advantage of their fiancée Zhu Lu. Thinking of that scene, a sickly flush appeared on Dai Waban's face. After Dai Hao noticed his unusual behavior, Dai Hao frowned and said angrily. Dai Waban, what are you thinking now, you bastard? If it weren't for your reckless behavior, how could our Dai family have fallen to this state? Let me tell you, even if you and your mother are killed by Huo Yuhao in the end, it will be what you deserve. Upon being awakened, Dai Waban was momentarily panicked, but quickly calmed down. Seeing Dai Hao's expression of disgust and loathing, Dai Waban not only didn't feel fear as before, but couldn't help but sneer. Did he deserve it? I think that's the most appropriate way to put it, isn't it? You dare to talk back. Dai Waban's behavior was clearly unexpected by Dai Hao, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, Dai Hao immediately displayed the imposing presence befitting an emperor of the Star Luo Empire. Bang! Dai Hao slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. His eyes, like those of a tiger, glared angrily at Dai Waban and roared. What did you say, you bastard? Even though he felt a strong sense of oppression under Dai Hao's immense aura, Dai Waban still did not bow his head. Dai Waban's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and roared at Dai Hao. Do you think this is all our fault? Have you forgotten what that bastard said back then, that you were also a culprit? He always claimed to love only my mother, but he secretly had an affair with a maid and even gave birth to that bastard child. Even when they reached the border and faced the Sun Moon Empire's army, they showed no restraint whatsoever, and immediately had a second bastard child with another woman. What right do you have to criticize me? When faced with a desperate situation, people are prone to madness. Just like Dai Waban at this moment, he no longer had any scruples in his words and deeds, and no longer regarded Dai Hao as his father. Without hesitation, they struck at his biggest weakness. Enraged, Dai Hao punched Dai Waban squarely on the head. Thump. With a dull thud, Dai Waban's body rolled backward uncontrollably, and Dai Hao's immense strength pinned him to the wall. You've rebelled. You've rebelled. You useless piece of trash, the culprit who brought the Dai family to its demise, and you still dare to turn around and bite me. If you dare utter another word like that, I'll kill you without Yuhao even lifting a finger. Chapter 293 The Haoshan Empire joins the battle. Dai Hao's punch signaled a complete break between him and his son, Dai Waban. The father and son, who had grown to dislike each other for years, finally embarked on this path on this day. On the other side, Dai Luoli stared intently at Dai Waban, who was embedded in the wall. Her eyes filled with intense killing intent. Dai Waban's words just now not only offended Dai Hao and Yuhao, but also affected him and his mother. It was only because Dai Hao Ma did the first move that Dai Luoli was able to have a life or death battle with him. In any case, fratricide is a tradition that has been passed down in the Dai family for tens of thousands of years. Although this tradition disappeared after the Shu family took away the Star Luo royal family's position, Dai Luoli really doesn't mind reenacting it with Dai Waban. However, he also knew that he didn't need to lift a finger to deal with Dai Waban. Yuhao, who held a high position in the Sun Moon Empire, would absolutely not tolerate Dai Waban continuing to live after the war ended. Thinking of this, Dai Luoli no longer glanced at Dai Waban, who was like a dead man in his heart, and turned to look at Dai Hao, saying in a deep voice, "Father, I will never forget your teachings. I will live well and ensure that the Dai family line will not be broken." After all these years of events, Dai Luoli had long since seen through the true nature of her once highly respected father. Just as Dai Waban just said, if Dai Hao is really as good as they originally imagined, then even if Yuhao, this illegitimate child, is an accident, then Dai Luoli would definitely not be born in the same way, right? She was simply trying to cover up her own mistakes and shift all the blame onto Dai Waban. That is why, having lost his idol status, Dai Hao is now only known as father to Dai Luoli. But there is no affection between them. Although Dai Hao realized this, after acting for most of his life, he still subconsciously continued to perform. Dai Hao reached out and patted Dai Luoli on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Live well. Don't seek revenge for me. As long as you and your mother can live well, any sacrifice I've made will be worthwhile. Dai Luoli pursed his lips and did not answer. To him, a boy, such a hypocritical father would only increase his disgust. Seeing this, Dai Hao didn't say anything more, but let Dai Luoli secretly leave the camp with his mother. In fact, Dai Luoli had considered joining Yuhao's side, but after careful consideration, she ultimately gave up on the decision. Unlike Yuhao, he had not officially broken ties with Dai Hao and the Dai family. If he were to seek refuge with the Sun Moon Empire, how would he face the Dai family, which was about to be completely wiped out? Although Dai Luoli thought Yuhao would take her in out of consideration for their past relationship, she ultimately decided not to trouble him. To be able to survive under such circumstances is already considered extremely lucky. The departure of Delaris and his mother seemed to signal that the war had entered its decisive phase. Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult are on the verge of destruction under the steady yet powerful offensive of the Sun Moon Empire. Although the high-ranking officials of the Haoshan Empire had not participated in the war, they had been paying close attention to the news from this side from beginning to end. After learning about the situation of Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult, they abandoned their idea of continuing to stand idly by and finally decided to officially engage with the Sun Moon Empire. However, to their surprise, the Sun Moon Empire was far more powerful than they had imagined. Even though 3 level 9 soul masters with 4-word battle armor have been deployed to deal WITH Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult. Despite having to fight on 2 fronts with the Haoshan Empire, the Sun Moon Empire showed no signs of weakness. Instead, after noticing that the Haoshan Empire had begun its operation, it directly blocked their offensive. This means that Moon's original idea has been completely shattered. Even with the addition of these guys from the Haoshan Empire to the war, the decline of Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult did not improve in the slightest. Instead, the Sun Moon Empire attacked them with even greater ferocity, eager to end the war here as soon as possible and then focus all its efforts on dealing with the Haoshan Empire. Under these circumstances, Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult are experiencing very serious casualties every day. Even if Shrek Academy had powerful healing-type soul masters, they would be completely helpless in the face of this situation. It can only be said that Yuhao's move to take away the golden tree was too ruthless, directly cutting off the source of the problem and indirectly pushing Shrek Academy to the brink of ruin. In this situation, Moon became even more annoyed than before. He never, situally placed his hopes on the elders of the Haoshan sect from the very beginning. Mu En had always been relying on Niu Tian and Titan, the two sect leaders of the Hoshan sect. Even though he had never fought them, Mu En could clearly sense that their strength far surpassed that of him, a limit Douluo. If the two of them personally participated in this war, even if the Sun Moon Empire had a Evil 9 Soul Master with 4-word battle might, they would not gain any advantage and would even be defeated by the Hoshan Empire. However, according to the intelligence he obtained, after the Odian Empire went to war with the Sun Moon Empire, it only sent 3 elders with the power of limit Douluo to lead the Tang family members to resist the Sun Moon Empire. Niu Tian and Titan, on whom Moon had placed high hopes, have yet to make an appearance. Damn it. Bastards. What are those guys from the Hoshan sect trying to do? Do they really want to die? Aren't they afraid we'll drag them down with us before we die? Mu En no longer possessed his former calm and collected demeanor. He had completely gone mad, appearing even more extreme than Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao. Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao exchanged a glance, and Yi Qishui couldn't help but turn around to comfort Mu En. What's wrong, Mu En? Isn't it good news for us that the Hoshan Empire and the Sun Moon Empire have gone to war? Even if they didn't defeat the Sun Moon Empire, they at least tied down some of their forces. If we can hold out longer, this war will eventually be more advantageous to us, right? Yi X. Ishui and Long Xiaoyao couldn't understand why Mu En was so agitated. In their view, the reason why the Hoshan Empire has been holding back is probably because they are not strong enough to deal with the Sun and Moon Empire. Just as Mu En was about to say something, Yan Xiaojie finally returned from the Hoshan Empire. Chapter 294 Moon. I have never seen such a fool. Teacher. Yan Xiaojie suddenly rushed in, interrupting the conversation between Mu En, Yi Qishui, and Long Xiaoyao. All 3 of them involuntarily looked at Yan Xiaojie. Having already learned Yan Xiaojie's true identity from Mu En, Long Xiaoyao's gaze towards him became somewhat strange. Yi Qishui remained the same as before. After all, in her eyes, everyone else was just a tool, except for Long Xiaoyao, who was slightly different, but not by much. Normally, Mu En might have been somewhat interested in watching the spectacle, but now he frowned and stared at Yan Xiaojie, asking in a deep voice. What exactly is going on with the Hoshan Empire? Why are only the elders of the Hoshan sect at war with the Sun Moon Empire? Where are the sect leaders, Yutian and Titan? They are clearly the strongest in the Hoshan sect. So why didn't they participate in this war? Are those fools really that arrogant? Are they so arrogant as to think that simply sending out elders is enough to deal with the Sun Moon Empire? Are they really not afraid of the Hoshan sect being destroyed? Moon's series of questions almost made Yan Xiaojie stop breathing. However, feeling the gaze of Mu En, Yan Xiaojie did not dare to waste any time and quickly said. Before I came back, I went to see Niu Tian and Titan, questioned them about why they continued to stand by and do nothing, and explained all the pros and cons. But those 2 guys said they couldn't do anything about it either. Upon hearing this, Moon's expression changed drastically. The next second, a violent aura erupted from Mu En's body. This dragon god Douluo unconsciously released a powerful pressure due to his anger. Mu En's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, which was only possible because Niu Tian, Titan, and the elders of the Hoshan sect were not present. Otherwise, given Moon's current state, he might actually launch a direct attack on them. Why? Why are they powerless? If they don't come up with a compelling explanation, I wouldn't hesitate to go after them right now and make their Clear Sky sect pay with its life. Even though Yan Xiaojie was a super Douluo with extraordinary strength, he still felt immense pressure in front of Mu En at this moment. To prevent Moon from doing anything irrational, Yan Xiaojie quickly spoke up. Niu Tian told Titan that they had made an agreement with the elders of the Hoshan sect. From the moment they left Hoshan Fortress, occupied the Tianyun Empire, and renamed it the Hoshan Empire, Niu Tian and Titan could no longer interfere with any of the Hoshan Empire's actions. From now on, the Hoshan Empire is the Hoshan Empire, and the Hoshan sect is the Hoshan sect. Even if they are the Grand Master and Second Grand Master of the Hoshan sect, they can not make any decisions on behalf of the Hoshan Empire's higher-ups. Furthermore, in this war with the Sun and Moon Empire, Niu Tian and Titan are not allowed to interfere. Moon's mood went through a rollercoaster of emotions. By the end, Moon's spirits had completely collapsed, and he was completely stunned, unable to feel any hope from him anymore. Seeing Mu En's reaction, Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao became even more curious. After exchanging a glance, Long Xiaoyao looked at Yan Xiaojie, who had a worried expression, and asked. Are the Grand Master and Second Grand Master of the Hoshan sect really that strong? Why is Mu En reacting this way? Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaojie couldn't help but give a wry smile and nod with a bitter expression. Very strong. According to the teacher, Niu Tian and Titan's strength far surpasses that of any limit Douluo. They may have already touched the god-level realm. There are probably only the two of them who can withstand the Sun Moon Empire's offensive. It's a pity that these two unparalleled experts were stubbornly turned away by those foolish guys from the Hoshan Empire. If they are ultimately destroyed by the Sun Moon Empire, then they will absolutely deserve it. When he got to the end, Yan Xiaojie almost couldn't help but start swearing. It wasn't that he, the dean of the martial soul department of Shrek Academy, was impatient. It was just that the behavior of the high-ranking officials of the Clear Sky Empire was so utterly ridiculous that it left people speechless. They regarded Niu Tian and Titan as their saviors. But those guys from the Hoshan Empire discarded Niu Tian and Titan like trash. Where can anyone go to reason with them? While Yan Xiaojie was indignant about this, Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao were both deeply shocked. What did they hear? Are Niu Tian and Titan powerful beings who have touched the realm of gods? God. How is this possible? That is to say, they still trust Moon's judgment, otherwise they would have immediately refuted him upon hearing that statement. Even though they weren't from Shrek Academy, Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao knew that. Since the Shrek 7 devils became gods 10,000 years ago, no one has been able to become a god since. Was that guy named Titan really a god during the last tripartite meeting? I thought becoming a god was a distant, unattainable legend. Could it be that there is still hope of becoming a god now? Thinking of that possibility, Yi Qishui's eyes suddenly became incredibly intense. Yi Qishui suddenly looked at Muan, her voice still filled with excitement even though she was trying her best to control herself. Maun. Is what he said true? Have the two sect leaders of the Hoshan sect really touched the realm of gods? Even Long Xiaoyao stared intently at Muan, hoping to get the answer to this question from him. If they could also become gods, then even if the Sun Moon Empire had so many level 9 soul masters with 4-word battle armor, they would definitely not be their match. Just like the war 10,000 years ago, the reason why Tang San and the original Shrek 7 devils were able to achieve final victory was because they became the sea god, wasn't it? Feeling the intense gazes of the two guys, Moon nodded slightly and said, I trust my gut feeling. The power that Niu Tian and Titan possess far surpasses that of a limit Douluo. I'm afraid even if the three of us join forces, we simply can't defeat any one of them. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao both gasped, realizing they had made a contribution to global warming in the Douluo continent. There may be differences in strength between limit Douluo, but in no way could there be as great a difference as Muan described. To defeat 3 limit Douluos working together, there is no other possibility besides the legendary gods. Anyway, at this point, their side has no hope left. It would be better to place your hopes on becoming a god in the end. If they can reach the god-level realm, then Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult will definitely be able to become great again. Chapter 295 Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult run away. For Yi Qishui, an ambitious woman, there was no way she would give up as long as there was even the slightest hope of becoming a god. In some ways, Yi Qishui might be even more extreme than Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall 10,000 years ago. It was one thing to not know about this before, but now that she knows someone has already stepped into the god-level realm, Yi Qishui certainly can't give up hope. Thinking of this, Yi Qishui looked intently at Muan. Maun. We have no other way out now. We either become gods and launch a counterattack against the Sun Moon Empire, or we are completely annihilated by the Sun Moon Empire's Soul Master Core. Since staying here will only lead to certain death, I think it would be better to take Evrion to the Hoshan Empire and join up with our so-called ally. In this way, as long as the Hoshan Empire does not perish, your Shrek Academy and our Holy Spirit cult can continue to exist. Furthermore, if we can go to the Hoshan Empire, we can personally visit Niu Tian and Titan to ask them about the methods to become gods. Upon hearing this, Moon's expression changed, and he fell silent. Has he never thought of transcending human limitations and becoming a god like the original Shrek 7 devils 10,000 years ago? However, he always felt that Niu Tian, Titan, and the golden ancient tree that had healed him were plotting something unknown. Originally, Moon's plan was to wait until Shrek Academy was completely desperate and on the verge of destruction before seeking out He Golden Tree to inquire about the method to become a god. After all, given the Golden Tree's previous performance, she definitely didn't want Shrek Academy to perish. Before things could develop to that point, the Golden Tree was uprooted, directly causing Moon's plan to fail. But Yi Chishui's words gave Mu En a hint. Since he was already at a dead end, instead of staying here and waiting to die, he might as well take one last gamble. If he could truly become a god, then Mu En would be like the original Shrek 7 devils from 10,000 years ago, a peerless hero who could turn the tide and save the collapsing edifice. However, there is only one point. Mu En looked at Yi Chishui, his eyes becoming dark and unfathomable. We can leave, but there's absolutely no way to make everyone escape to the Haoshan Empire. Once the evacuation begins, Shrek Academy, the Holy Spirit cult, and even the Star Luo Empire will suffer incalculable casualties. Mu En's words made Yi Chishui burst out laughing. A mocking smile appeared on Yi Chishui's face as she looked at Mu En and asked him a question. Maun, do you really care about those people's lives? Or, at a time like this, are you going to keep pretending? When have you and Shrek Academy ever cared about the lives of other people? Besides, even if everyone at Shrek Academy dies, as long as you can become a god, Shrek Acade can once again become the holy land of the entire Douluo continent. Can't you tell which is more important? Yi Chishui showed no mercy to Mu En, and Mu En's expression changed repeatedly under her provocation. Seeing Mu En alternate between being furious and silent, Long Xiaoyao was just about to smooth things over when Mu En spoke in a deep voice. You're right, if I can become a god, then all of this can change. Then let's not waste any more time. Immediately gather the key personnel and take them to the Haoshan Empire at full speed. After weighing the pros and cons, Moon Demon straighted remarkable decision-making ability, announcing without hesitation that he would do as Yi Chishui suggested. Mu En knew very well that if he could truly become a god, then neither the Sun Moon Empire nor the Holy Spirit cult, nor even the Haoshan Empire, would be a threat. Moreover, once he becomes a god, not only can Shrek Academy become great again, but his family can also continue to thrive. After becoming a god, restoring Beibei's body would be an absolute breeze. Fortunately, he had brought Beibei here before and hadn't left him at Shrek Academy, which allowed Beibei to escape unscathed. They thought their lineage of the Holy Dragon of Light was about to end, but unexpectedly, they found a glimmer of hope and regained their chance. This time, no matter what the cost, we absolutely cannot fail again. The orders personally issued by the two decision-makers, Mu En and Yi Chishui, were something that others, even if they didn't understand, would absolutely not dare to disobey. Those who were still valuable were gathered by Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult, who were preparing to take them to the Haoshan Empire. Those whose value had been completely exploited and who had become useless or cannon fodder were left in the camp, their fate depending on how the Sun Moon Empire decided to deal with them. To avoid the Sun Moon Empire discovering their intentions and intercepting their journey to the Haoshan Empire, Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult did not dare to waste any time. After gathering all their members, they headed straight for the Haoshan Empire at full speed. As the Vice Dean of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy, Shan Yuan was one of the few remaining high-ranking members who were still alive, and was naturally among those who fled to the Haoshan Empire. However, unlike the panic and worry of others, Shan Yuan focused most of her attention on Yan Xiaojie. Especially after Shan Yuan saw Yan Xiaojie's grief-stricken expression upon learning of Xian Linner's death, he almost couldn't help but rush up and kill himself along with Yan Xiaojie. If it were someone else from Shrek Academy who expressed sadness over Xian Linner's death, Shan Yuan might actually thank them. But if this had happened to Yan Xiaojie, not only would he not have received any gratitude from Shan Yuan, but he would have also convinced Yan Yuan that Yan Xiaojie and Xian Linner were having an affair. Especially when Yan Xiaojie came to comfort Shan Yuan, repeatedly saying things like, "The deceased are gone, but the living must go on." Shan Yuan almost ground her teeth to powder. He really wanted to take out a fixed-mount soul-guided cannonball from his storage soul tool and kill Yan Xiaojie, but it was clear that now was not a good time. With Mu En, Yi Chishui, and Long Xiaoyao present, it's hard to say whether they will try to stop him once they realize what he's doing. Shan Yuan knew she only had one chance and had to find the perfect moment to kill Yan Xiaojie with a single blow. Although Shan Yuan didn't know why Mu En and Yi Chishui were in such a hurry to send them to the Haoshan Empire, he didn't know what their purpose was. However, it is clear that the Haoshan Empire will not accept them easily. Once they arrive at the Haoshan Empire, Mu En, Yi Chishui, and Long Xiaoyao will definitely negotiate with them. When the time comes, it will be Yan Xiaojie's death day. Chapter 296 Gu Yuina's straightforward approach, acceptance. One camp of the Sun and Moon Empire. Yuhao looked at the person who came to report and asked, "Have you all left?" The man nodded and said respectfully, The strongmen from Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult have all left. Apart from the so-called geniuses they value. The wounded and everyone else have been abandoned and left behind. Huo Yuhao nodded slightly upon hearing this, and after pondering for a moment, he spoke. Then we'll detain them LL for now and decide how to deal with them based on the crimes they've committed. Yes. After receiving Huo Yuhao's order, the man quickly turned and left, relaying his words to the commander at the front. At the very beginning of the war, Shu Tianren instructed the commanders that if any major event occurred, they should first consult Huo Yuhao's opinion. No matter what Huo Yuhao says, you must do it. The Sun Moon Empire had already been aware of Shrek Academy's escape from the Holy Spirit cult. If Huo Yuhao hadn't ordered them not to pursue, even if the Shrek Academy and Holy Spirit cult members had managed to escape, there would have been significant complications. Huo Yuhao did this not only to gather them together with the Haoshan Empire so that he could wipe them out in one fell swoop, but also because he wanted to bring them together with the Haoshan Empire. The most important point is to create an opportunity for the Soul Beast race so that they can also participate end this war and help the Sun Moon Empire deal with this so-called tripartite alliance. Only in this way can the relationship between humans and the Soul Beast race be eased to some extent, which will have a very good effect on his subsequent plans. As for the escaped Muan, Yi Qishui, and Long Xiaoyao, can they pose a threat to the Sun Moon Empire? When Yin became Huo Yuhao's sole servant and Tang Hao was killed by Ji Yuina, their fates were already sealed. Before their deaths, they became tools for Huo Yuhao to transform the Douluo continent, which can be considered their final contribution to this continent. Ji Yuina stepped forward and looked at Huo Yuhao, asking him a question. When can I send DTN with the ferocious beasts to the Haoshan Empire? Huo Yuhao thought for a moment and then said, there's no need to rush in the short term. It won't be easy for Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult to integrate into the Haoshan Empire. Although the high-ranking officia LS of the Haoshan Empire may not be very bright, they must know that if they accept Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult, it will be difficult to send them away once they win this war. Isn't the reason they didn't let Niu Tian and Titan join the fight to help them against the Sun Moon Empire precisely because they were worried about that happening? Just wait and see, those guys from the Haodian Empire will definitely not let us down and will continue to do foolish things. Ji Yuina glanced at Huo Yuhao and thought that he was still as cunning as ever. Just like before, when Shui Di say, NT him away and took Huo Yuhao to the far north. Ji Yuina refused to believe that Huo Yuhao wouldn't know Shui Di's true intentions. Ji Yuina even thought that the reason why Shui Di was able to use Ucha diversionary tactic was because she learned it from Huo Yuhao. Thinking of this, Ji Yuina looked at Huo Yuhao and said quietly. Since there's still some time, why don't you come with me for a while? Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao's brow twitched violently, and he felt as if the blood in his body was flowing much faster. In Huo Yuhao's mind, Shui Di and Ji Yuina were actually equally beautiful. But the main reason for this is that the Snow Emperor's status is different. If we're really just comparing looks, Ji Yuina could easily say that, not that she's targeting anyone in particular, but that no one on the entire continent could compete with her. It would be hard for Huo Yuhao not to be moved by Ji Yuina's words. Moreover, the fusion technique he used with Shui Di had significantly boosted Huo Yuhao's strength. Ji Yuina is far superior to Shui Di in both bloodline and strength. If Huo Yuhao were to fuse with her, he would definitely gain even greater benefits. However, the war has reached its most critical moment. Even if Huo Yuhao was confident, he absolutely did not want his negligence to cause serious casualties on the side of the Sun Moon Empire. With this in mind, Huo Yuhao was about to politely decline Ji Yuina's invitation and wait until things settled down before performing the fusion ceremony with her. As a result, Ji Yuina seemed to have sensed his thoughts and said directly. If you're worried that the Haoshan Empire, Shrek Academy, and the Holy Spirit Church might suddenly unite to launch a full-scale attack on the Sun Moon Empire, then there's really no need to worry. You yourself said that they don't have the energy for this in the short term. Furthermore, I can use special methods to issue early warnings. If they really intend to do this, I will know immediately. Which can completely prevent serious casualties in the Sun Moon Empire. In that case, are you still going to refuse? As she spoke, Ji Yuina strode toward Huo Yuhao. Until she was almost face to face with him. At this distance, Huo Yuhao could see Ji Yuina's stunning beauty more clearly, as well as the shyness and trepidation hidden deep in her eyes. Even though Ji Yuina is the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, she really has no experience in matters of love and sex. Ji Yuina was already feeling very frustrated after losing to Shui Di. Knowing that Shui Di's relationship with Huo Yuhao was deeper than her own, Ji Yuina was able to accept it despite her anger. But if Huo Yuhao still refuses her despite her being so proactive, then Ji Yuina will really be heartbroken. Huo Yuhao wasn't ungrateful. He knew that the reason Meng Hongqian, Wang Donger, and Di Chou'er hadn't sided with him after the incident with Shui Di was because of Ji Yuina's existence. Although everyone knows that he has a closer relationship with Shui Di, they also know that Ji Yuina is an insurmountable figure. Thinking of Ji Yuina's various actions over the past few years. How she put aside all her pride as the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of all soul beasts, and wholeheartedly helped him. No matter what requests she makes, Ji Yuina will do her best to fulfill them. Faced with such dedication, even the most hard-hearted Huo Yuhao would be softened by it. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao not only did not back down, but instead reached out and embraced Ji Yuina in front of him. Looking at Ji Yuina, who was trying to appear calm, Huo Yuhao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I won't refuse you again. Let's go and do what we should be doing. We can leave things here to others. Chapter 297. Isn't it because Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult are too useless? Damn it. What are those guys from Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult thinking? Why did they abandon their territory and come to our Hoshan Empire? It was clearly agreed beforehand that none of them would be allowed to enter the territory of the Hoshan Empire, so why break the agreement? Quote. When they learned that Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult had arrived in the territory of the Hoshan Empire, clearly intending to join them, the High Ra Enking officials of the Hoshan Empire were completely dumbfounded. The reason they started the war with the Sun Moon Empire was to appease Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult. To prevent them from dragging the Hoshan Empire down with them when they are desperate. As a result, they had barely started fighting when those guys from Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult defected to their side. What's going on? Although the Hoshan Empire, Shrek Academy, and the Holy Spirit cult are supposedly allies. However, in the minds of the high-ranking officials of the Hoshan Empire, the other RTY was nothing more than a consumable to deplete the core strength of the Sun Moon Empire. Even if they all die, the people of the Hoshan Empire will not feel the slightest sadness. However, they absolutely cannot accept Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult entering the Hoshan Empire. Just as Huo Yuhao had thought. Those in the Hoshan Empire believed they would surely achieve final victory. That is precisely why we absolutely cannot allow Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult to reap the rewards that belong to them. With this in mind, the high-ranking officials of the Hoshan Empire dared not waste any time and directly stopped the people from Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult. Tang Wei and the other two limit Douluos stared intently at Muan, Yi Qishui, and Long Xiaoyao, speaking in a solemn tone. Maun. According to our agreement, you should be resisting the army of the Sun Moon Empire on the border of the Silla Empire. Why have you come to our Hoshan Empire? Quote. Have you forgotten what I said at the previous tripartite meeting? As he spoke, Tang Wei turned his gaze to Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao, looking ready to pounce. Clearly, in Tang Wei's mind, Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao, the two limit Douluos, were a greater threat than Muan. After all, if Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao joined forces, they could pose a slight threat to them, but Shrek Academy, with only Muan remaining, would not have any impact on their Hoshan Empire at all. Upon hearing Tang Wei's words, Yi Qishui, who was being targeted by him, not only showed no sign of backing down, but instead adopted an even tougher attitude than him. Do you still have the right to make agreements? Yi Qishui looked furious, as if she might suddenly attack them at any moment. Yi Qishui glared at Tang Wei and retorted, word by word. We clearly agreed to fight the Sun Moon Empire together, but while our Holy Spirit cult and Shrek Academy were fighting to the death against the Sun Moon Empire's Soul Master Legion, what was your Hoshan Empire doing? You watch our war escalate without offering any intervention. Is this how you treat your allies? Do you want to see your allies destroyed by the Sun Moon Empire? Tang Wei's skin wasn't thick enough. Faced with Yi Qishui's bluntness, he was speechless. However, Tang Wei was also very clear that if he backed down at this point, it will become even more difficult to drive them away later. Realizing this, Tang Wei's expression turned serious, and he gave a cold snort. Isn't it because you guys are all useless? We originally thought you could hold out for longer and were looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the Sun Moon Empire. But it's precisely because you allies are so incompetent that we had no choice but to act prematurely. Now that the situation has reached this stalemate, you still have the nerve to turn around and blame us. The more Tang Wei spoke, the more reasonable he felt, until he even Tuoli became so confident in his own reasoning. That's right, that's exactly it. If Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult weren't so useless, the Haoshan Empire would have seized the opportunity long ago and destroyed the Sun Moon Empire in one fell swoop. The highest level of deception is to deceive yourself. It is clear that Tang Wei has mastered the ultimate technique of deception. Mu En, Yi Qishui, and Long Xiaoyao were clearly taken aback by Tang Wei's shameless words. Tang Wei's words silenced the three of them. After a brief silence, in order to prevent their conflict from escalating, Moon stepped forward and spoke. No matter what, things have already developed to this point. Whether it's your Haoshan Empire, our Shrek Academy, or the Holy Spirit cult, there's no turning back now. All we can do now is to mobilize all our powerful forces to deal with the Sun Moon Empire, otherwise, death awaits us. Tang Wei snorted disdainfully upon hearing this. You don't need to remind me of this. With our Haoshan Empire here, the Sun Moon Empire is destined to become history. Before the Haoshan Empire, all enemies are nothing but clay chickens and tiles. Tang Wei was interrupted by Moon before he could finish his self-praise. Moon is genuinely not interested in listening to his boasting right now, and has no intention of wasting his precious time on such meaningless things. Moon knew very well that the Sun Moon Empire had definitely noticed their movements. It probably won't be long before the Sun Moon Empire's two-pronged Soul Master legions regroup and launch a general offensive against them. If they cannot find a way to become gods before then, they may never have another chance. Thinking of this, Mu En looked at Tang Wei and said in a deep voice. Stop deceiving yourselves like this. Now that you have fought against the Sun Moon Empire, you should know very well just how terrifying their power is. Don't even mention your Haoshan Empire, even if the three of us combined. We are definitely no match for the current Sun Moon Empire. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's expression changed. This elder, who held the highest position in the Haoshan Empire, wanted to refute Mu En's words. However, Tang Wei also knew that at this point, there was no point in continuing to deceive himself, it would only make him a laughingstock. Even the other two elders at the limit Douluo level remained silent. After fighting against the 9th level Soul Master of the Sun Moon Empire who possessed 4-word battle armor, they had come to terms with reality. The power of the Sun and Moon Empire far exceeded their expectations. Seeing that these guys had calmed down, Moon wasted no time and asked directly. Where are your two sect leaders from the Haoshan sect? Why aren't they involved in this war? With the addition of Niu Tian and Titan, the Sun Moon Empire will definitely not be a match for us. Chapter 298 The Impatient Mu En and Yi Qishui. On his way to the Haoshan Empire, Mu En pondered for a long time but still couldn't understand why these guys wouldn't let Niu Tian and Titan join the battle. They both clearly possess power surpassing that of a limit Douluo. If the two of them participate in the war, their side will be able to easily defeat the Sun and Moon Empire. As a result, these idiots insisted on making some bullshit agreement with Niu Tian and Titan. They claim to be the Grand Master and Second Grand Master of the Haoshan sect, but they have no right to interfere in anything within the Haoshan Empire. Damn it. There's a fierce battle going on right in front of us, and these guys are already starting to seize power. Are they really not afraid of death? Upon hearing Mu En's question, Tang Wei and the other two elders' expressions changed. And they spoke in extremely harsh tones. This is an internal matter of our Haoshan Empire, and it's none of your business to interfere. Even if you are allies of our Haoshan Empire at this stage, we don't need you to make decisions for us on this kind of matter. Having finally managed to exclude Niu Tian and Titan, Tang Wei and his team certainly couldn't let those two ride roughshod over them anymore. They are members of the Tang family, and their true backer is Tang San, the sea god from the god realm. Who are Niu Tian and Titan? Do they have the right to point fingers at the Tang family? Mu En and Yi Qishui exchanged a glance, both of them vaguely guessing what these guys were thinking. It seems that getting the Niu Tian and Titans to join this war won't be so simple. However, their goal from the beginning was not this, but to obtain the method of becoming a god from Niu Tian and Titan. Although Yi Qishui longed to become a god, she also knew that if she spoke up, it would definitely have the opposite effect. So, while Yi Qishui remained silent, Mu En spoke again. Where are Niu Tian and Titan now? We have something very important to ask them. Upon hearing this, Tang Wei frowned, instinctively sensing that Mu En and the others were hiding some secret. If there's anything you need to say, you can tell me, and I'll relay it. Moon smirked. He saw the scoundrels of Shrek Academy in Tang Wei. For thousands of years, the Haoshan sect has remained in seclusion. Otherwise, with the brains of these guys, they probably have led the Hoshun sect to its doom long ago. These guys are exactly like Xuanzi. Moon shook his head inwardly and said patiently. This matter concerns whether the three of us can continue to exist. If you don't want the Hoshun Empire to perish so soon after its founding, then stop interfering. I know why you don't want Niu Tian and Titan to participate in this war, and they are both very clear about it. Do you really think that when your Hoshun Empire faces a crisis, Niu Tian and Titan will do their best to help? Moon's words sounded like he was trying to sow discord, but Oath Tang Wei and the other two elders knew very well that he was telling the truth. They had already thoroughly offended Niu Tian and Titan when they made their agreement with them. Moreover, according to the stories passed down through generations, although Niu Tian and Titan are the guardians of their Hoshun sect, they don't care about the lives of the Tang family members at all. As long as the Hoshun sect continues to exist, it will not have any impact on them. Now that these people have established the Hoshun Empire, they have chosen to almost completely sever ties with the Hoshun sect. Whether they can survive this war or not is of no consequence to Niu Tian and Titan. Tang Wei dared not gamble. The Hoshun sect, which had been in seclusion for thousands of years, had just entered the world. If it were to suffer a devastating blow from the Sun Moon Empire, Tang Wei would truly be doomed. Thinking of this, Tang Wei finally chose to compromise and looked at Mu En, saying in a deep voice. I'll take you to find the two of them. Regardless of what Mu En and Yi Qishui are planning, Tang Wei must ensure he stays by their side to prevent them from abandoning the Hoshun Empire and doing anything unexpected. Mu En had no reason to refuse Tang Wei's suggestion and immediately nodded in agreement. When Tang Wei learned that Yi Qishui and Long Xiaoyao were also going to find Niu Tian and Titan, he decisively refused. According to Tang Wei, Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult suddenly arrived in their Hoshun Empire. That means they will have to face the entire military force of the Sun Moon Empire. If everyone follows them to the capital to search for Niu Tian and Titan, wouldn't the border fall? Even though they knew Tang Wei was targeting the Holy Spirit cult, neither Mu En nor Yi Qishui could do anything about it, since they needed his help right now. After discussion, it was finally decided that Tang Wei would take Mu En and Yi Qishui to the capital of the Hoshun Empire. Long Xiaoyao stayed behind with two other elders from the Hoshun Empire to prepare for the Sun Moon Empire's attack. Long Xiaoyao was full of complaints about this, and he also wanted to get information about how to become a god as soon as possible. But Long Xiaoyao was also very clear that Tang Wei would absolutely not allow him to go to the capital of the Hoshun Empire with Yi Qishui. After being comforted by Yi Qishui, Long Xiaoyao eventually decided to stay. Mu En and Yi Qishui, who were already eager to ascend the steps to the divine throne, urged Tang Wei to leave as soon as possible. Their behavior further convinced Tang Wei that these two guys were hiding something from him. But what purpose could they possibly have in approaching those two guys, Niu Tian and Titan? Tang Wei was completely baffled by this and decided that once he arrived in the capital of the Hoshun Empire, he would stay by their side at all times. Although Niu Tian and Titan were excluded from the high-level ranks of the Hoshun Empire, they were very unhappy with Tang Wei and other members of the Tang family. But when they thought of Tang San's orders to guard the Clear Sky sect on the Douluo continent, no matter how angry they were, they could only endure it in the end. That is why, although they have been staying in the capital of the Hoshun Empire all this time, they have been paying close attention to the situation at the front. Especially after hearing that the Hoshun Empire had encountered many setbacks since going to war with the Sun Moon Empire. And that not only had it failed to achieve victory, but it had also been repeatedly defeated by the powerful Soul Master Legion of the Sun Moon Empire. Titan's mood immediately improved. Titan believed that if things continued this way, as long as the Sun Moon Empire made steady progress, Tang Wei and the others would definitely turn to him for help. When that time comes, we must thoroughly humiliate them and see if they dare to treat us and Niu Tian that way again. Just as Titan was contemplating the future, he sensed three figures with the strength of Limit Douluo arriving at his and Niu Tian's residence at top speed. Chapter 299 Bull Titan. The Blue-Silver Emperor is gone. Upon noticing the arrival of Tang Wei, Mu En, and Yi Qishui, Titan felt no joy, but rather something was amiss. Based on his understanding of Tang Wei and the other two elders, although the Hoshun Empire was at a disadvantage under the offensive of the Sun Moon Empire, it had not yet reached the point of collapse. Given Tang Wei and the others' personalities, they would absolutely not bow down to him and Niu Tian at this time. Not to mention that Mu En and Yi Qishui accompanied him here this time. Could it be that Moon finally persuaded him? Did he want to convince him to join Niu Tian in this war? Titan thought about it more and more and felt that this was very likely. However, even though he and Niu Tian both wanted to participate in this war in order to buy more time for the God Realm and Douluo continent to restore contact. However, with Jiu Yuina, the Silver Dragon King and the ruler of all soul beasts, present, neither of them dared to make any unusual moves. If they really angered Jiu Yuina, then the two of them would only have one way out: death. With this thought in mind, Titan frowned and walked out, while Niu Tian also walked out of another room at the same time. Titan crossed his arms and looked at Tang Wei with a playful expression, asking a question. What's wrong, Elder Tang Wei? Shouldn't you be leading your Hoshan Empire against the Sun Moon Empire at this time? Why did you suddenly decide to come to us? Don't forget the agreement we made before. We the Grand Master and Second Grand Master of the Hoshan sect, but it's none of our business to interfere in the affairs of your Hoshan Empire. Titan's merciless sarcasm caused Tang Wei's face to turn pale and then flushed. Even though he had anticipated that the other party wouldn't give him a friendly look when he arrived, Tang Wei was still furious when he actually faced them. He was the Grand Elder of the Hoshan sect, a level 99 limit Douluo, and even in the entire Douluo continent, he was considered the most powerful being. However, he has never had much influence in the Hoshan sect and has always been ordered around by the two sect leaders, Niu Tian and Titan. Why were Tang Wei and the others so eager to get rid of Niu Tian and Titan? Isn't it because these two guys never take them seriously and treat them like servants? Given Tang Wei's pride, he really wanted to turn around and leave. However, considering the predicament the Hoshan Empire was about to face, and he unknown schemes of Mu En and Yi Qishui, Tang Wei forced himself to endure it, no matter how angry he was. Tang Wei took a deep breath and looked at Niu Tian and Titan expressionlessly. Mu En and Yi Qishui have something to discuss with you. I'm only back this time to bring them to see you. After he finished speaking, no matter how much Titan mocked him, Tang Wei ignored him and simply stood aside, completely like an outsider. Seeing this, Moon's eyes flickered. It seems that the conflict between the elders of the Hoshan sect and the two sect leaders is even greater than I imagined. Make a note of this. You never know when you might need it. After silently noting this down, Moon coughed twice and stepped forward to speak. I have come here today because I have something important to discuss with you too. Niu Tian raised an eyebrow and asked with a hint of doubt. What made you abandon the battlefield in Xingluo and come to Hoshan Empire with Yi Qishui? Upon hearing Niu Tian mention the battlefield of the Star Luo Empire, the smile on Mu En's face vanished instantly, and under the gaze of Niu Tian and Titan, he shook his head slightly. We have already abandoned the Star Luo Empire. The powerful figures of Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult have now joined forces with the Hoshan Empire to prepare to jointly deal with the Sun Moon Empire's attack. So you're giving up already? Niu Tian and Titan exchanged a glance, both of them somewhat surprised by Moon's answer. Logically speaking, with the Golden Tree, Shrek Academy shouldn't have fallen into a situation where it had to abandon everything and run away. Could it be that Jiu Yuina made a move? But that doesn't make sense either. If Jiu Yuina really made a move, how could the Silver Dragon King, with his power, have allowed Mu En and the others to escape to the Hoshan Empire alive? Thinking of this, Niu Tian carefully considered his words and asked. Doesn't your Shrek Academy still have the Golden Tree? Even if you're at a disadvantage in battle, as long as you have the Golden Tree, you shouldn't be in such a predicament, right? Moon, what exactly happened? Upon hearing the name, Golden Tree, again, Moon's expression turned even more grim. The fact that the Golden Tree was uprooted was known only to the powerful figures from Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult. Although the Hoshan Empire was their ally, these guys were unwilling to even go to war with the Sun Moon Empire before, and the intelligence they had collected was already outdated. Now that things had come to this, Moon had no intention of hiding it anymore and directly told the whole story of what had happened at Shrek Academy some time ago. However, to his surprise, when Niu Tian and Titan heard news that the Golden Tree had been taken away, their expressions changed drastically, and cold sweat poured from their foreheads. Moon felt a flash before his eyes, and Titan appeared directly in front of him, grabbed his collar, and shouted, Moon, is what you're saying true? The Golden Tree has really been taken away by someone else. Mu En could clearly see that the eyes of the second sect master of Hoshan sect in front of him were filled with fear and panic. It was as if the Golden Tree had been taken away, a devastating blow to him. Moon didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked past Titan and towards Niu Tian behind him, wanting to know how Niu Tian would behave. What came into view was Niu Tian, whose face was filled with bewilderment. Their reactions confirmed Moon's suspicions. That means there must be some relationship between them and the golden tree that he doesn't know about. That golden ancient tree, just like the justice that Shrek Academy has always promoted, is probably all fake. The will generated by the golden tree is not from the so-called predecessors of Shrek Academy, but a conspiracy deliberately arranged by someone. But who exactly is it? Who would have been plotting against Shrek Academy for thousands of years? Why would the generations of powerful figures from Shrek Academy offer their souls to the golden tree to devour after their deaths? Moon couldn't understand the question, but he felt that Niu Tian and Titan must know, so he looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice. Of course it's true. How could I joke about something as important as the golden tree to Shrek Academy? While we were engaged in a fierce battle with the Sun Moon Empire alongside the Holy Spirit cult, our rear was suddenly attacked by someone. And the golden ancient tree vanished without a trace. Chapter 300. He's numb, yet he still wants to wake Tang Hao. They were both numb. Niu Tian and Titan were both numb. What did they hear? The ancient golden tree was uprooted. Doesn't this mean that Tang San's mother has been kidnapped? If Tang San finds out about this, it will probably be even more serious than Wang Donger losing control. Wang Donger could also say that it was because Huo Yuhao, the chosen one, went to the Sun Moon Empire that she dropped out of Shrek Academy and entered the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guidance Department Academy instead. But what about the Blue Silver Emperor? Without their knowledge, the Blue Silver Emperor, who resided within the golden ancient tree, was taken away. If Tang San found out, wouldn't he torture them both to death? Even Niu Tian, who is usually calm and composed, quickly looked at Mu En and asked anxiously. Moon, do you know who did this? Who took the golden tree? Moon shook his head slightly. I don't know, I wasn't even there at the time. But I am certain that the other party must be from the Sun Moon Empire. Because after they took the golden tree away, the other side used fixed-position soul-guided cannons to raise Shrek Academy to the ground. Oh no, this really is the worst-case scenario. Niu Tian had always suspected that Jiu Yuina was behind this. Even if Blue Silver Emperor is not good at fighting, she is still stronger than Niu Tian and Titan. Looking across the entire Douluo continent, the only people who could forcibly take her away from Shrek Academy, besides the currently sleeping Tang Hao, are Jiu Yuina from the Sun Moon Empire camp. Logically speaking, Niu Tian and Titan should go to Jiu Yuina immediately to get the Blue Silver Emperor back. Even if the other party is unlikely to release them, they still have to pretend to negotiate with Jiu Yuina. Only in this way can they give Tang San a plausible explanation after the God Realm and Douluo continent resume contact. But since Jiu Yuina has already made a move against the Blue Silver Emperor, who can guarantee that she will let Niu Tian and Titan go? If they went to negotiate and were instead killed by Jiu Yuina, then Niu Tian and Titan would have nowhere to turn for help. What should we do, brother? This must have been done by the Silver Dragon King. Should we go to her and demand the release of the hostage? Titan used his mental power to communicate with Niu Tian, asking what choice they should make in this situation. Niu Tian remained silent for a long time, then his eyes sharpened. And he gritted his teeth and said, "There's no other way but to wake up the sleeping Tang Hao. With just the two of us, there is absolutely no way we can get the Blue Silver Emperor back from the Silver Dragon King. In fact, because of our identities, the Silver Dragon King might even turn against us. Only with Tang Hao's help, and with his power and status, is it possible to make the Silver Dragon King hesitate and choose to release the prisoners." Upon hearing this, Titan opened his mouth, but hesitated. But, do we really have to do this? According to Tang San's plan, now is not the time to awaken Tang Hao. Niu Tian glanced at Titan with a helpless expression. Now that things have come to this, do we have any other choice? We can only walk up Tang Hao and try to buy as much time as possible until the God Realm and Douluo continent re-establish contact. Then our mission will be complete. Otherwise, since the Silver Dragon King has already made his move, we will definitely not be able to escape. If Niu Tian had any lingering hope before, now that he had learned that the Blue Silver Emperor had been captured by the Silver Dragon King, he no longer had any hope at all. However, unlike Jiu Yuina, even if he and Titan joined forces, they couldn't see each other's backs. The only thing we can do now is to awaken Tang Hao and hold on for as long as possible. Ideally until the connection between the God Realm and Douluo continent is restored. Otherwise, if they were to die at the hands of the Silver Dragon King, it's hard to guarantee that Tang San wouldn't remember to revive them. For Tang San, the two of them weren't of much value. Although Mu En, Yi Qishui, and Tang Wei were unaware of what Niu Tian and Titan had secretly discussed. However, Just by looking at the changes in their expressions, one could guess that the golden tree's fate had clearly exceeded their expectations. Tang Wei didn't know what the golden tree meant, but he felt that he had made the right decision to come. Fortunately, he chose to bring Mu En and Yi Qishui with him, otherwise he would have missed something very important. After exchanging a glance with Yi Qishui, Mu En looked at Niu Tian and Titan and spoke again. Didn't you say before that there are god-level experts in the Sun Moon Empire? Perhaps the one who took away He Golden Ancient Tree is the god-level expert you mentioned. Such a Sun Moon Empire is definitely not something we can deal with. The reason why Yi Qishui and I came here is to ask you a question. That is, how can one cross the threshold of limit Douluo and enter the realm of gods? Upon hearing this, Tang Wei's pupils contracted sharply, and his face instantly filled with disbelief and a look of existential skepticism. Does the Sun Moon Empire have god-level powerhouses? Why didn't Niu Tian and Titan tell him? Furthermore, judging from Moon's behavior, could it be that Niu Tian and Titan hold the secret to becoming gods? The problem is, he had subtly inquired about it with Niu Tian and Titan so many times before, and they had always said that it was impossible. Damn it, SA2 guys are the Grand Master and Second Grand Master of the Hoshan sect, and it's one thing if they don't work for the benefit of the Hoshan sect members. After discovering the secret to becoming a god, he never revealed it to them. These two guys are courting death. Tang Wei cursed inwardly, but his gaze toward Niu Tian and Titan became as fervent as that toward Mu En and Yi Qishui. Become a god. If Tang Wei can become a god, then the Hoshan sect will surely unify the entire continent. Their Tang family is destined to become the sole ruler of the Douluo continent. Just thinking about that possibility made Tang Wei's body tremble slightly with excitement. Niu Tian and Titan were somewhat taken aback by the gazes of Mu En, Yi Qishui, and Tang Wei. They truly hadn't expected that Mu En and Yi Qishui would come to the Hoshan Empire at such a crucial moment, only to obtain the secret of how to become a god from them. The key issue is that they have absolutely no clue about it either. Furthermore, even if there were still ways to become a god on Douluo continent has lost contact with the god realm. Until that connection is restored, it is absolutely impossible for anyone to become a god. At least on this point, Niu Tian and Titan were quite certain. However, after pondering for a moment, Niu Tian looked at the three of them and spoke. Come with me to a place. You will find out whether you can become gods when you meet that person. Chapter 301 The Destroyed Hoshan Fortress. The person Niu Tian was preparing to take them to see was naturally Tang Hao, who was sleeping beneath the Hoshan sect. Niu Tian could sense that Mu En was now very wary and defensive towards him because of the Golden Tree incident. Tang Wei and the other elders of the Hoshan sect were also very dissatisfied with their two sect leaders. They have never really trusted them much, otherwise they wouldn't have forbidden them from interfering in any of the affairs of the Hoshan Empire after its establishment. Normally, Niu Tian would never care about such trivial matters. But now the Sun and Moon Empire is eyeing it covetously. If they remain so wary of themselves, thus failing to fully commit to the war against the Sun and Moon Empire, they will inevitably be defeated in this war. Niu Tian just wanted them to hold on for as long as possible. Ideally until the connection between the God Realm and Douluo continent was restored. That's why taking them to see Tang Hao and having him explain things to them became the best solution. In any case, both Shrek Academy and Clear Sky Sect regard Tang Hao and Tang San as their ancestors. When they meet Tang Hao later, won't these guys have to respectfully obey him? Although Mu En was still wary of Niu Tian and Titan, he agreed to go to Hoshan sect with them. When Tang Wei learned that the person Niu Tian was going to take him to see was from the Hoshan sect, his expression became even more unpleasant. And his dissatisfaction with Niu Tian and Titan was about to overflow. As the Grand Elder of the Hoshan sect, he was surprised to learn that the sect possessed secrets unknown even to him. Just what was he, the Grand Elder, really? Are Niu Tian and Titan using puppets to control the Tang family? However, faced with the possibility of becoming a god, Tang Wei could only force himself to endure it. No matter how unhappy he was. As for Yi Qishui, she didn't care at all about Niu Tian and Titan's identities and schemes. She only cared about whether she could benefit from it and seized the opportunity to become a god in one fell swoop. Seeing that none of the three refused, Niu Tian and Titan wasted no time and led them directly to the location of Hoshan Fortress. During their journey to Hoshan Fortress, Niu Tian and Titan never stopped communicating in secret. The two of them had been discussing countermeasures and how to explain to Tang Hao later that the Golden Ancient Tree had been stolen by the Silver Dragon King. You have to understand that Lan Yinhuang is Tang Hao's wife. It's probably humiliating for any man to have his wife taken away by someone else. I just hope that Tang Hao can be more rational and doesn't want to push the blame onto the two of them. Blame Tang Wei and the other members of the Tang family. If Tang Wei and the others hadn't insisted on making a ridiculous agreement with them, prohibiting them from interfering in anything of the Haoshan Empire, how could they have only learned about the golden ancient tree now? Unfortunately, Niu Tian and Titan were well aware that whether it was Tang Hao or Tang San, they would eventually use this incident to their advantage and vent their anger on them. That's what it's like to be someone else's dog. It's completely impossible to control your own destiny. However, when Niu Tian, Titan, and Mu N's group arrived at Haoshan Fortress, they were all stunned by the current state of the fortress. The once ancient yet grand Haoshan Fortress has now collapsed and become ruins. The once magnificent cloud recesses is now a scene of utter devastation and utter disrepair. Both Niu Tian and Titan were stunned by what they saw. What the hell is going on here? Who attacked Haoshan Fortress without their knowledge? After a brief silence, Tang Wei let out a scream and charged directly towards the ruins of Haoshan Fortress. Damn it! You bastards! Who is it? Who dares to attack Haoshan Fortress? They deserve to die. You'd better pray that I don't find out who did it, or I'll tear you to pieces. Tang Wei frantically dug through the rubble, trying to restore everything that was crushed underneath. The Tang family members who stayed behind weren't that important, they were far inferior in both talent and strength. However, Haoshan Fortress still contains the things that their Haoshan sect depends on for survival. This place contains the treasures that allowed THM to communicate with the divine realm and obtain divinely bestowed soul rings. If they lose that thing, what difference will there be between their Haoshan sect and other sects? Seeing Tang Wei's crazed state, Mu En did not gloat. Instead, he felt a sense of shared sorrow. Tang Wei now feels the same way he did when he learned that Shrek Academy had become ruins. Even though these guys from the Clear Sky sect have already established the Clear Sky Empire, and are ambitiously trying to replace the Sun Moon Empire as the sole ruler on the Douluo continent. But Haoshan Fortress, located deep in the clouds, is probably an indispensable home for these Tang family members. Unaware of the truth, Mu En sighed and silently watched the scene unfold. Niu Tian and Titan, who were also looking at Tang Wei, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Brother, when Haoshan Fortress was destroyed, will it affect that person's slumber? Niu Tian pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then shook his head. No. Don't forget there's a barrier around where he's sleeping. Besides the two of us, only the one inside the golden tree could enter the barrier and awaken it. Even if Haoshan Fort were destroyed, or even if this mountain were blown up, it probably wouldn't have the slightest impact on that person. Upon hearing this, Titan breathed a deep sigh of relief. After arriving here, Titan was filled with a sense of foreboding, and Niu Tian's words undoubtedly gave him a last bit of confidence. However, their conversation filled Mu En and Yi Qishui with doubt. That person, Niu Tian, who exactly is this person you're talking about? Is he the one who holds the secret to becoming a god? Niu Tian nodded slightly upon hearing this. You could say that. Things have developed to this point. And he has become the last hope, whether it's Shrek Academy, the Holy Spirit Cult, or the Clear Sky Sect. Niu Tianjun wasn't lying. If even Tang Hao couldn't get Jiu Yuina to back down, then with the God Realm and Douluo continent now cut off from each other, they would have no chance of stopping the Sun Moon Empire. Mu En and Yi Qishui urged them to go and wake each other up. Tang Wei, who had searched the entire Haoshan fortress but could not find the divinely bestowed soul ring treasure, was furious and followed the two to the passage. He wanted to see which Basta road was hiding beneath their Haoshan fortress. However, once they entered the passage, Niu Tian and Titan's faces turned deathly pale. Chapter 302 Niu Tian and Titan are afraid. Why is this happening? Where's the barrier? Why has the barrier disappeared? What exactly happened? After Niu Tian and Titan led Mu En, Yi Qishui, and Tang Wei to the passage. She was still pondering how to explain the golden ancient tree to Tang Hao. However, as they walked, they found no obstacles. The barrier that Tang San had personally created had inexplicably disappeared. Upon discovering this strange situation, as if sensing something, Niu Tian and Titan's faces immediately turned deathly pale. Seeing the two of them, even Mu En, Yi Qishui, and Tang Wei were somewhat at a loss. The three of them were well aware that Niu Tian and Titan were far stronger than them. So what's going on now? What kind of terrifying thing could have happened to frighten these two guys who have already entered the realm of gods to this extent? Unfortunately, Niu Tian and Titan were in no mood to answer their questions at that moment. In order to find out the truth, Niu Tian and Titan didn't dare to waste an why time and rushed inside without hesitation. When they entered the room where Tang Hao was supposed to be sleeping, they did not find him. This undoubtedly confirms their suspicions. This left Niu Tian and Titan frozen in place, completely stunned. This situation continued for a long time until Tang Wei asked somewhat impatiently. What are you two doing? Didn't you say someone was sleeping here? Where is that person? Whoosh. Titan whirled around, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace as he glared at Tang Wei and roared. How should I know? Shut the hell up. Boom. Titan released the pressure purely out of instinct. But the priest-level power still caused Tang Wei to uncontrollably take 2 steps back. Feeling the gazes of Mu En and Yi Qishui, Tang Wei felt utterly humiliated. Damn it. Titan is still the same as before, completely disregarding their feelings. That's fucking damn bad. If he weren't outmatched, Tang Wei wouldn't mind showing this guy the power of the clear sky hammer. But now it's clear that Niu Tian and Titan have been provoked by something, so Tang Wei naturally doesn't dare to provoke them any further. After a while, Moon looked at Niu Tian and Titan, whose lips were trembling, and asked with a frown. Who is sleeping here? Mu En's words startled Niu Tian, who took several deep breaths to calm his agitated emotions. Tang Hao. The person sleeping here is Tang Hao. Tang Hao. Why does this name sound strangely familiar? Whether it was Mu En, Yi Qishui, or Tang Wei, upon hearing this name, they all felt as if they had heard it somewhere before. After a moment of recollection, as if suddenly remembering something, Moon's pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Tang Hao. Is he the Haoshan Douluo? The father of Tang San? The sea god? Niu Tian nodded slightly, his expression inscrutable. It's him. After receiving Niu Tian's affirmative answer, Tang Wei shouted loudly before Mu En could respond. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ancestor Tang Hao has already gone to the god realm with ancestor Tang San. How could he possibly be sleeping here? Do you even know what you're talking about? Besides, Tang Hao's ancestor was a figure from 10,000 years ago. How could you possibly know him? Tang Wei's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He looked furious and want nothing more than to rush up and fight Niu Tian to the death. They actually dared to use the name of Tang Hao's ancestor to deceive them. Those two bastards, Niu Tian and Titan, are already courting death. Titan glanced at Tang Wei with a mocking look and said coldly. What right do you have to ask us to deceive you? Don't we know more about Tang Hao and Tang San than you do? The one who as sleeping here was indeed Tang Hao from 10,000 years ago. Tang Wei was still somewhat skeptical, but seeing Titan's confident demeanor and the legends passed down through generations of the Haoshan sect, he unconsciously began to trust them a little. No one in the Haoshan sect knows how long the two sect leaders, Niu Tian and Titan, have lived. It's unclear in which era they appeared at the Haoshan sect. The only thing we know is that they have lived for over 1,000 years, and during that time, they have occupied the positions of Grand Master and Second Grand Master of the Hao Tian sect without belonging to the Tang family. Legend has it that they made a pact with the ancestors of the Tang family to protect the descendants of the Tang family as the sect leader of the Haoshan sect. Could it be that the one who made the agreement with these two guys was Tang Hao's ancestor? After subduing these two, Tang Hao's ancestor fell into a deep sleep beneath Haoshan Fortress. The thought of this possibility left Tang Wei with mixed feelings. On the one hand, they were excited by the appearance of their ancestor Tang Hao, feeling that their Haoshan Empire had the hope of defeating the Sun Moon Empire and completely unifying the continent. On the other hand, he did not want Tang Hao, the legendary ancestor, to appear. They finally reached an agreement with Niu Tian and Titan, forbidding them from interfering in anything of the Haoshan Empire. But then Tang Hao, an ancestor from 10,000 years ago, appeared. What attitude should they take towards Tang Hao? Hold Tang Hao become the supreme emperor of the Haoshan Empire. It must be said that power is indeed dazzling. Tang Wei hadn't even met Tang Hao yet, but he was already thinking about how to treat Tang Hao after unifying the continent. Meanwhile, Mu En and Yi Qishui, who were shocked by the name Tang Hao, were also pondering a question. Since Tang Hao had been to the god realm, even though we don't know why he returned to Douluo continent, he must also know the secret of how to become a god, right? If they can obtain this secret from Tang Hao, they will definitely have a chance to become gods. The appearance of the legendary figure from 10,000 years ago truly gave Mu En and Yi Qishui hope of becoming gods. Thinking of this, Yi Qishui looked at Niu Tian anxiously and asked. Where is Tang Hao now? Didn't you say he was sleeping here? Why haven't we seen him? Upon hearing this, Niu Tian and Titan's faces changed from pale to ashen, and they finally gritted their teeth and growled. Have no idea. Tang Hao should be right here right now. It's impossible for anyone else to wake him up. And with the barrier in place, no one would even know he's here. But now the barrier has disappeared. And Tang Hao has also left inexplicably. Something important must have happened here. Moreover, Tang Hao has most likely already been in trouble. Chapter 303 Gu Yuina's power is beyond your imagination. Niu Tian and Titan didn't want to be so pessimistic, since Tang Hao was the only person they could rely on right now. However, according to their agreement with Tang San and Tang Hao, at least at this point in time, it was absolutely impossible for Tang Hao to wake up from his slumber. Upon hearing Niu Tian say that Tang Hao was likely in trouble, Tang Wei, whose emotions had already fluctuated wildly, couldn't help but shout again. What nonsense are you talking about? How could anything have happened to our ancestor Tang Hao? Didn't you say that the power of Tang Hao's ancestor was greater than the combined power of the two of you? How could anyone on this Douluo continent possibly harm an ancestor like Tang Hao? Although Tang Wei did not want the Haoshan Empire to inexplicably gain Tang Hao, the retired emperor. However, regardless of the circumstances, Tang Hao had become the hope for the Haoshan Empire to win this war, and of course, he didn't want to see anything happen to Tang Hao. Mu En and Yi Qishui also agreed with Tang Wei's words. Even if Tang Hao was missing, with the power he possessed, he shouldn't be in any danger, right? However, Tang Wei's words seemed to remind Niu Tian and Titan that there were still people on the Douluo continent who could deal with, or even kill, Tang Hao. Niu Tian and Titan suddenly turned their heads and looked at each other. A name appearing in their minds at the same time. Silver Dragon King. With the God Realm and Douluo continent now disconnected, if there's anyone who could make Tang Hao disappear inexplicably, it would probably be the Silver Dragon King. But Tang San had clearly promised that no one would notice Tang Hao sleeping in the barrier. Even a first-level god could never do that. Why did the Silver Dragon King suddenly come here? Could it be? Suddenly, a possibility occurred to Niu Tian, causing his expression to change once again. The possibility. Why was so astonishing that even Niu Tian himself couldn't believe it? Pulse. Niu Tian swallowed hard. Besides Tang San and the other two, there was one other person who knew that Tang Hao was sleeping here. That was the Blue Silver Emperor, who was parasitic in the Golden Ancient Tree, and whose Silver Dragon King had taken away Silver. The logic is complete. It's highly likely that the Silver Dragon King learned from Yin that Tang Hao was sleeping here. That's why he inexplicably came here, broke into the barrier, and then killed Tang Hao after waking him up. Niu Tian couldn't think of any other possibility besides this one. First they stole the golden tree, then they targeted the sleeping Tang Hao. Will the two brothers be next? The thought that he might have become the Silver Dragon King's target filled Niu Tian with despair. Whether it's Yin or Tang Hao, either one is stronger than the two of them combined. Even so, they were still at the mercy of the Silver Dragon King. Let alone these two good-for-nothings. Given this situation, is it really necessary to resist? Or rather, can they really withstand the Sun and Moon Empire after the Silver Dragon King's departure? Thinking back to how the mere pressure emanating from the Silver Dragon King had prevented him and Titan from making any unnecessary moves, Niu Tian felt utterly disheartened. Titan is a bit better off because he's not as smart as Niu Tian and can't think that far ahead. However, judging from the reactions of these two, Mu En, Yi Qishui, and Tang Wei were all somewhat at a loss. The Y had absolutely no idea what those two guys were thinking that caused this change in their minds. For a moment, the house fell into an eerie silence. This atmosphere lasted for a long time before Moon finally spoke. Is the person who attacked Tang Hao the god in the Sun Moon Empire that you mentioned? Moon's voice was low and his mood became extremely solemn. He found it hard to imagine Saint how powerful that god in the Sun Moon Empire was, capable of causing an accident for Tang Hao. Furthermore, shouldn't one go to the realm of gods after becoming a god? Why does the other party insist on interfering in the struggles of ordinary people on the Douluo continent? In response to Mu En's question, Niu Tian nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be her. Her power far exceeds your imagination. Niu Tian's words, which boosted the morale of others while diminishing his own, made Mu En, Yi Qishui, and Tang Wei feel uneasy. Why does it feel like Niu Tian is preparing to give up resistance? Intending to lie down and let the Sun Moon Empire conquer them? Tang Wei, who also felt the same way, changed his expression drastically and quickly looked at Niu Tian and said, "What do you plan to do?" Are you going to abandon us and turn to the Sun Moon Empire? Don't forget, you made a pact with our ancestors to protect the safety of our Hoshin sect no matter what happens. Even if the Sun Moon Empire has a god stronger than our ancestor Tang Hao, in the god realm, we still have our ancestor Tang San. Tang Wei's words seemed to remind Yuan, whose eyes lit up and he hurriedly said. Tang Wei is right. Since you have also stepped into the realm of gods, you must also have the means to communicate with the divine realm, right? If that's the case, why not inform the god realm about what happened on Douluo continent and let the god realm send someone to deal with that god of the Sun Moon Empire? Isn't it said that after becoming a god, one is forbidden from interfering in the affairs of Douluo continent? Moon felt he had found a way to break the deadlock. If the events that have occurred on the Douluo continent can be reported to the god realm, the gods of the Sun Moon Empire will surely be punished. In any case, the other side only has one god. However, on their side of Douluo continent, there are the original Shrek 7 devils who became gods together 10,000 years ago. Tang Hao is currently being ambushed by the other party, and it is very likely that something unexpected has happened to him. After Tang San makes his move, will the other gods not support him? Mu En and Tang Wei's optimistic attitude made Niu Tian and Titan very envious. They actually hoped to tell Tang San about these things, and then wash their hands of the matter. Letting Tang San personally bring everything back on track. But it's simply impossible to do now. Under the watchful eyes of Mu En, Tang Wei, and Yi Qishui, Niu Tian gave a wry smile. I want to do that too. But I just can't. The God Realm and Douluo continent lost contact several years ago. The means that used to connect with the realm of gods are now completely useless. Otherwise, how could things have developed to this point? As Niu Tian finished speaking, both Mu En and Tang Wei fell into despair. All means had failed, and the opposing camp possessed a god far beyond their imagination. Was the outcome of this war with the Sun Moon Empire already predetermined? Chapter 304 Internal Strife. A desperate struggle. The atmosphere of despair continued to spread, causing both Moon and Tang Wei to become disheartened. Especially Tang Wei, the Grand Elder of the Hoshin sect, clenched his fists, his face contorted in a ferocious expression, and the veins on his forehead bulging, demonstrating the extent of his rage. Tang Wei glared angrily at Niu Tian and Titan, and growled, word by word. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you two basta RDS insisting on bringing the Hoshin sect into the mortal world, our Hoshin sect would still be here safely. How could we possibly need to face the gods of the Sun Moon Empire? You two damned bastards. Are you the guardians of our Hoshin sect, or the gravediggers of our Hoshin sect? If Tang Wei hadn't maintained his last shred of rationality, he probably would have already attacked Niu Tian and Titan. Their Hoshin sect had been living in seclusion, doing just fine, but because Titan unilaterally proposed forming an alliance with Shrek Academy, they were forced to enter the world to fight against the Sun Moon Empire. If they hadn't entered the mortal world, even if the Sun and Moon Empire eventually unified the continent, their Hoshin sect would never have been destroyed. But now, things have taken a turn for the worse. The Hoshin Empire they established has become the primary target, a goal that the Sun Moon Empire is determined to destroy no matter what. Niu Tian had no intention of arguing with Tang Wei, and didn't even want to look at him. Titan, however, glared angrily at Tang Wei without showing any weakness, and said furiously. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Believe me, I'll kill you right now. Since he was going to die anyway, Tang Wei was no longer as afraid of Titan as before. He immediately prepared to unleash the clear sky hammer and have a good fight with him. However, at that moment, Yi Qishui on the other side suddenly sneered. What a bunch of useless trash. Whether you want to surrender, commit suicide, or even run away, it's up to you. In any case, our Holy Spirit cult will never bow down to the Sun Moon Empire. Even if we die, we will die standing, and before we die, we will definitely bite off a piece of the Sun Moon Empire. By the end, Yi Qishui's face was filled with madness, showing absolutely no fear of that god from the Sun Moon Empire. In fact, Ji Yuina's existence actually fueled Yi Qishui's fighting spirit. Although the hope of becoming a god has been lost, if one can have a final battle with the gods before dying, then one's death will not have been in vain. Moreover, Yi Qishui really didn't believe it. Even if it cost her her life, she was determined to hurt Ji Yuina. So-called gods are definitely not invincible. Yi Qishui firmly believed this. Looking at Yi Qishui, who, though old, still possessed the same boldness as in her youth, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Yuan's eyes. Wasn't that the reason he fell for Yi Qishui back then? There's no turning back now. No matter what we do, Shrek Academy is destined to perish, and he, as the pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek Academy, will also be doomed. Rather than waiting to die, it's better to take a gamble, as Yi Qishui suggested. Even if it's beyond saving, we must make the Sun Moon Empire pay a heavy price. At worst, they could learn from Tang San's ancestor from 10,000 years ago and threaten the other side with the lives of the common people of the Sun Moon Empire. Thinking of this, Moon said in a deep voice. Yi Qishui is right, Shrek Academy will not back down either. We will fight the Sun Moon Empire to the end. And we have nothing to fear even if we die. Niu Tian and Titan could sense the determination of Muan and Yi Qishui, and couldn't help but feel a little admiration for them. It's a pity. If it were 10,000 years ago, with their talent and temperament, they really would have had a chance to become gods. Unfortunately, their path was cut off after Tang San and the other Shrek 7 devils became gods. At least until Tang San gives his permission, it is absolutely impossible for any human to become a god on the Douluo continent. Titan looked at Tang Wei W. Ith a mocking expression and said sarcastically. Did you see that, Tang Wei? Compared to those two, you, the so-called Grand Elder of the Haoshan sect, are nothing but utter trash. Oh no, that's just how you Tang family people have always been. Right now, you're just like those elders of the Haoshan sect 10,000 years ago. When faced with trouble, you only know how to cower like a tortoise. And you don't even have the courage to fight to the death. A piece of trash is a piece of trash, no matter how powerful it becomes, that will never change. Titan's merciless words caused Tang Wei's expression to change constantly, and his fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly. Having lost face and had his dignity trampled underfoot by Titan without hesitation, Tang Wei felt an urge to fight Titan to the death. But as Titan said, he simply didn't have that kind of courage. Niu Tian was very disappointed with Tang Wei's appearance. He shook his head and said in a deep voice. Tang Wei, just like the two of us, Shrek Academy, and the Holy Spirit cult, the Haoshan Empire now has no way out. What you can do now is to mobilize all available resources to deal with the Sun and Moon Empire. Try to hold out for longer, until the connection between the God Realm and Douluo continent is restored. When the time comes, you will be the ones who win this war. Furthermore, that way you can also fulfill your ambitions, allowing the Haoshan Empire to rule the continent and the Tang family to become the supreme rulers of the Douluo continent. The tactic of hitting so Mion with a stick first and then giving them a treat is something Niu Tian isn't quite adept at yet, but it's enough to deal with Tang Wei. Moreover, just as he said, the Haoshan Empire has no our choice but to fight back against the Sun Moon Empire's attack with all its might. Tang Wei remained silent for a long time, then took a deep breath and spoke with an uncertain expression. I will lead the people of the Haoshan Empire to resist the attack of the Sun Moon Empire with all my might. But I hope Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult won't hold us back. As he spoke, Tang Wei turned his gaze to Niu Tian and Titan. And said coldly, you two culprits cannot remain uninvolved in this war either. Even if the two of you are no match for that god of the Sun and Moon Empire, you must participate in this war and help us deal with the Sun and Moon Empire. This was the last condition proposed by Tang Wei, and it was also the condition that Niu Tian and Titan had to agree to. Knowing that gods exist in the Sun and Moon Empire, Niu Tian and Titan have become their last hope. Since we've already decided to fight to the death, is there any need to continue playing along with them? Even Muan and Yi Qishui were watching the two of them, as they also wanted Niu Tian and Titan to participate in this war. Faced with this situation, Niu Tian and Titan exchanged a glance, and without much hesitation, nodded in agreement. All right. We'll fight alongside you against the Sun Moon Empire. Chapter 305 The Naive Jiyu Yuina, the Steam Princess Ice Emperor. Snow Empress, Huo Yuhao and Jiyu Yuina have already left. Aren't you angry? Wang Donger leaned close to Shui Di and asked a question. Upon hearing her question, before Shui Di could respond, the other members of the girl group also perked up their ears to listen. This isn't about them sowing discord or gossiping. It's because it concerns their future choices. Huo Yuhao has already made his choice regarding the main wife. And the winner is undoubtedly Shui Di. If these women want to get close to Huo Yuhao again, they will definitely need the Snow Emperor's approval. Although she could still get close to Huo Yuhao without Shui Di's knowledge. That would definitely affect the friendly relationship between the girls in the group. After all these years together, the members of the girl group have become like family to each other. So of course they wouldn't break up at this time. Faced with Wang Donger's probing, Shui Di did not hesitate at all and answered with a smile. Why be angry? I can see Jiyu Yuina's feelings for her brother. So of course I won't stop them from getting together. In other words, as long as it's something that's genuinely good for my brother, I'd be happy to see it happen. Shui Di knew very well that some things were simply unstoppable. Given Huo Yuhao's excellence, even without the diary, a large portion of the girls in the group would still be drawn to him. Not to mention that everyone else now has deep feelings for Huo Yuhao, so instead of trying to stop them in a futile effort, Shui Di has already accepted their existence. Shui Di's words brought a smile to Wang Donger and the others' faces. And they breathed a long sigh of relief. Very good. Since Shui Di doesn't care, then once Jiu Yuna and Huo Yuhao return, they can finally officially launch their offensive against Huo Yuhao. Although she didn't compete with Shui Di and Jiu Yuna for the first and second places. However, who will become the third person to master the fusion technique with Huo Yuhao is still unknown. Wang Donger, Meng Hongchen, Di Chou'er, Zhang Lexuan, Xu Tianjun, and others have already begun to think about how to win over Huo Yuhao. While the girl group members were brainstorming solutions, Huo Yuhao had already begun guiding Jiu Yuina, a beautiful girl who wasn't particularly stunning, through the preliminary steps of performing the fusion technique. Hearing Huo Yuhao's description, Jiu Yuina seemed a little embarrassed, but tried to remain calm and asked. Are you sure you're doing this? I have a feeling you're deliberately messing with me. The things Huo Yuhao asked her to do were things that Jiu Yuina would never have dared to even imagine. If we're talking about cultivation, soul tools, or combat, Jiu Yuina can be described as exceptionally talented. Even on the entire Douluo continent, there is absolutely no one who can rival her. However, when it comes to matters of love between men and women, Jiu Yuina is far inferior. Not only does she have no experience, but she has also never received any education. She also knew that Huo Yuhao had just undergone a union ceremony with Shui Di, so of course she didn't doubt whether Huo Yuhao had experience. However, what Huo Yuhao asked her to do was something that Jiu Yuina found rather embarrassing. Do I really have to squat down, eat it, and savor it slowly? Something doesn't feel right to me. Jiu Yuina, who was squatting on the ground, looked up at Huo Yuhao. Looking at Jiu Yuina's slightly flushed face and her fair hands, which seemed to be placed in an awkward position, Huo Yuhao felt high's blood surge and almost burst through his skin. Honestly, the allure of Jiu Yuina was simply too great for him. Especially her bewildered expression, combined with her superior status and power, created an unparalleled contrast that almost made Huo Yuhao lose control. Huo Yuhao almost blurted out that making Jiu Yuina kneel in front of him and do this would create a much stronger contrast than it does now. But he also knew that once he said that, Jiu Yuina would probably realize immediately that he was just fooling her. If Jiu Yuina were to discover this, it would be a case of losing more than one gains. Thinking of this, Huo Yuhao's expression turned serious, and he spoke righteously. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you about something like this? Jiu Yuina hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out her soft hand to grasp the future, and looked at Huo Yuhao as she gently bit her red lips. If you dare to lie to me, I will never let you get away with it. After speaking, without waiting for Huo Yuhao's response, Jiu Yuina finally acted according to Huo Yuhao's description. At that moment, the Ice Emperor in Huo Yuhao's sea of consciousness screamed wildly. He's lying to you. This guy is lying to you. Jiu Yuina, can you please wake up? You've been fooled by that bastard Huo Yuhao. Even though they knew that Jiu Yuina outside couldn't hear their voices, Hayote still never gave up. Just looking at Jiu Yuina's current appearance, she could recall that Shui Di had likely done the same thing before. Just thinking about it made Hayote feel so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. What she found most unacceptable was that she was present both times, but each time she could only be a spectator. It was supposed to be a movie about 3 people, but Hayote never even got a name. Huo Yuhao even wanted to strip them of the right to be spectators. As if to verify Hayote's conjecture, the moment Jiu Yuna lowered her head and lay down, Hayote could no longer see the scene outside. At the same time, Huo Yuhao's voice rang out in his mind. Binger, can't you just behave yourself? Alright, I'm going to get busy now, I'll come back to keep you company after I'm done. After speaking, Huo Yuhao's consciousness left his sea of consciousness and focused on facing Jiu Yuina's verbal pressure, ready to unleash his fusion technique at any time. After discovering that Huo Yuhao had disappeared, the ice palace fell silent instantly. My body felt as if all my strength had been drained, and I fell backward. Bang! Hayote looked like a salted fish lying flat. Her face full of a lifeless expression, her cherry lips opening and closing repeatedly as she muttered curses at Huo Yuhao, that bastard. You bastard, Huo Yuhao, you're a complete and utter bastard. Why do this? Why treat Shuidi and Gu Na like this? What about me? You bastard, have you forgotten about me? If you're so capable, come at me. Why not me of all people? Wah. Just as Hayote was sobbing softly, Huo Yuhao's voice, clearly suppressing laughter, rang out again. Ahem. I was wondering why you were reacting so strongly, Bing-er. So you wanted to do that too. Okay. I understand. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. After saying that, Huo Yuhao disappeared completely. Hayote's face turned bright red instantly, and white steam rose from her head, transforming her into a steam princess on the spot. Chapter 306. There is still hope, but only a sliver. Long Xiaoyao had been hoping that Yi Qishui would bring him good news after she returned. Preferably a method for becoming a god. For Long Xiaoyao, whether or not he can cross the threshold of limit Douluo and become a god is not that important. All he valued was the infinite lifespan he would have after becoming a god, and the ability to spend more time with Yi Qishui. Without Yi Qishui, Long Xiaoyao's life would lose its meaning. This is what you call a simp, and the most senior one at that. Beyond the imagination of ordinary people. However, to his surprise, Yi Qishui returned to the border of the Haoshan Empire so quickly. Looking at Niu Tian and Titan who had come here with them, Long Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, have you learned the method to become a god?" Yi Qishui shook her head, showing no interest in talking to Long Xiaoyao. Although she eventually came to terms with it, Yi Qishui was still very unhappy that she couldn't obtain the method to become a god. Long Xiaoyao didn't care about this, since he was already used to Yi Qishui's attitude towards him. He immediately turned to look at Mu En and asked, "Mu En, what happened? Since you've already found the Grand Master and second Grand Master of the Haoshan sect, why did you fail?" Upon hearing this, Moon sighed deeply, his expression extremely complex, and shook his head. "It's a long story. The current situation is more complicated than we previously imagined. Although, the Grand Master Niu Tian and the second Grand Master Titan have entered the realm of gods, there are even more powerful gods in the Sun and Moon Empire. Moreover, the God realm and Douluo continent have lost contact. At least until it is restored, we have no chance of becoming gods." Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoyao's expression changed, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Gods exist in the Sun and Moon Empire. Seeing Mu En's genuine expression, Long Xiaoyao's heart sank, realizing that their side had lost their last hope. I originally thought that with Niu Tian and Titan around, even if they didn't get the method to become gods, as long as they joined the battlefield, they would definitely be able to defeat the Sun and Moon Empire. Now Moon is saying that the Sun and Moon Empire has a god more powerful than Niu Tian and Titan. What else is worth fighting? Besides being destroyed by the Sun Moon Empire, what other path could they take? Seeing Long Xiaoyao's ever-changing expression, Mu En could roughly guess what he was thinking and quickly tried to comfort him. "Don't worry, Brother Long, we're not entirely without hope. As long as we can hold out until the connection between the God realm and Douluo continent is restored, with Niu Tian and Titan connecting with the God realm, we will definitely achieve final victory." Long Xiaoyao did not relax. Instead, he asked with great vigilance, "How long will it take to restore contact?" Moon's face stiffened, and he was speechless. Niu Tian, who was standing to the side, spoke up. "No one can explain this kind of thing clearly. Not even Titan and I. But all we can do now is to do our best to resist the Sun Moon Empire's offensive and buy more time. Or, you can choose to surrender or even commit suicide. It's up to you to decide." Long Xiaoyao fell silent. Although he wanted to tell him that he was fooling himself, Long Xiaoyao also knew very well that it was pointless for Niu Tian and Titan to do this now. As he said, what could they do besides fight back? As long as Yi Qishui doesn't give up, there's absolutely no way Long Xiaoyao will surrender or commit suicide. To calm everyone down, Niu Tian spoke again. "You don't need to worry so much. Based on my guess, that god of the Sun Moon Empire won't make a move easily. Just like her 2 attacks on Shrek Academy and Haoshan Fortress. Even the higher-ups of the Sun Moon Empire probably don't know her true identity. Otherwise, this would definitely cause a huge uproar in the Sun Moon Empire." In Niu Tian's view, the reason why Jiu Yuina appeared in the Sun Moon Empire instead of staying in the Lake of Life in the Stardo Great Forest to recover from her injuries was because of Huo Yuhao. It's likely Jiu Yuina has already realized Huo Yuhao's identity as the Chosen One. They wanted to get in touch with Huo Yuhao and try to use him, the Chosen One, to change the fate of the Soul Beast race. Niu Tian admired Jiu Yuina's actions. But now that his own life and Titan's life were at stake, he couldn't just give up. If he wasn't mistaken, Ji Yuina probably didn't want to reveal her identity to the higher-ups of the Sun Moon Empire, lest it cause more trouble. In this way, even if Ji Yuina's strength far surpasses his and Titan's, it's not entirely impossible for her to hold out until the God Realm and Douluo continent re-establish contact. Although it's unclear why Niu Tian was so certain, his words undoubtedly gave everyone more confidence. Tang Wei, who had been silent since earlier, finally spoke. I will go and tell them about this, so that everyone in the Haoshan Empire can prepare to meet the Sun Moon Empire's offensive. I'll say it again, I don't want Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit cult to hold us back in this war. Just as Mu En was about to say something, Yi Qishui said coldly. You'd better keep your Haoshan Empire's people in check. Even if someone does drag us down, it'll definitely be you bunch of good-for-nothings. If it weren't for you useless guys standing idly by until recently when we went to war with the Sun Moon Empire, how could the situation have become so difficult? If it were before, Yi Qishui might have given Tang Wei some face. On the one hand, their Holy Spirit Church does indeed need something from the other party. On the other hand, they wanted to get the method of becoming a god from Niu Tian and Titan. But now that Yi Qishui has learned the truth, and knows that these Tang family members don't have a good relationship with Niu Tian and Titan, and have lost their hope of becoming gods, she certainly won't continue to give him a friendly look. Yi Qishui's words caused Tang Wei's expression to change drastically, and he glared at Yi Qishui and roared. You crazy woman, how dare you humiliate this old man like this? Yi Qishui gave a cold laugh. Humiliation. I told the truth and that's humiliation. Then you guys are truly useless trash. After saying that, Yi Qishui didn't even glance at Tang Wei, and turned away with an arrogant expression. As a loyal follower, Long Xiaoyao immediately followed him away. Moon also lost interest in talking to Tang Wei, shook his head and left directly. Niu Tianyi said something pointedly. At this point, no one cares about your status anymore. If you continue to act recklessly as before, you will only pay a heavy price. Chapter 307 The war begins, the honest man erupts. Niu Tian wasn't just referring to Yi Qishui and Mu En, he also included himself and Titan. Niu Tian didn't know if he could safely weather this crisis. He had no idea whether Tang San would resurrect him if he died at Ji Yuina's hands, once the God Realm and Douluo continent reconnected. After all, Tang San was well aware of his and Titan's feelings for Xiao Wu. Otherwise, Tang San wouldn't have been so decisive in banishing them to Douluo continent and forbidding them from having any contact with Xiao Wu. It was precisely because he felt his future was bleak that Niu Kai decided to throw caution to the wind and directly break ties with Tang Wei. No longer needing to consider Tang San's attitude, they spoke politely to these so-called Tang family members. If Tang Wei is still as brainless as before, Niu Tian really wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson before the decisive battle with the Sun Moon Empire. Regardless, Tang Wei is the Grand Elder of the Clear Sky sect. If he were a brainless idiot, it wouldn't be so easy for him to cultivate to the level of a limit Douluo at level 99. He could clearly tell that Niu Tian was not joking, but was warning him very seriously. Especially Titan, who's already itching to get started. Under these circumstances, Tang Wei really didn't dare to offend them. Tang Wei opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't even dare to utter a harsh word, and staggered away from there. Watching Tang Wei's retreating figure, Titan grinned and snorted disdainfully. As expected, he's still that good for nothing. These guys from the Haoshan sect are as useless as ever. Although Niu Tian did not agree, he thought the same thing. From the era of the Spirit Hall 10,000 years ago until now, when they founded the Clear Sky Empire, the behavior and style of the Tang family members of the Clear Sky sect are still so disgusting. Niu Tian and Titan have regretted it more than once, regretting why they sacrificed themselves to Tang San 10,000 years ago. Would their situation have been better if Tang San had been killed back then? Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. All they can do now is lead the Clear Sky sect, Shrek Academy, and the Holy Spirit cult to hold out for as long as possible against the attacks of the Sun Moon Empire's Soul Master Corps. Upon learning that their side had almost no hope, Long Xiaoyao had another idea in mind. That is to confess his identity to Yan Xiao's. He and tell him about his kinship with Yi Qishui. After all, if they lose this war, not only will he and Yi Qishui die at the hands of the Sun Moon Empire's powerful figures, but Yan Xiaojie, as the Dean of the Martial Soul Department of Shrek Academy, will also be unable to escape. It's better to die without any regrets than to die with regrets. When Long Xiaoyao told Yi Qishui about this idea, he was met with strong opposition from her. Yi Qishui didn't hesitate at all and chose to refuse outright. For Yi Qishui, Family ties are superfluous, they only become an obstacle to her achieving her ambitions, rather than providing any assistance. In particular, Yan Xiaojie was only a super Douluo, and his soul power had long since stopped growing, and he had not made any progress for many years. Even if such a guy is her descendant, since he can't become her tool like Long Xiaoyao, Yi Qishui certainly won't take him seriously. Although Long Xiaoyao was somewhat disappointed, he nature ally couldn't refuse since Yi Qishui had already spoken. In the end, he had no choice but to give up the idea and abandon the idea of acknowledging Yan Xiaojie as his relative. However, what he Veer expected was that when their war with the Sun Moon Empire started again, he would forever lose the opportunity to recognize Yan Xiaojie as his relative. Since Shrek Academy and the Holy Spirit coup, LT have abandoned the Star Luo Empire and moved to the Haoshan Empire. The Soul Master Legion, originally stationed on the border of the Star Luo Empire, was naturally also mobilized here. The High Command of the Sun Moon Empire was initially worried that fighting on two fronts might put pressure on the Empire and lead to unpredictable accidents during the war. As a result, Shrek Academy and The Holy Spirit cult were like a pillow delivered just when someone was about to fall asleep. Before they could even make any further plans, they took the initiative to join forces with the Haoshan Empire. Don't they know that the more enemies gather, the more advantageous it is for the Soul Master Legion? The number of people that could be killed by a single fixed-position soul-guided cannon shell would now be more than double. In this way, the pressure on the Sun Moon Empire was greatly reduced, and it was able to proceed slowly and gradually engage with the Clear Sky Sect, Shrek Academy, and the Holy Alliance. The Sun and Moon Empire is not in a hurry to end this war, being too hasty will only throw them into disarray. In any case, they have already gained an absolute advantage in this war. All we need to do is slowly wear them down, and we will definitely achieve final victory while minimizing our own losses. To the surprise of the Sun Moon Empire's commander, just as their war with the enemy had broken out, Qian Duoduo, the Vice Dean of the Soul Guidance Department at Shrek Academy, gave them such a big surprise. Qian Duoduo actually took out a fixed-mount soul-guided cannonball from his storage soul tool. The most bizarre thing is that the fixed-mount soul-guided cannon shell in his hand was not aimed at the Sun Moon Empire's army, but at Yan Xiaojie, his colleague. Ever since Xian Linner died, Qian Duoduo has been looking for an opportunity to kill Yan Xiaojie. However, Yan Xiaojie had been staying in the Haoshan Empire waiting for aid. As soon as he returned, Mu En issued another order, requiring all members of Shrek Academy to relocate to the Haoshan Empire. They now have a full 6 limit Douluos on their side. Qian Duoduo felt that if he didn't take action soon, they would all die at the hands of those level 9 soul masters from the Sun Moon Empire. Either the revenge plan will fail, and there will be no chance to kill Yan Xiaojie with my own hands to avenge him. That is precisely why, after the war began, Qian Duoduo discovered that the level 9 soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire who possessed 4-word battle armor had approached Mu En, Yi Qishui, Long Xiaoyao, Tang Wei, and 6 other limit Douluos. As before, top-tier experts fight against top-tier experts, and Super Douluo battle against opponents at the Super Douluo level. They should not interfere with each other, so as to avoid the battle becoming too intense and affecting others. Qian Duoduo felt that if she didn't seize this opportunity, she might never have another chance to kill Yan Xiaojie. So, the moment the battle broke out, Qian Duoduo went to Yan Xiaojie's side and looked at him, saying something. Finally, we can fight side by side again, Yan Xiaojie. A hint of nostalgia flashed in Yan Xiaojie's eyes as he recalled past scenes. That's right, but unfortunately things have changed. Seeing this, Qian Duoduo seized the opportunity when Yan Xiaojie was distracted and unleashed her strongest power, attacking him fiercely. After being an honest person for so many years, Qian Duoduo finally snapped. Chapter 308 The Attack of Qian Duoduo. Why? And Xiaojie had absolutely no defenses against Qian Duoduo. In his view, Qian Duoduo was not only a trustworthy partner, but also an honest person who would never get angry no matter how he was treated. Just like Shanliner. Even though she has been married to him for so many years, she has never fulfilled her duties as a wife. I believe that no man with any sense of justice could accept such a thing. As a result, Qian Duoduo was actually quite happy with it. Not only did he not complain at all, but he even tried every day to make Xian Linner happy. It was precisely because of this that Yan Xiaojie was so audacious as to flirt with Xian Linner right in front of Qian Duoduo. Although he and Xian Linner did not cross any lines, it wasn't that Yan Xiaojie didn't have such thoughts, but rather that with Mu En around, Yan Xiaojie simply didn't dare to mess around. If he gets involved with Shanliner and is caught by Muan, then even if he doesn't die, Muan will definitely cripple him. Yan Xiaojie never expected that Qian Duoduo, whom he had always considered an honest man, would so decisively seek revenge against him after Xian Liner's death. To avoid alerting Yan Xiaojie, Kia En Duoduo did not immediately use her strongest soul tool, but instead launched an attack on Yan Xiaojie with her ninth soul skill. Bang! With a single strike, Yan Xiaojie, who was completely unprepared, was blasted away by the terrifying force. As he tumbled through the air, Yan Xiaojie uncontrollably let out a piercing wail from deep within his throat, filled with boundless pain. Yan Xiaojie felt as if his chest had been pierced, his blood was churning inside him, and his heart was almost shattered. Fortunately, at the last moment, he finally noticed something was wrong. Even though it was too late to dodge, Yan Xiaojie still used all his soul power to try to block Qian Duoduo's attack. Unfortunately, Yan Xiaojie underestimated just how terrifying the anger of an honest man could be. Qian Duoduo's angry attack, though it didn't take Yan Xiaojie's life outright, still severely injured him. After landing a successful blow, Qian Duoduo's offensive did not end there. He stomped hard on the spot, creating a deep pit, and reappeared on the spot. Qian Duoduo himself came into contact with this power and chased after Yan Xiaojie. His goal is not simply to severely injure Yan Xiaojie. What Qian Duoduo wanted to do was to kill Yan Xiaojie, that damned bastard, in front of everyone. Lots of money. Qian Duoduo, what are you doing? Why are you attacking Yan Xiaojie? Damn it. Xiaojie. Qian Duoduo, what's wrong with you? After a brief silence, the scene suddenly became chaotic. The elders of the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek Academy almost suspected that they had been under some kind of illusion. Qian Duoduo and Yan Xiaojie were geniuses of the same generation, although the incident with Xian Liner caused a rift between the two who were originally very close. But no matter what, they've been together for over 100 years, so why would Qian Duoduo go crazy and try to kill Yan Xiaojie? Especially Kai Meyer, Yan Xiaojie's wife, almost had her heart stop beating when she saw that Yan Xiaojie was almost killed by Qian Duoduo. Seeing that Qian Duoduo was going to continue chasing Yan Xiaojie, Kai Meyer and the other elders of the Sea God Pavilion all wanted to stop this crazy guy. As soon as they made a move, they were stopped by the 9th-level Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire. While controlling the Soul Tool to fend off Kai Meyer's frenzied attacks, Shui Di's teacher wondered what was wrong with these guys from Shrek Academy. Or were these guys just trying to go crazy one last time in their final moments? But no matter what, they shouldn't have attacked their own people. Do these two guys have some personal grudge? Kai Meyer was going crazy. Yan Xiaojie's situation was becoming more and more dangerous, this guy from the Sun Moon Empire was blocking her way, preventing her from rescuing her husband. Kai Meyer stared at the other person with bloodshot eyes and a fierce expression, and shouted shrilly. Get out of my way. The more crazy Kai Meyer acted, the less likely Shui Di's teacher was to give way. Instead, he chuckled and asked, do they have some deep-seated grudge? They've been colleagues for over 100 years. So it's really surprising that they turned against each other during such a crucial war. Judging from Yan Xiaojie's condition, he's probably not going to make it much longer. You should give up on the idea of rescuing him. Provoked by these words, Kai Meyer no longer held back and disregarded the possibility of being hurt. She was determined to break through the other party's obstruction and rescue Yan Xiaojie at all costs. The other elders of the Sea God Pavilion were the same. Even the powerful figures from the Holy Spirit cult and the Haoshan sect did not intend to stand idly by at this time. They're all in the same boat now. If Yan Xiaojie, as a super Douluo, were to die at the hands of Qian Duoduo, it would be as if their side had lost two super Douluo-level powerhouses. They were already finding it extremely difficult to withstand the offensive of the Sun and Moon Empire. If our strong fighters keep dying one by one, what's the point of fighting? Why not just surrender? Even those limit Douluos who were fighting against the four-word battle armor masters had noticed the situation here. When Muan discovered that Qian Duoduo had tried to kill Yan Xiaojie, his pupils contracted sharply, and his face was filled with disbelief and a look of existential skepticism. What the hell is going on here? What exactly happened between these two guys? Why would they fight amongst themselves at a time like this? Yan Xiaojie, what have you done this time, you bastard? How could someone as honest as Qian Duoduo be provoked to this extent? Moon really couldn't understand it. Based on his understanding of Qian Duoduo would never do something so crazy unless he was really driven to the brink. Even though Yan Xiaojie was Muan's disciple, Muan didn't think he was a good person. Even so, Mu En couldn't just stand by and watch Yan Xiaojie die at Xian Duoduo's hands. However, Kong Deming, who was standing in front of him, had no intention of backing down. Just watch and see, Moon. I'm not letting you get past. Just as Shrek Academy was doing everything in its power to save Yan Xiaojie. Xian Duoduo looked at Yan Xiaojie, whom he had severely injured, and a sense of pleasure swept through his heart. He grinned maliciously. Yan Xiaojie, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Your death is near. Chapter 309 Yan Xiaojie. It was your wife who seduced me. Yan Xiaojie panicked. He looked at Xian Duoduo, who was walking towards him step by step, and felt a sense of unfamiliarity with this old friend he had known for over 100 years. Xian Duoduo is no longer the honest man he remembered, who would just swallow his anger no matter how unfairly he was treated. At this moment, Yan Ozzy only felt boundless madness and killing intent from Xian Duoduo. This guy was completely determined to kill him. As Yan Xiaojie forced his heavily injured body backward, he looked at Xian Duoduo and growled. Xian Duoduo, what exactly do you want? What did I do to offend you? Why are you suddenly trying to kill me? You bastard, could it be that you secretly betrayed Shrek Academy, the faith you've upheld for over 100 years, and instead sided with the Sun Moon Empire? In Yan Xiaojie's view, if Xian Duoduo hadn't sided with the Sun Moon Empire, he would never have done such a crazy thing. However, based on his understanding of Xian Duoduo, not to mention the importance of Shrek Academy in his mind, the mere fact that Xian Liner died at the hands of a powerful Ger from the Sun Moon Empire was enough to make Xian Duoduo sworn enemies with the Sun Moon Empire. Faced with Yan Xiaojie's questioning, Xian Duoduo's face twisted even more into a ferocious expression. He looked at Yan Xiaojie and roared at him, word by word. Why did they try to kill you? Don't you know better than anyone else? Don't think I don't know that you've been flirting with Liner all these years. Even at the very last moment of her life, Lin called out your name. You damned bastard, you've already become husband and wife with Kai Meyer, why are you still entangled with Liner? If it weren't for you, how could my relationship with Liner have stagnated without any progress? Since you insist on continuing to entangle with Liner, then let me send you to be with her forever. Xian Duoduo's roar echoed throughout the area, causing everyone to unconsciously turn their attention to him. Everyone was wondering why Xian Duoduo would suddenly try to kill Yan Xiaojie. Many people, like Yan Xiaojie, even believe that Xian Duoduo has secretly sided with the Sun Moon Empire. But after hearing Xian Duoduo's words, they finally understood that his so-called allegia NCE to the Sun Moon Empire was nothing more than a case of love and revenge. The people of the Sun Moon Empire, the Holy Spirit cult, and the Haoshan sect may not be very clear about the relationship between them. However, the elders of Shrek Academy knew all about the love-hate relationship between Yan Xiaojie, Xian Duoduo, Xian Liner, and Kai Meyer. But no one had paid attention before, they had been entangled like this for over 100 years, and they probably wouldn't be able to break free until they grew old. And most importantly, Yan Xiaojie was also Mu En's student. Even if you know that Yan Xiaojie was in the wrong and shouldn't have gotten involved with Xian Liner after getting married. However, seeing that even Moon had not expressed any opinion on this matter, others could only remain silent and let it be. What they didn't know was that Moon didn't get involved because, as a teacher, it wasn't appropriate for him to interfere in his students' love lives. On the other hand, it was because Yan Xiaojie controlled himself very well. Even though he had been flirting with Xian Liner for so many years, he had never crossed any lines. Even if he wanted to intervene, Moon didn't have a suitable reason. As a result of Xian Liner's death, the dissatisfaction and anger that had been suppressed in Xian Duoduo's heart finally erupted and burned down on Yan Xiaojie, the culprit. Yan Xiaojie's expression changed. He finally understood why Xian Duoduo was acting so crazy. But all these years, he has always been so hardworking and dutiful. Even when he was joking around with Xian Liner in front of him, Xian Duoduo never lost his temper. Why would someone who is an honest person through and through go crazy at such a crucial moment? Yan Xiaojie didn't understand, but he was really scared now, so he quickly looked at Xian Duoduo and explained. You've misunderstood Xian Duoduo. Lin Xian and Lin have long since severed all ties. If it weren't for the fact that we were both at Shrek Academy and members of the Sea God Pavilion, we would have stopped seeing each other long ago. I've been married for many years, and Meyer is my wife. Could I possibly continue to be entangled with Xian Liner? You've definitely misunderstood me. Although I don't know why Xian Liner called out my name before she died, I can swear on my martial Soul that I have absolutely no feelings for her. When faced with one's own life, everything else is meaningless. In order to save his own life, Yan Xiaojie pinned all the blame on Xian Liner, pretending that he knew nothing about it. As for what about swearing an oath with one's martial soul? If such so-called oaths were truly effective, would there still be so much conflict on the Douluo continent? Qian Duoduo had long wanted to kill Yan Xiaojie with his own hands, so this kind of bullshit oath would not make him waver. Not only did it not work, it even had the opposite effect. Yan Xiaojie's act of shifting all the blame onto Xian Liner made Qian Duoduo even more furious. Shut up. You damned bastard. You're already about to die, and you still dare to humiliate Liner like this. Qian Duoduo's eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and his chubby body began to tremble slightly with anger. For Qian Duoduo, even if Xian Liner really cheated on him, he felt that it was all because Yan Xiaojie seduced her. Or even forced her. His goddess, Xian Liner, was so perfect. If Yan Xiaojie hadn't tried every means to seduce and entice her, how could Xian Liner have done such an outrageous thing? Even now, Qian Duoduo is still defending Xian Liner, which clearly proves one point. Simps are beyond saving. Yan Xiaojie was completely stunned. Just how much of a shock did Xian Liner's death bring to Qian Duoduo? How did someone who was once quite shrewd become so brainless? It's already come to this point, and Qian Duoduo is still deceiving himself. Can the blame for his affair with Shan Liner be placed solely on one person? If Shan Liner behaves well as Qian Duoduo's wife, their relationship will be very harmonious. Even if Yan Xiaojie really had some ulterior motives towards her. Given Xian Liner's fiery personality, it would be good enough if she didn't kill him. How could she possibly cooperate so readily? At this moment, Yan Xiaojie felt a rare pang of regret. But he didn't regret flirting with Shan Liner, he regretted backing down at the last minute. If he had known this would happen, he should have tried every means to get Shan Liner into bed and beat her severely. Chapter 310. A simp is incurable. Yan Xiaojie has never been the type to swallow his anger. On the contrary, he has always been vengeful. If anyone dared to bully him, even if he was too weak to fight back at the time. But once he becomes powerful, Yan Xiaojie will definitely repay them tenfold or even 100-fold. Faced with the current situation, Yan Xiaojie knew very well that he might not survive until today. Originally, their overall strength was inferior to that of the Sun and Moon Empire. Now that Qian Duoduo has turned against him again, even if others want to rescue him, the 9th-level Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire will absolutely not agree. Since there's no chance of survival, rather than dying in misery, it's better to go crazy in the final moments. Since Qian Duoduo is going to kill him anyway, let's give him a good thrashing before he dies. Thinking of this, Yan Xiaojie suddenly stopped his backward movement, and the panic on his face completely disappeared. Replaced by a strong sense of mockery and amusement. Looking at the money in front of him, Yan Xiaojie chuckled softly. Qian Duoduo, you and Liner have been married for so many years. But you've never had any real intimacy as husband and wife, have you? If I'm not mistaken, even if you're hundreds of years old, you're probably still a virgin who's never touched a woman, right? Upon hearing Yan Xiaojie's words, Qian Duoduo's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and a terrifying aura burst forth from his body, rapidly spreading in all directions. Yan Xiaojie, you deserve to die. What is it like to experience social death? If Qian Duoduo had no concept of this before. After Yan Xiaojie said those words, he had a personal understanding of them. In front of so many people, his true colors as a virgin were exposed. Despite being married to Shan Liner for so many years, he had never engaged in any substantial sexual activity. It's obvious that either their marriage was a charade, or Qian Duoduo simply wasn't interested in women at all. Either Qian Duoduo is too useless, causing Xian Liner to be unwilling to even fulfill her duties as a wife. Regardless of the reason, Qian Duoduo, the Vice Dean of the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy, has lost all face. Seeing Qian Duoduo's furious expression, Yan Xiaojie showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he forced himself to stand up and grinned at him. What? Are you getting angry because I hit a nerve? No matter how angry you are, even if you kill me, it won't hide the fact that you're a useless green-haired turtle. Yan Xiaojie's eyes flickered, and he deliberately used words to provoke Qian Duoduo. You know what, Qian Duoduo? Actually, Xian Liner has hinted to me many times before that as long as I beckon her, she will willingly send herself to bed, waiting for me to beat her as I please. But do you know why I broke up with Shan Liner back then? It's because I was already tired of her. The woman I've grown tired of is treated like a goddess by you. I can only admire her from afar. I don't even have the courage to desecrate her. What else could you be but a useless green-haired turtle? Qian Duoduo didn't know whether Yan Xiaojie and Xian Linner had ever been intimate. But based on his words alone, regardless of whether such a thing had actually happened, Qian Duoduo had already concluded that what he said was true. Thinking of Xian Linner, whom she had loved but could not have for so many years, and how she tried every means to please Yan Xiaojie, that damned bastard. In bed, Qian Duoduo felt so heartbroken that she could not breathe. Qian Duoduo swung his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, and punched Yan Xiaojie on the forehead. Thump. With a muffled thud, the immense force sent Yan Xiaojie's body tumbling backward and flying out of control. It tumbled dozens of times in the air, before finally crashing heavily to the ground. Qian Duoduo could have easily killed the heavily injured Yan Xiaojie in one move, but Yan Xiaojie's words just now completely enraged Qian Duoduo. At this moment, Qian Duoduo only wanted to torture Yan Xiaojie by any means possible before he died, to make him feel pain. So after catching up, Qian Duoduo's fists rained down on Yan Xiaojie like a storm. Faced with Qian Duoduo's wild punches, Yan Xiaojie could only put his arms over his head, trying to alleviate the pain in this way. Even after being mercilessly beaten, Yan Xiaojie showed no intention of begging for mercy. Instead, he laughed wildly and continued to provoke Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo, the angrier you are, the more it shows that you don't have the courage to refute this, proving how useless you are. Do you know how Xian Linner pleased me back then? You probably wouldn't even dare to imagine that Xian Linner, who was so proud in front of you, would actually kneel before me and try every means to win my favor. Ha 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 ha. If I had known you would go crazy, I shouldn't have rejected Shanliner in the first place. I should have made him pretend to be a goddess in Fro. NT of you while kneeling in front of me and licking my boots. After Yan Xiaojie finished speaking, Qian Duoduo completely lost her temper. One of them clearly wanted to kill the other, but gave up a great opportunity. Not only did he not use the fixed soul guide cannon in the soul guide device, but he also gave up using his soul power. He relied entirely on his fists to keep hitting Yan Xiaojie. Yan Xiaojie clearly sensed the approach of death and felt that he was doomed this time, but he did not back down in the face of death as he had in the past. He kept trying to provoke Qian Duoduo with his words, his tone full of contempt for this honest man. In fact, Yan Xiaojie had always looked down on Qian Duoduo, feeling that even if they were geniuses of the same generation, Qian Duoduo W. as not qualified to be ranked alongside him. Just like Shanliner. If it weren't to spite herself, how could Shanliner have married Qian Duoduo? I'm afraid that in Shanliner's heart, she has always looked down on Qian Duoduo. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that Qian Duoduo's heart is filled with anger and hatred after experiencing these things for over 100 years. How could Yan Xiaojie, in his severely injured state, possibly withstand a hatred that has lasted for over a century? Seeing that Yan Xiaojie's situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, his breath was gradually weakening. And he was about to be beaten to death by Qian Duoduo. Long Xiaoyao, who was locked in combat with Yi Yulin, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. After hesitating for a moment, he finally couldn't hold back. Even though Yi Qishui had told him not to acknowledge Yan Xiaojie as a relative, Long Xiaoyao absolutely could not just stand by and watch his only descendant die. He has never experienced family affection. Nor has he ever truly tasted romantic love. If he were to watch Yan Xiaojie die in front of him, how utterly unsuccessful would his life be? Stop. Release Yan Xiaojie immediately. Chapter 311 Yan Xiaojie's identity is exposed. After Long Xiaoyao finished speaking, he began to unleash his full power in an attempt to break through Yi Yulin's obstruction and rescue the critically injured Yan Xiaojie from Qian Duoduo's fist. His words caused Qian Duoduo to pause noticeably. Qian Duoduo stopped throwing punches, turned her head to look in the direction of Long Xiaoyao. And a trace of doubt and confusion flashed in her eyes. He didn't understand why Long Xiaoyao had stepped forward to stop him at this crucial moment. It should be Mu En, the teacher, are the elders of the Sea God Pavilion who are most anxious. As a result, Long Xiaoyao, the number 2 figure in the Holy Spirit cult, actually showed more concern for Yan Xiaojie's safety than the people from Shrek Academy. What's going on here? When did Yan Xiaojie get in touch with Long Xiaoyao? Long Xiaoyao's all-out, desperate burst of energy put a slight pressure on Yi Yulin. While controlling the Sun and Moon Divine Needles to fight against Long Xiaoyao, Yi Yulin raised an eyebrow and said, Long Xiaoyao, as a member of the Holy Spirit cult, when did you become so concerned about the people of Shrek Academy? Yi Yulin was well aware that although Shrek Academy, Hoshan sect, and Holy Spirit sect were allies, their so-called alliance had absolutely no binding force. They did know. Unite as one to resist the army of the Sun and Moon Empire. They were even secretly plotting against each other, enjoying their schemes immensely. Even if things improve after they sense the power disparity between the two sides, they will never improve to this extent. Long Xiaoyao's unusual behavior indicates that something unknown has happened to them. As a high-level soul master, excellent insight is indispensable. Long Xiaoyao ignored Yi Yulin and instead looked at Qian Duoduo, who continued to attack Yan Xiaojie, and threatened her word by word. Qian Duoduo, if you dare to harm Yan Xiaojie, I swear I will kill you with my own hands. Now, not only were others bewildered, but even Yan Xiaojie, whose injuries were worsening and whose life was hanging by a thread, was somewhat at a loss. How could he not know that his relationship with Long Xiaoyao had become this close? Faced with Long Xiaoyao's threat, Qian Duoduo became even more frantic and furious. Whether it was Mu En, Xian Liner, or the elders of the Sea God Pavilion, they always favored Yan Xiaojie more than him. Even Long Xiaoyao is like this now, how can Qian Duoduo tolerate it? As an honest man, he has endured for over 100 years. This time, he can no longer swallow his anger. Qian Duoduo punched Yan Xiaojie in the chest. Bang! Puff! With a muffled thud, warm, scarlet blood spurted from Yan Xiaojie's mouth. Qian Duoduo looked at Long Xiaoyao provocatively and grinned maliciously. Is that so? Then come and kill me. A fierce glint flashed in Qian Duoduo's eyes, and she kicked Yan Xiaojie in the groin. Snap! A sound like a spherical object shattering rang out, and Yan Xiaojie, enduring unimaginable pain, uncontrollably let out a shrill scream. Asshole! The rage in Long Xiaoyao's eyes seemed to materialize. Yan Xiaojie is finished. This means that his lineage will be completely cut off, and after Yan Xiaojie, Long Xiaoyao will never have any descendants. Enraged, Long Xiaoyao unleashed his martial soul true form, disregarding the potential harm to himself, and prepared to withstand Yi Yulin's attacks to rescue Yan Xiaojie. However, the more Long Xiaoyao showed that he cared about Yan Xiaojie, the less Yi Yulin wanted him to succeed. With the blessing of the four-word battle armor, Yi Yulin's power surpasses that of Long Xiaoyao. Now, simply stopping him is of course an easy task. After realizing that he could not save Yan Xiaojie, Long Xiaoyao did not give up. Instead, he roared to the sky. Niu Tian, Titan, when are you two finally going to stop? Quickly, rescue Yan Xiaojie. Kill that bastard Qian Duoduo who attacked his own comrade. Long Xiaoyao's words put all the level 9 soul masters present on alert. They had heard of the names Niu Tian and Titan. 5 years ago, the two of them even caused a huge disturbance in the Sun Moon Empire. He claimed he wanted the Sun Moon Empire to hand over Wang Donger, but then inexplicably left Mingdu. Kong Deming, Jing Hongshan, and the others knew that these two guys were the two sect leaders of the Hoshan sect. They also knew that they possessed extremely terrifying power. Suddenly, the Sun Moon Empire, which had gained the upper hand in the war, became very stable and dared not be careless in the slightest. Furthermore, they have secretly made preparations to confront Mud Bull Heaven and Titan at any time. However, they waited for a long time but did not see the two sect leaders of Hoshan sect appear, which made Kong Deming, Jing Hongshan and others have several question marks on their foreheads. Is Long Xiaoyao trying to scare them in this way? However, at this moment, Long Xiaoyao's face was also filled with surprise and uncertainty. They had clearly agreed had Niu Tian and Titan would hide to the side first, and wait for a good opportunity to severely damage the 9th level soul masters of the Sun Moon Empire. Concerned for Yan Xiaojie's safety, Long X Yaoyao had no choice but to abandon his original plan. What's going on with these two guys, Niu Tian and Titan? Why haven't they taken any action yet? Damn it, what are these two doing? Why can't they be relied on at such a crucial time? Long Xiaoyao cursed Niu Tian and Titan in his heart. Little did they know that the pressure Niu Tian and Titan were under at this moment was far beyond their imagination. Niu Tian and Titan were originally planning to make a move. Although the opportunity they had planned for had not yet appeared, Long Xiaoyao had already revealed their existence. There was no point in continuing to hide. As soon as the two of them made a move, Ji Yuina's oppressive aura, which seemed to penetrate to the bone, struck again, forcibly immobilizing them from any action. Large beads of cold sweat appeared on the foreheads of Niu Tian and Titan. They could clearly sense that Ji Yuina had become much stronger than she had been 5 years ago. Ji Yuina's Maya Ning was very clear. If the two of them still insisted on participating in this war, then the dead Tang Hao would serve as a warning to them. Faced with the threat of death, Niu Tian and Titan were stuck in a stalemate. unable to advance or retreat. But Long Xiaoyao, who was on the battlefield, had no idea about their situation. They simply assumed that Yan Xiaojie's life or death was unimportant to them. In order to get Niu Tian and Titan to stand up and rescue Yan Xiaojie, Long Xiaoyao could no longer care about anything else. He gritted his teeth and roared. Yan Xiaojie is a descendant of me and Yi Qishui. No matter what you two are thinking, you must save him. At this point, Yan Xiaojie's identity was completely exposed. Chapter 312 Tang Ya and Ma Xiaodao's backstabbing. Sigh, it was finally exposed. Moon sighed deeply, his mood growing heavier, and he became even more pessimistic about the outcome of the war. From the moment Qian Duoduo suddenly tried to kill Yan Xiaojie, Mu En had a premonition. I think that Yan Xiaojie will not only be unable to escape this calamity, but there may even be other unexpected troubles along the way. That's why Mu En chose not to say much, but instead focused all his efforts on breaking through Kong Deming's obstruction to rescue Yan Xiaojie from Qian Duoduo's hands. As expected, Yan Xiaojie did not disappoint him, and his ascensions almost caused Mu En to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Knowing full well that Qian Duoduo killed because of Xian Liner, Yan Xiaojie not only didn't restrain himself at all, but also tried every means to provoke Qian Duoduo. What the hell is the difference between this and courting death? If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have told Long Xiaoyao about Yan Xiaojie's identity in the first place. In that case, even if Yan Xiaojie dies, it won't have a significant impact on the war. But now, in order to force Niu Tian and Titan to rescue Yan Xiaojie, Long Xiaoyao actually chose to expose Yan Xiaojie's identity. Okay, that's really great. No wonder he's a descendant of Long Xiaoyao and Yi Qishui. Mu En finally knows whose intelligence Yan Xiaojie inherited. Have SA bastards ever considered the enormous impact their actions will have? They were already facing such a difficult situation when confronted with the Sun Moon Empire's offensive. Did they really want to deliberately make it even more difficult? As it turned out, Moon's guess was indeed correct. The revelation of Yan Xiaojie's identity did cause a huge uproar at the scene. Even Qian Duoduo, who was about to kill Yan Xiaojie with one blow, unconsciously stopped what she was doing. Qian Duoduo grabbed Yan Xiaojie by the collar, staring at the guy whose face was so bruised and swollen that Hai's original appearance was no longer recognizable, and twitched the corner of her mouth. You're actually a descendant of Long Xiaoyao and Yi Qishui. No wonder you are so wicked, you are a descendant of an evil spirit master born with evil power. Yan Xiaojie opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he was so weak that he couldn't make a sound. Just as Long Xiaoyao was annoyed had Niu Tian and Titan hadn't made a move yet, Tang Ya suddenly stood up and spoke up. So that's why Dean Yan insisted on forcing me to become an evil soul master. So you were actually planted in Shrek Academy by the Holy Spirit cult? Or is it that the Holy Spirit cult has already secretly reached an agreement with Shrek Academy to provide a continuous stream of geniuses for the Holy Spirit cult in this way? Upon hearing this, both Mu En and Long Xiaoyao's expressions changed simultaneously. In the matter concerning Tang Ya, Shrek Academy was in the wrong from the start. Why is she stepping forward at this time? What exactly is she trying to do? However, before Mu En and Long Xiaoyao could ask, Ma Xiaotao, who was standing next to Tang Ya, followed up with her question. I think they've been in cahoots for a long time. Otherwise, how could Yan Xiaojie, as my teacher back then, not only not stop me from continuing to cultivate when he knew I had evil fire in my body, but also keep encouraging me to do so? I never understood why this was, but now I do. They really went to great lengths to make everything seem reasonable. As soon as Ma Xiaotao finished speaking, the scene erupted in an uproar. It's worth noting that there was already considerable discontent within Shrek Academy due to Tang Ya and Ma Xiaotao's affair. Now they are openly allied with the Holy Spirit cult, an evil cultist force. In other words, Moon personally stepped forward and stated that this was merely a temporary measure, and that he would do whatever it took to ensure the continued existence of Shrek Academy. But now that Yan Xiaojie's identity has been exposed, and Ma Xiaotao and Tang Ya have turned against each other, even if the students of Shrek Academy pretended not to have seen these sordid things before. But now that everything has been exposed to them, they have no choice but to waver. Just then, Yuhao transmitted his voice to Shui Di, who stepped forward and spoke after receiving the instruction. I know that a large part of you have been deceived and misled by them. Even if you know that it is the best choice for the Sun Moon Empire to unify the continent, you have no choice but to stand with them. But now the Sun and Moon Empire is willing to give you a chance to choose again. As long as you give up resistance, I can guarantee that you will be spared death unless you commit any serious offenses. So you still have to pay the price for what you've done, but isn't it much better to live than to die for these ambitious people? You can think about it yourselves. But this is absolutely your last chance. Once the Sun Moon Empire defeats their so-called alliance, there will be no turning back. As Huo Yuhao repeated his words, Shui Di's expression remained serious. But she couldn't help but mutter to herself. My brother is just too unreliable. They left together and haven't returned yet. Knowing full well that the war had reached a critical stage, he merely directed operations from elsewhere via telepathy, showing no intention of actually participating. Is Ji Yuina really that captivating? Are you still captivated by her body? Reluctant to come back? I wonder if Ji Yuina was deceived by her brother and coaxed into doing those shameful things. If her brother continues like that, then Ji Yuina will probably end up like her before. Only realizing something is wrong later on. At Shui Di's prompting, Shu Tianjun quickly stepped forward to vouch for Shui Di's promise as a princess. Kong Deming, Jing Hongshan, Yi Yulin, and other level 9 soul masters all expressed their agreement with this promise. This situation caused some students at Shrek Academy, as well as those from the former Heavenly Soul Empire who had been coerced by the Clear Sky sect, to begin to waver. Just like Shui Di said, if you can live a good life, who would want to die like this? Even though they knew that the Sun and Moon Empire would never let them off easily. As the saying goes, one may be spared the death penalty, but cannot escape punishment. Even so, there is still hope for survival. Even Han Ruro and Wu Ming, loyal followers of Shrek Academy's inner court, began to doubt whether it was right for them to stand on Shrek Academy's side all along. The ordeal of their former senior sister, Zhang Lexuan, is enough to prove that Shrek Academy is definitely not as virtuous and noble as they claim. Looking at Zhang Lexuan standing among the girl group members, Han Ruro and Wu Ming exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with inner turmoil. Chapter 313 My anger is greater than yours. Under Huo Yuhao's covert manipulation, the war has taken a strange turn. Although his in-depth conversation with Ji Yuina was not yet over. But as Ji Yuina said before, she had already left a warning here using special means. When Niu Tian and Titan made any unusual moves, Ji Yuina noticed them immediately and, with the pressure of the Silver Dragon King's bloodline, forced them to stop. He also described everything that had happened here to Huo Yuhao, letting Huo Yuhao decide what to do next. When Long Xiaoyao revealed Yan Xiaojie's true identity, Huo Yuhao couldn't help but burst out laughing. As long as these guys aren't his teammates, they're just too adorable in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Huo Yuhao felt that these guys were even starting to look forward to their demise. All he needs to do next is give them a gentle push, and Long Xiaoyao, Mu En, and the others will walk further and further into the abyss. That's why Huo Yuhao had Tang Ya and Ma Xiaotao step forward to betray him. Then Shui Di and Shu Tianjun and others will step forward and make a commitment. After this battle, their last remaining allies will likely turn to the Sun Moon Empire for refuge. Huo Yuhao even felt that even if these guys did nothing, they wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly. But they just can't sit still. They try every possible way to deal with the Sun Moon Empire, but every time they do good deeds but end up doing bad things, ruining the great situation. Being with such a bunch of incompetent teammates is a recipe for disaster. No matter how strong you are. Looking at the scene appearing on the light screen created by Ji Yuina, Huo Yuhao's lips curled up slightly, and he chuckled softly. They really never disappoint. Ji Yuina didn't speak, but just watched the show intently. Under their watchful eyes, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly strange. Apart from the evil spirit masters of the Holy Spirit cult who, knowing that they would die even if they surrendered, still prepared to fight to the death. Whether it's Shrek Academy or the people from the former Heavenly Soul Empire, they are all prepared to pledge allegiance to the Sun Moon Empire. What's most unbelievable is that even some members of the Tang family from the Haoshan sect had the idea of betraying Air family and joining the Sun Moon Empire to survive. Although rare, it does objectively exist. Just then, Qian Duoduo, who had allowed Yan Xiaojie to live for a long time, finally decided not to waste any more time. Qian Duoduo had recovered from the joy of about to take revenge himself and realized how foolish his actions had been. If Niu Tian and Titan hadn't suddenly messed up and left without Yan Xiaojie. Once such a good opportunity for revenge is lost, Qian Duoduo will have nowhere to turn to for help. In other words, Qian Duoduo was unaware of the saying, villains die from talking too much. Otherwise he would have thought that this saying was very fitting for him. But now that she had realized what was happening, Qian Duoduo didn't hesitate for a moment and tossed Yan Xiaojie into the air. Qian Duoduo's eyes were bloodshot, and the ninth soul ring surrounding his body shone brightly. The next second, he unleashed his strongest killing move at Yan Xiaojie, who seemed to be suspended in midair. Stop. Yan Xiaojie. That damned Qian Duoduo. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Xiaoyao's eyes widened in fury. Unfortunately, no matter how angry he was, it was too late to turn the tide. He could only watch helplessly as Yan Xiaojie was shattered to pieces by Qian Duoduo's most powerful killing move. Boom. A deafening roar echoed across the sky, and the aftershocks of the explosion spread rapidly in all directions. Qian Duoduo. You deserve to die. Long Xiaoyao roared at Qian Duoduo incessantly, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Seeing Long Xiaoyao like this, Qian Duoduo not only showed no fear, but seemed to be calm and indifferent to life and death. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qian Duoduo slowly took out the fixed Mount Soul Gui dead cannonball from his storage soul tool. He grinned at Long Xiaoyao, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Although Qian Duoduo's smile looked so honest, everyone could sense the bloodthirst in it. Qian Duoduo doesn't want to live anymore. To be precise, after his goddess Xian Linner died, the only thing that kept Qian Duoduo alive was the motivation to take revenge on Yan Xiaojie. Now that he has personally killed Yan Xiaojie, he naturally has no attachment to this world. However, even before he died, Qian Duoduo did not intend to let Long Xiaoyao go. He wanted to try to kill the guy Who had been threatening him since earlier. Even if we can't kill him, we should at least use a fixed position soul-guided cannon to blast off a layer of his skin. After that, he wouldn't need to worry about it anymore. The level 9 soul masters from the Sun Moon Empire present would take the initiative to help him eliminate Long Xiaoyao. With this in mind, Qian Duoduo sped towards Long Xiaoyao's location. Seeing this, Yi Yulin's pupils contracted slightly, and she quickly hid to the side. As a level 9 soul master, he knew the power of this fixed mount soul-guided cannonball much better than Long Xiaoyao. If he gets caught in the crossfire, even if he's wearing 4-word battle armor, he'll definitely suffer. Long Xiaoyao also wanted to dodge, but as soon as he made a move, Yi Lin controlled the Sun and Moon Divine Needle to shoot him down, leaving him no choice but to face the fixed soul-guided cannonball head-on. Qian Duoduo looked at Long Xiaoyao, whose face showed a hint of panic, and burst into laughter. You're angry because I killed Yan Xiaojie, right? But my anger is greater than yours. After saying the last word, Qian Duoduo immediately caused the fixed position soul-guided cannon shell in his hand to explode. Boom. A terrifying explosion resounded across the sky, and flames spread rapidly in all directions. Fortunately, Kong Deming, Mu N.D. others reacted quickly and contained the aftershocks of the explosion immediately. Otherwise, whether it's the Sun Moon Empire, Shrek Academy, Hoshan Sect, or Holy Spirit Cult, casualties will inevitably occur as a result. Cough 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 PFFT. Long Xiaoyao, whose clothes were tattered and whose body was covered in blood, even emitting the aroma of roasted meat, kept spitting out blood. Even this level 99 limit Douluo, who stood at the pinnacle of the Douluo continent, still suffered very serious injuries after the explosion of that fixed position soul-guided cannon shell. Even so, he managed to stay away from the exact center of the explosion at the last moment. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, Long Xiaoyao would definitely be severely injured. Qian Duoduo, an honest man Who had been suppressing his feelings for over 100 years, suddenly exploded, causing everyone to turn pale. Bullying honest people comes at a price. Chapter 314 Gu Yuina turns the tables and becomes the master. Tisk tisk tisk. This is quite a show. Looking at the scene appearing on the light screen in front of him, Yuhao couldn't help but sigh. The people of Shrek Academy never disappoint him. First came Xuanzi, then Yan Xiaojie and Qian Duoduo. Yuhao was genuinely puzzled. Was Mu N really as wise as he appeared? If so, why would he allow these idiots to enter the Sea God Pavilion and become high-ranking members of Shrek Academy? Yuhao shook his head, unable to understand. He truly couldn't figure it out. However, the fates of Shrek Academy, the Clear Sky Sect, and the Holy Spirit Cult were already sealed, so Yuhao naturally wouldn't dwell on this matter any longer. Smack. He patted her smooth, white, pert breasts, causing waves of light to ripple. This was followed by Gu Yuina's eye roll and her dissatisfied snort. Yuhao. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. You tricked me into doing that kind of thing. I will never let you get away with this. Just as Shui Di had guessed. After being initially deceived, Gu Yuina finally realized what was going on. It turns out that squatting down to savor the experience when using fusion techniques is not a necessary action. As a result of Huo Yuhao's deception, Ji Yuina could no longer maintain her pride as the Silver Dragon King in front of him. It was only after Huo Yuhao put in a lot of effort to appease her that the matter was resolved. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to let it go. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao coughed twice, showing no embarrassment whatsoever, and chuckled. How can you say this is deceiving you? It's clearly making things more interesting and romantic. All right, now that the war over there has come to an end, let's get back to work. If we don't hurry, we'll be heading back soon. Ji Yuina said sullenly upon hearing this. That's all you know how to do to bully me. Just wait and see, this time I'll make you pay. After saying that, Ji Yuina did not hesitate at all and immediately took over as the master. While the war between Ji Yuina and Huo Yuhao reignited, the battle on the other side was indeed drawing to a close. Seeing Long Xiaoyao injured by Qian Duoduo's fixed-position soul-guided cannonball, Yi Yulin originally planned to seize this opportunity to kill him directly. Even if we can't achieve our goal in one battle, we should take this opportunity to completely destroy their alliance and at least make sure one of their strongest members is eliminated. However, his actions had barely begun when he was stopped by the suddenly appearing Titan. After Yi Yulin launched her attack, she didn't press her advantage. Instead, she grabbed Long Xiaoyao's shoulder and shouted at Muan, Tang Wei, and Yi Qishui. Retreat immediately. Get out of here now. Niu Tian covered their retreat, using his power, which far surpassed that of a limit Douluo, to withstand the attacks from Kong Deming, Jing Hongqian, and the other level 9 soul masters. With Niu Tian's help, their side finally avoided further casualties. Muan, Tang Wei, Yi Qishui, and the others were unaware of what had happened. But just by looking at Niu Tian and Titan, you could tell something was wrong. They didn't dare waste any time and obediently evacuated quickly. However, Shui Di's words did have some effect after all. Many people from Shrek Academy and the former Heavenly Soul Empire did not evacuate with them, but stayed where they were, choosing to surrender and give up resistance. They finally understood that even if Shrek Academy, Hoshan Sect, and Holy Spirit Cult joined forces, they would be no match for the Sun Moon Empire. So what's there to hesitate about? Just surrender directly. At least this way I won. Have to worry about whether I can survive all the time. Although Muan and the others were furious about Han Ruro, Wu Ming, and the others' defection, they ultimately chose to endure it and could only slink away from the scene. The members of the Sun Moon Empire's Soul Master Legion originally intended to continue the pursuit, but were sternly stopped by Kong Deming, Jing Hongqian, and others. Those members of the Soul Master Legion were unaware of this, but they could directly sense the power of Niu Tian and Titan. Even with the enhancement of the forward battle armor, they would still be no match for Niu Tian and Titan. However, the behavior of these two guys is really baffling. 5 years ago, they came to the Sun Moon Empire with great fanfare, looking for trouble, but eventually scurried away with their tails between their legs. It's the same again this time. Did they appear on this battlefield just to rescue Muan, Long Xiaoyao, and the others? They were somewhat confused about this. But for the time being, they had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. It is worth mentioning that Tang Ya and Ma Xiaotao, two holy maidens of the Holy Spirit cult, were also among those who stayed behind this time. They had received instructions from Huo Yuhao that they no longer needed to remain as undercover agents in the Holy Spirit cult. Tang Ya and Ma Xiaotao had long been tired of their undercover lives. If it weren't for Huo Yuhao's needs, they would have left the Holy Spirit cult long ago and joined Huo Yuhao's embrace. Now that their wish has come true and they can be with Huo Yuhao from now on, they are naturally very happy. Originally, the 9th level Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire were thinking of restraining Tang Ya and Ma Xiaotao, these two dangerous saintesses, to prevent them from rioting. To their surprise, Shui Di, Wang Donger, and others came forward and said that they were Huo Yuhao's spies planted in the Holy Spirit cult. These words almost made Kong Deming, Jing Hongqian, and the others drop their jaws in astonishment. The Holy Maiden of the Holy Spirit cult is Huo Yuhao's spy. What kind of operation is this? The Holy Spirit cult of emotion has been painstakingly cultivating its members, only to find that it has been aiding the enemy all along. Although it was hard to believe, they knew that Shui Di and Wang Donger would not joke about such a thing. Moreover, Huo Yuhao has done so many impossible things that they've long since gotten used to it. Han Ruro, Wu Ming, and the other students from Shrek Academy all had a very good relationship with Zhang Lexuan, their former senior sister. However, Zhang Lexuan knew the gravity of the situation and did not immediately try to exonerate them. Instead, she allowed the people of the Sun Moon Empire to temporarily detain and guard them. After the war ends, they will be dealt with according to their actions. If the offense is not serious, the punishment will not be too severe. The Sun and Moon Empire, having won this war, enjoys the fruits of victory and the joy of triumph. However, for Shrek Academy, the Holy Spirit cult, and the Clear Sky sect, it was truly a heartbreaking and unbearable tragedy. Especially the severely injured Long Xiaoyao, instead of calming down, seemed determined to fight Niu Tian and Titan to the death. Chapter 315 Jiu Yuina's Arrogance. The Simp Awakens. When they returned to the territory of the Haoshan Empire and did not see any pursuers from the Sun Moon Empire, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Long Xiaoyao flung Titan's arm away, glared angrily at the second sect master of the Haoshan sect, and roared in a furious voice. Why did you two just stand by and do nothing the whole time, even after I've said it so many times? Why didn't you stand up and rescue Yan Xiaojie from Xian Duoduo's clutches? Why did you just stand by and watch him die? You two bastards, you truly deserve to be the sect leaders of the Haoshan sect. You're just like those idiots in the Haoshan Empire. Long Xiaoyao was truly enraged this time, showing absolutely no mercy and directly dragging Tang Wei and others from the Haoshan Empire into the fray. In Long Xiaoyao's view, Niu Tian and Titan were indeed behaving just like Tang Wei and his group had done before. He watched helplessly as they fell into a disadvantage. Ao's position and their situation became increasingly dangerous, and then just stood by and watched, without any intention of getting involved. What do they really consider the alliance to be? Knowing full well that their situation was becoming increasingly dangerous and that it would be difficult to withstand the Sun Moon Empire's offensive without uniting, they still dared to do this. Upon hearing Long Xiaoyao's words, Tang Wei and the others' expressions changed, and they immediately wanted to argue back. Long Xiaoyao wanted to scold Niu Tian and Titan, and Tang Wei and the others fully supported him. Even they wanted to angrily berate the two sect leaders. However, involving the Tang family in this matter is where Long Xiaoyao went wrong. Fortunately, Moon reacted quickly and stopped him. If things get to this point, and internal strife breaks out again, then we really shouldn't resist anymore and should just surrender. Faced with Long Xiaoyao's accusations and questions, Niu Tian remained silent, showing no intention of explaining. Titan, standing to the side, met his gaze and spoke in a deep voice. Do you think we didn't want to save him? It wasn't that we didn't want to, it's that we couldn't. Just as the two of us were about to make a move, that god from the Sun and Moon Empire appeared. If the two of us insist on getting involved, not only will we fail to save Yan Xiaojie, but we will also die. By then, only a few of you will be left. Do you think you can withstand the Sun Moon Empire's attack? As Titan finished speaking, everyone's expression changed drastically. One of the limit Douluo from the Haoshan Empire unconsciously swallowed hard, his face filled with shock. Didn't you say that the god of the Sun Moon Empire didn't want to reveal her identity? Why did she still appear? Titan rolled his eyes and said irritably. It was because she was unwilling to reveal her identity that Niu Tian and I were able to escape this predicament. If she didn't have this concern, we would both be dead at her hands just now. Titan couldn't figure out what Jiu Yuina was thinking, or why she stepped in to stop them when they were about to make a move. Just as they were about to leave the battlefield with Mu En, Long Xiaoyao, and the others, Jiu Yuina released them from their restraints. They always felt that Jiu Yuina wanted to plan more, and she didn't seem to be so resistant to their involvement in the war. The reason they stood up to stop it this time might simply be because they wanted to see Yan Xiaojie die. Realizing this possibility, Niu Tian looked around and addressed the crowd. You don't need to worry too much. The other side doesn't actually take the two of us seriously. In her opinion, this war is already won. But this idea of hers is exactly what we can use. When we go to war with the Sun Moon Empire again, the two of us will try to get involved again and see if she will continue to obstruct us. Quote, if she doesn't stop it and lets the war continue, then that would be excellent news for us. If we can hold out until the connection between the God Realm and Douluo continent is restored, then victory will be ours. Although Niu Tian's words did not completely relax them, they did ease their tension slightly. After all, if Jiu Yuina continues to take sides and refuses to allow Niu Tian and Titan to help them, then there is no point in fighting this war at all, and they will be destroyed in an instant. But if, as Niu Tian said, the other side is just treating this war as a game, if they can hold out until the connection between the God Realm and Douluo continent is restored, the other side will definitely pay a heavy price for such arrogance. Sensing the heavy atmosphere around him, Moon spoke up to comfort him. Don't forget, everyone. The people of the Sun and Moon Empire have no idea that there is a god on their side. So the appearance of Niu Tian and Titan just now will definitely make them hesitate to attack. At least in the short term, we don't need to worry about them launching another attack. Niu Tian nodded in agreement. 5 years ago, Titan and I caused a huge disturbance in the Sun Moon Empire. Although it ended hastily because of that god, I'm sure the Soul Masters of the Sun Moon Empire remembered us and knew that we were not to be trifled with. Even if those level 9 Soul Masters are stronger than they were 5 years ago after acquiring forward battle armor, they still need to think carefully about whether or not to launch a full-scale attack at this time. This is not just Niu Tian bragging. It can only be said that the asymmetry of information led to the inevitable development of things in this way. But just as the Sun Moon Empire was unaware of Gu Yuina's existence, preventing Niu Tian and Titan from acting recklessly. Since Niu Tian, Titan, and the others were unaware of Gu Yuina and Huo Yuhao's plans, they could only grit their teeth and continue along the route they had already set. What Niu Tian, Titan, and the others didn't know was that they had long since become tools for the Soul Beast race and humans to use this opportunity to build good relations. As they discussed how to deal with the Sun Moon Empire, Long Xiaoyao appeared somewhat disheartened. He had only recently learned that he had a descendant. And before he could even acknowledge his kinship with Yan Xiaojie and reveal his identity to him, he was still in the process of learning about his lineage. As a result, he witnessed firsthand how Yan Xiaojie was killed by Qian Duoduo. What Long Xiaoyao found most unacceptable was that after Qian Duoduo detonated the fixed mount soul-guided cannon shell, Yan Xiaojie's remains were not even preserved. How tragic his life was. He was tricked by the person he loved and lived as an honest man for hundreds of years, obeying all of Yi Qishui's orders. But what was the result? In the end, didn't you get nothing? Long Xiaoyao finally understood, just like Qian Duoduo who had just erupted. Being a simp will never end well. Chapter 316 Tang San. That damn plane will. Yan Xiaojie's death only dealt a blow to Long Xiaoyao. Even Moon, the teacher, didn't seem particularly saddened by this. Mu En had been disappointed by Yan Xiaojie far too many times, and he had long ago considered crippling Yan Xiaojie's martial spirit. Not to mention that Qian Duoduo went to such extremes this time entirely because she was forced into it by Yan Xiaojie, Xian Liner and others. When a thoroughly honest person like Qian Duoduo completely explodes, you can imagine just how outrageous their actions must have been. That is to say, Yan Xiaojie has already died at Qian Duoduo's hands, otherwise Mu En alone would not have let him go. Actually, Mu En was alright, but what Long Xiaoyao couldn't accept was that Yan Xiaojie's death didn't cause any ripples in Yi Qishui's heart. Although they are both their descendants. Only Long Xiaoyao cares about this descendant, while Yi Qishui is completely indifferent to it. It was precisely because of her attitude that Long Xiaoyao, that die-hard simp, suddenly realized that he really couldn't continue like this anymore. He was so carefree when he was young, but ever since he fell in love with Yi Qishui, Long Xiaoyao gradually stopped living for himself. Although he had reached the end of his life, Long Xiaoyao decided to live only for himself from now on. Yi Qishui, who was standing to the side, noticed the changes that had occurred in Long Xiaoyao, which made her frown and feel somewhat displeased. However, after considering how important Long Xiaoyao was to her, Yi Qishui decided to give him a little something sweet later to coax him. Whether Yi Qishui will be able to get Long Xiaoyao to continue licking her this time is something no one can guarantee. The realm of gods. After Tang San led Xiao Wu and Tang Hao back to their residence, he could no longer hold back and said with a look of anxiety and worry, "Little San, hurry up and find a way to restore the connection between the God realm and Douluo continent, and rescue your mother from that damned guy." Quote. Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a wave of dizziness. Didn't he want the connection between Douluo continent and the God realm to be restored? In Tang San's mind, his long-planned 10,000-year grand scheme was more important than anything else. Just from Tang Hao's brief description, Tang San already realized that the situation on Douluo continent was out of control. If we don't stop it, or even try to correct it, then everything will probably be over. Tang San pinched the bridge of his nose, as if he had suddenly thought of something. He frowned and looked at Tang Hao, asking in a deep voice, "Dad, is there anything special about that guy you're talking about? Does he have great luck?" Tang Hao was stunned for a moment, then carefully recalled his experience before he died. However, at that time, he was focused entirely on Ah Yin, and he lost all reason instantly after hearing Ah Yin call Huo Yuhao, Master. This also led him to not observe Huo Yuhao carefully and completely fail to notice whether he possessed the great fortune that Tang San had mentioned. Tang Hao shook his head and said somewhat blankly, "I didn't notice." Tang San was somewhat disappointed. Was his father really that useless? It was like this back in Douluo continent, and it's still like this now. We simply can't count on him. However, this matter was far too important to his grand plan for 10,000 years, and Tang San could not afford to be careless. Tang San took a deep breath, his expression very serious, and spoke again. "Think back carefully, Dad. This is very important to me. Think about that guy you mentioned. Is there anything special about him? It would be best to describe everything that happened before, without omitting any details." Seeing Tang San's expression, Tang Hao unconsciously became more serious as well. After a moment of contemplation, he began to describe in great detail everything that had happened since he awoke from his slumber. Even the scenes he saw in the mirror flower water moon were expressed vaguely, for fear of disrupting Tang San's grand plan. Upon hearing that in that illusion, his biological mother was sexually assaulted by Huo Yuhao in front of Tang Hao, Tang San's brain almost shut down. However, the next second, the veins on Tang San's forehead bulged, his face instantly turned red. And his eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. "That damned bastard, I will kill him. That guy is asking for death for daring to do such an outrageous thing." Tang San was afraid of attracting the attention of those who would destroy him again. Although he was angry, he tried his best to keep it inside the house, so that at least he wouldn't attract the attention of others. After taking several deep breaths, Tang San finally forced himself to calm down. They meticulously analyzed the information Tang Hao had provided, examining the current situation on the Douluo continent. With the Silver Dragon King by his side, and the Ice and Snow Maiden, ranked third among the 10 great ferocious beasts, that guy is definitely the chosen one. I'm afraid the reason why his mother was able to call him master must also be due to the will of the Douluo continent plane. Damn it, instead of obediently waiting to be replaced by you, Dad, the will of the plane dares to do such a thing. Hearing this, Tang Hao felt that what Tang San said made a lot of sense. Given the depth of Ah Yin's feelings for him, it would be absolutely impossible for her to betray him. Although, the Silver Dragon King's power is immense, it is absolutely impossible for him to affect Ah Yin's will, who also possesses god-level power. Looking across the entire Douluo continent, perhaps ONL. Why the will of the plane could accomplish this by taking action itself? Is this a counterattack by the will of the plane after it realized that Tang San had discovered his plan and that he intended to use Tang Hao to replace it? Thinking of this possibility, Tang Hao's eyes almost spit fire, wishing he could seize everything about the Douluo continent's will right now and take its place. Tang saw, and ignored the angry Tang Hao and continued to analyze the situation on his own. According to you, there is no one left in Haoshan Fort, but only a few corpses remain. The connection between the Odd Realm and Douluo continent was suddenly severed. I had previously observed the situation of Haoshan Fortress, and they were developing very well. Those corpses were most likely the work of the Silver Dragon King and his group. But the others in the Clear Sky sect should have broken their seclusion and joined the power struggle in the Douluo continent, right? Once the Clear Sky sect and Shrek Academy unite, even the Sun Moon Empire will be no match for them. I just don't know if that damned Silver Dragon King will actually get involved himself. Now that Tang Hao is dead and Ah Yin has been reduced to a slave, Niu Tian and Titan are absolutely no match for the Silver Dragon King. Thinking of this, Tang San felt a surge of urgency. We must find a way to restore the connection between the God Realm and Douluo continent. Douluo continent is his long-cherished backyard, and he absolutely cannot allow his millennia-long plan to fail. Chapter 317 Huo Yuhao. Oh, my back, you've suffered so much. Just as Muan and Niu Tian had guessed, the Sun Moon Empire did not rush to launch another attack on the Haoshan Empire this time. Although Niu Tian and Titan, as powerful beings with the power of priests, are not much in the eyes of Jiu Yuina, they are still considered behemoths to the Sun Moon Empire. Of course, launching a major battle now is unrealistic, but small-scale probing has not stopped. In particular, they wanted to figure out the strength levels of Niu Tian and Titan so they could come up with a plan to take them down. However, it was precisely because of this that the high-ranking officials of the Sun Moon Empire were very solemn when they discovered that even Kong Deming, the strongest of the 9th-level Soul Masters in the Sun Moon Empire, who possessed a 4-word battle armor, was no match for either Niu Tian or Titan. It should be noted that even level 99 limit Douluo like Muan, Long Xiaoyao, Yi Qishui, and Tang Wei would only be able to GE T beaten up in front of a 4-word battle armor master. However, when facing Niu Tian and Titan, the situation reversed, and it was these 4-word battle armor masters who were suppressed and beaten. Most importantly, Kong Deming could clearly sense that neither Niu Tian nor Titan had used their true power. He dared not imagine what level these two guys had reached, whether they had crossed He threshold of limit Douluo and entered the realm of gods that only existed in legends. However, after fighting against Niu Tian and Titan, the Sun Moon Empire completely abandoned its idea of destroying the Haoshan Empire in one fell swoop, even at great cost. The high-ranking officials of the Sun Moon Empire, though eager to unify the entire Douluo continent in the shortest possible time. But they absolutely do not want to suffer mutual destruction with these guys from the Haoshan Empire. In that case, what would be the point of achieving final victory? What they wanted was a complete and better Sun and Moon Empire than before. Instead of the Sun and Moon Empire, which was so damaged that it was on the verge of collapse and only had a name. Moreover, after calming down, the Sun Moon Empire was no longer in such a hurry. Anyway, they have the strongest generation of geniuses in history. Once Huo Yuhao, Ji Yuina, Shui Di, Meng Hongqian, and others have fully grown up, no one or any force on the Douluo continent will be able to stop the Sun Moon Empire from unifying the country. Since we can't conquer the Haoshan Empire in a short time, let's first govern the areas they've already taken over, making the Haoshan Empire a sitting duck. With this in mind, in addition to the Soul Master Corps stationed within the territory of the Haoshan Empire, there were also the level 9 Soul Masters. The Sun Moon Empire has begun to gradually deal with the territories of the Star Luo Empire and the former Douling Empire. The Star Luo Empire is in a slightly better position. Despite the turmoil at Shrek Academy and the Dai family, during which many people who wanted to overthrow them were killed, even more people survived. The Dueling Empire is a different story. After taking over, those guys from the Holy Spirit cult never thought about the future, they only cared about their immediate pleasure. Moreover, these habits were all for the purpose of rapidly increasing their strength. And they practically used every means to slaughter the people of the Dueling Empire. Moreover, after those years of war, apart from a small number of people who were unwilling to leave their homeland, the vast majority of people have already fled to Star Luo, Heavenly Soul, or even Sun and Moon. It's worth mentioning that those who fled across the entire continent to the Sun Moon Empire fared somewhat better. Although the Sun Moon Empire is fighting on two fronts this time, the battlefield has always been in other countries, and the flames of war have not affected the civilians of its own country. In contrast, those who chose to join the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Soul Empire were once again engulfed in war, leading to an extremely tragic life. After experiencing this incident, these ordinary people on Douluo continent finally understood. The Sun and Moon Empire is the one destined by heaven. Other powers, no matter how powerful they boast, are nothing but paper tigers. That is precisely why, even though the people of Shrek Academy's Haoshan sect and the Holy Spirit cult have tried their best to avoid it. However, ordinary people from the former Heavenly Soul Empire, now the Haoshan Empire, have begun to secretly defect to the Sun and Moon Empire. If things continue like this, it won't be long before everyone in the Haoshan Empire, except for those stubborn elements who refuse to leave their hometowns no matter what, will be gone. Only the Shrek Academy, the Clear Sky sect, and the Holy Spirit cult will remain. Everyone knew perfectly well that the Sun Moon Empire would eventually win this war and unify the entire Douluo continent. As for the alliance between Shrek Academy, Haoshan sect, and Holy Spirit cult, their defeat was truly only a matter of time. Since a full-scale war with the Haoshan Empire was not planned for the time being, a portion of the troops were stationed at the border while the rest returned to the Sun Moon Empire. The girl group is clearly among those returning to China. But to their utter surprise, Huo Yuhao and Ji Yuina actually lingered there, reluctant to leave. It wasn't until several days after He returned to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Tool Academy that Huo Yuhao and Ji Yuina finally decided to come back. Whether it was Shui Di or the other members of the girl group, they all harbored great resentment towards their behavior. Huo Yuhao and Ji Yuina had a great time, but what about the others? The girl group had been involved in this war, assisting the Sun Moon Empire's Soul Master Legion in fighting against the Haoshan Empire's alliance. While they're fighting a tough war on one side, they're having deep, intimate conversations on the other. Who wouldn't feel comfortable in that situation? Given Ji Yuina's personality, she rarely cares about what others think. But this time Ji Yuina knew she was in the wrong, so after returning to the academy, no matter how sarcastic the members of the girl group were, Ji Yuina didn't get angry at all. In fact, Huo Yuhao had proposed to come back a few days ago, but Ji Yuina knew very well that once she returned this time, she would have little chance to have Huo Yuhao all to herself. Not to mention Shui Di, Meng Hongchen, Wang Donger, and Di Chou'er, among others, had long been eyeing Huo Yuhao, just waiting for him to return this time. So they could make their move against him. That's why Ji Yuina kept pestering Huo Yuhao to stay a few more days. Huo Yuhao actually wanted to refuse, but Ji Yuina was just too tempting, and he couldn't resist her at all. To put it simply, he possessed unparalleled power, a face that was the most beautiful on the continent, and an aura of superiority that seemed to be innate. Yet she acted like a little woman in front of you. Not only fulfilling all your requests but even taking the initiative to mount a horse and become a knight. Who could possibly handle a Ji Yuina like that? Feeling the murderous gazes of Meng Hongchen, Wang Donger, Di Chou'er, and others, Huo Yuhao rubbed his lower back and sighed inwardly. You'll have to work hard from now on. Chapter 318 Goal: To become a god. After calming down the girl group members, Huo Yuhao didn't tease them too much. On the one hand, it was because he was temporarily drained by Ji Yuina, and on the other hand, it was because Shu Tianren approached him. Of course, the most important point is that all these girls are eager to try and want to become the third after Shui Di and Ji Yuina. Huo Yuhao felt that he should stay away from them until they decided the winner, so as not to get blood on him. Seeing the smile on Huo Yuhao's face, Xiao Hongchen rolled her eyes and pouted. What are you thinking about? Why are you laughing so lewdly? Upon hearing this, Huo Yuhao noticed that Xiao Hongchen, Shu Tianren, and even Ji Juchen, the sword fanatic, were looking at him with strange expressions. Seeing this, Huo Yuhao quickly straightened his expression and coughed twice. Nothing. By the way, did you send me here on some important business? Brother Tianren has ascended the throne and become the emperor of the Sun Moon Empire. You have also entered the core of Mingde Hall. Even Ji Juchen, the sword fanatic, has begun to research new self-created soul skills. At such an important time, instead of attending to your own affairs, you come to me. What is your purpose? Huo Yuhao raised an eyebrow, looking at the three people in front of him. The old emperor of the Sun Moon Empire chose to abdicate, passing on the immense credit for unifying the Douluo continent to his son. Clearly, this was intended to make Shu Tianren the most famous wise ruler in later generations. Of course, this is only because Shu Tianren's abilities match his ambition. Otherwise, the old emperor would not have chosen to do so. Shu Tianren did not disappoint the old emperor's expectations and began to use various soul tools to reorganize the territories of the former Star Luo Empire and the former Dou Ling Empire. What he had to do was to restore these places to their former prosperity in the shortest possible time. Now that the area has become part of the Sun Moon Empire's territory, Shu Tianren, as the emperor, would certainly not neglect one aspect for another and develop prejudices against those places. As for Xiao Hongchen, thanks to his talent in soul tools, he has now become one of the core soul masters of Mingde Hall. While developing offensive soul tools, they did not forget what Huo Yuhao once said. Improving people's livelihoods is equally important. Xiao Hongchen wanted to do both things at the same time. While developing military strength, he also wanted to improve the quality of life for the people of the Sun Moon Empire. As for Ji Juchen, the sword fanatic, Jing Zian finally entered his heart, as his heart was only for the sword. That is why Ji Juchen now only wants to become a guardian sword. To protect Jing Zian forever. Huo Yuhao didn't believe they came to him just to chat, unless they had a specific purpose in mind. After hearing Huo Yuhao's words, Shu Tianren, Xiao Hongchen, and Ji Juchen exchanged glances, and Ji Juchen was the first to speak. I want to ask you, does God really exist? As Ji Juchen finished speaking, Shu Tianren and Xiao Hongchen's eyes also became extremely intense, showing their deep concern for this issue. Before colliding with Douluo continent, there were no records of gods in the history of the Sun Moon Empire. In the minds of the people of the Sun Moon Empire, level 99 is already the limit that human soul masters can reach. Moreover, even so, the Sun Moon Empire has never produced a powerhouse with such a high level of soul power. However, after becoming the Sun Moon Empire in the Douluo continent, they saw from the history recorded in the Douluo continent that gods really do exist in the world. The origin. Al-Shrek 7 devils from 10,000 years ago actually became gods together and ascended to the realm of gods. At first, the Sun Moon Empire was very excited about this. Their strongest also aspire to become gods. Supreme and immortal deities. Unfortunately, since the original Shrek 7 devils became gods, 10,000 years have passed, and no one has been able to break through the threats. hold of level 99 limit Douluo and enter the realm of gods. However, they learned from Kong Deming, Jing Hongchen and others that the two sect leaders of Hoshan sect, Niu Tian and Titan, were likely to have successfully broken through to godhood. The legendary gods had descended into their lives. How could they not be awestruck? If this news is true, wouldn't it mean that they also have the hope of breaking through human limits and becoming gods? With this in mind, they came specifically to ask Huo Yuhao. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Donger used to be a member of the Hoshan sect. Moreover, back then, Niu Tian and Titan even came to the Sun Moon Empire to cause a huge disturbance because of her. He must be well aware of the true strength of Niu Tian and Titan, right? However, instead of directly asking Wang Donger, they came to ask Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao knew what they were thinking, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "Of course it exists." After receiving a definite answer, the three people showed different expressions. Ji Juchen clenched his fists, a glint of fervor flashing in his eyes. He finally knew his goal for the next stage. That is to break through the limits of humanity and become a legendary god. Xiao Hongchen was pondering whether to deal with a god like this using a large number of fixed-position soul-guided cannons, or to try to research a weapon that was even better than a level 9 soul-guided device. Shu Tianren, the emperor of the Sun Moon Empire, felt a little heavy-hearted. He thought that if those guys from the Hoshan Empire were to cower in their shells, it would be very difficult for the Sun Moon Empire to defeat them. Even worse, if the other side goes crazy and tries to carry out a decapitation strike. Even with the protection of level 9 soul masters, it would be difficult for the emperor to survive. Huo Yuhao noticed Shu Tianren's worry and immediately spoke up to comfort him. Although Niu Tian and Titan have crossed into the realm of gods, their strength is just so, far inferior to truly powerful god-level experts. Don't worry too much. Give me enough time, and I can easily surpass their current level. It must be said that Huo Yuhao's words did have a calming effect on Shu Tianren. Even Xiao Hongchen and Ji Juchen did not doubt the truthfulness of Huo Yuhao's words. If anyone else said that Niu Tian and Titan weren't that strong, they would just think that the other person was ignorant. But if Huo Yuhao said these words, it would add a lot of credibility. For others, becoming a god is something that no one has been able to achieve in 10,000 years. But if we apply it to Huo Yuhao, who is recognized as a peerless genius, then it becomes much more reasonable. It can only be said that in matters like this, they could blindly trust Huo Yuhao. Chapter 319. A bunch of incompetent teammates, Mu N is disheartened. Huo Yuhao's attitude gave Shu Tianren, Xiao Hongchen, and Ji Juchen a lot of confidence. Even though he knew that Niu Tian and Titan possessed miraculous powers, Shu Tianren never gave up his ambition to unify the entire Douluo continent. Because he knew very well that if Niu Tian and Titan were really that strong, then the Hoshan Empire would never have fallen to this state. It's likely that Niu Tian and Titan have already led the Hoshan sect, Shrek Academy, and the Holy Spirit cult in a counterattack against their Sun Moon Empire. As a result, the Hoshan Empire has been keeping a low profile, and even when faced with the small-scale probing by the Sun Moon Empire, it shows no intention of retaliating. This is enough to prove that they are wary of the Sun and Moon Empire. Or perhaps after becoming gods, they would face some unknown limitations that would prevent them from doing such things openly and honestly. Regardless of the situation, the Sun and Moon Empire still holds the upper hand. God. How ma. NY fixed position soul guided cannon shells can God withstand? Shu Tianren never believed that they could stop the Sun Moon Empire from unifying the continent. It was simply a predetermined outcome. Only. Shu Tianren noticed Huo Yuhao seemed hesitant. After a moment's hesitation, he finally couldn't help but ask. Yuhao, do you think I have a chance to break through to the limit Douluo level and step into the realm of gods? Huo Yuhao thought for a moment and nodded. Of course you have a chance. Your talent far surpasses that of the original Shrek 7 devils from 10,000 years ago. This wasn't Huo Yuhao bragging to Shu Tianren. Rather, it is the talent of this new emperor of the Sun Moon Empire that is truly formidable. Especially now, Shu Tianren is not like the character in the original novel who desperately took drugs to improve his strength. Now, Shu Tianren has not only recovered his legs, but even his unstable foundation caused by drug use has undergone a magnificent transformation thanks to the life gold given to him by Huo Yuhao. Huo Yuhao felt that it was only because the god of destruction in the god realm had no intention of abdicating and still wanted to lead the god realm to a better future. Otherwise, given Shu Tianren's talent and martial soul characteristics, there is a high probability that he would be chosen by destruction and become the new god of destruction. Even so, Shu Tianren still has a chance to become a god. Of course, as long as Tang San is around, this chance is extremely slim. If they didn't become Tang San's lackeys, they would have almost no chance. Since Tang San didn't want more gods in the god realm to disobey him. After this conversation, Shu Tianren, Xiao Hongchen, and Ji Juchen all had new goals and were no longer lost as before. While the three of them were busy with their own things, Huo Yuhao finally had to bite the bullet and face the members of the girl group. Huo Yuhao could only describe this situation as a bittersweet experience. However, as time went on, the people of the Haoshan Empire became increasingly depressed and irritable. The population within the Haoshan Empire is rapidly decreasing every day. Those who were originally from the Tianyun Empire are either going directly to the Sun and Moon Empire. They could either migrate to the former Xingluo Empire or Dueling Empire, as the Hayat Ian Empire at this point held no appeal for them. Moreover, if they continue to stay here, they will definitely be affected if war breaks out again someday. After all, these guys from the Haoshan Empire don't treat ordinary people like the Sun and Moon Empire does. In the eyes of the Tang family members in the Haoshan Empire, if your martial soul is not the Haoshan hammer, then your life is like roadside weeds, without any value. In fact, when faced with this situation, the high-ranking officials of the Haoshan Empire had tried every possible way to retain them. After all, even if they weren't the most intelligent, they knew that if they lost all the ordinary people, how could the aristocratic class maintain their lofty status? But the more they did this, the faster the people within the Haoshan Empire ran away. Eventually, some high-ranking officials of the Haoshan Empire even proposed threatening these people with killings to prevent them from leaving. When Moon heard this suggestion, he almost popped his eyes out. Before he could even speak, the evil spirit masters of the Holy Spirit cult offered to do it for him. They even said that this would not only save the Tang family of the Haoshan Empire's energy, but also allow the Holy Spirit cult members to improve their strength more quickly, and at the same time, it would deter ordinary people so that they would never dare to escape from the Haoshan Empire again. This method is a win-win-win situation. As he listened to their excited discussion about the possibility of this, Moon clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead bulged as if they were about to burst. Why is he always surrounded by such brainless teammates? To prevent them from leaving, just kill them all. What a brilliant idea. The most bizarre thing is that Tang Wei, as the Grand Elder of the Haoshan sect, was actually seriously considering whether or not to do it. Moon had tried his best to hold back, but in the end he couldn't help but swear. Bang! Moon slammed his fist on the table and roared at these brainless idiots. What the hell are you idiots thinking? Is this really a method a human could come up with? Can you use your brains and think about this? If you really do this, will the ordinary people within the Haoshan Empire be too intimidated by your threats to flee, or will they be even more panicked and try every means to leave this place? With so many people here, is there not a single one of them who has a brain? Mu En's roar echoed throughout the palace, making Tang Wei and the others present look extremely ugly. It's not that there aren't smart people, it's just that when there are too many fools, smart people, in order to avoid being ostracized and losing their status, will simply shut their mouths very decisively. Even if you realize that some of their countermeasures are extremely foolish and you really want to stop them, you can only endure it in the end. Only someone as unscrupulous and powerful as Moon could expose their foolish behavior so directly. Tang Wei looked at Mu En with an unfriendly expression and snorted coldly. Moun, since you think our idea is wrong, then you should come up with a better solution. Quote. Otherwise, in order to prevent more people from joining the Sun Moon Empire and making the Sun Moon Empire even stronger, we have no choice but to do this. Upon hearing this, Mu En gave Tang Wei a deep look, said nothing more, and turned to leave the magnificent palace. Do whatever you want, I won't interfere anymore. Faced with these incompetent teammates, Moon was utterly disheartened. Chapter 320 Bebe escapes, but is arrested. Mu En kept his word and indeed did not interfere in any of the affairs of the Haoshan Empire again. Even though they knew that Tang Wei would ultimately send people to use ruthless methods to suppress ordinary people who wanted to escape from the Haoshan Empire. Moon made no attempt to stop them, letting them do as they pleased. Simply watching indifferently, Mu En knew very well that he would soon witness the decline of the Haoshan Empire and how the Sun Moon Empire would step on them to completely unify the Douluo continent. In the past, Moon would have been extremely anxious and would have tried every means to change the status quo and prevent this from happening. But now, Mu En suddenly felt that it might be the best outcome to let the Sun Moon Empire unify the Douluo continent. At least those people in the Sun Moon Empire are not like the high-ranking officials of the Haoshan Empire or the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult. They still have goodwill towards ordinary people, and while developing their military power, they have not forgotten to improve the livelihoods of ordinary people within their own borders. If the Haoshan Empire were in the current position of the Sun Moon Empire, Tang Wei and his ilk would probably have already tried every means to exploit their own people, making them use their lives to provide sustenance for them. For Moon now, these things are no longer important. Even knowing that Shrek Academy's legacy would be cut off, Moon was able to accept it calmly. Only a little bit remained, which still worried Moon. That's Bai Bei's great-grandson. After being treated by the Golden Ancient Tree, Bai Bei's martial soul did not recover, and he completely lost the possibility of continuing to be a soul master, but at least his body recovered. Now, Bai Bei has become a real man again, possessing the potential to continue the lineage of the master. It was precisely because of this that, when faced with this desperate situation, Mu En, like Dai Hao before him, had the idea of letting Bai Bei leave and live her own life under an assumed name. Looking at Bai Bei in front of him, Mu En spoke slowly. Don't hesitate any longer, and don't worry about my safety. As long as you can live well and our lineage can continue, that's enough. The lineage of the Golden Sacred Dragon, passed down from Master Yu Shaogang 10,000 years ago, cannot be severed here with you. Upon hearing this, Bai Bei's eyes revealed a hint of sadness as she looked up and met the gaze of her ancestor. Ancestor, are you planning to give up? Mu En shook his head, sighed deeply, and said helplessly. At this point, it's no longer important whether I give up or not. Right now, I'm being pushed along by this complicated situation, and there's no turning back. If there were even the slightest chance, knowing the ship was going to sink, Moon Wo ULD certainly have chosen to jump overboard and escape. But as the head of the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek Academy, his target was far too conspicuous. Even if he escapes now, the Sun and Moon Empire will definitely do everything in its power to find him after the war ends. This would not only prevent them from continuing to live, but would also disrupt Bai Bei's life of living in anonymity. Rather than doing that, it would be better to use one's own life to create an opportunity for Bai Bei, a chance for Bai Bei to live. Bai Bei opened her mouth and said with a pained expression. But didn't you say before that there was still a chance? Didn't you say that as long as we hold on until the connection between the God Realm and Douluo continent is restored, we will definitely be able to achieve the final victory in this war? Why are you giving up now? Moon simply shook his head, offering no explanation. That so-called opportunity was far too slim. No one can guarantee when the connection between Douluo continent and the God Realm will be restored. By letting Bai Bei leave now, he has made two preparations. If they ultimately lose, at least Bibi will be able to ensure the continuation of the Golden Holy Dragon lineage. Even if the connection between the God Realm and Douluo continent is restored before the war ends, he can still bring Bai Bei back after the victory. For Moon, this kind of hedging strategy was already second nature. Moon stood up, patted Bibi on the shoulder, and forced a smile as he spoke. Alright, Bai Bei, your great-grandfather has lived for hundreds of years and has long since become indifferent to life and death. Moreover, my life should have ended several years ago. It was only because of the healing from the golden tree that I was able to live for a few more years. That's already a great deal. To avoid any complications and to prevent the people of the Sun Moon Empire from noticing anything amiss, I will send you to the plaque where ordinary people in the Heavenly Soul Empire live. After that, you will pretend to be a refugee like them and leave this so-called Haoshan Empire. Whether you go to Xingluo or dueling is up to you. Bai Bei's lips trembled, and two streams of hot tears welled up in her eyes. Even though Moon didn't say it outright, Bai Bei knew very well that this separation was already a farewell. From then on, he probably would never have the chance to see Xuanzu again. No matter how reluctant Bai Bei was, since Moon had already made his decision, he certainly wouldn't waste any more time. They sent Bai Bei away very decisively. And no one noticed during the process. After calming down, Bai Bei pretended to be an ordinary person from the Heavenly Soul Empire and traveled with others towards the dueling empire. Unfortunately, no matter how well Bai Bei disguised himself, he still couldn't hide the fact that he had a temperament that was fundamentally different from that of ordinary people. In particular, the melancholy temperament that Bai Bei has developed over the years makes him look more like a fallen aristocrat. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to reach the dueling empire smoothly. However, the borders of the Haoshan Empire are now guarded by people who control the empire, specifically to screen these refugees for any special individuals hiding their identities. After noticing Bai Bei's unusual behavior, the Soul Master in charge of the area quickly took him away. Faced with this situation, Bai Bei was utterly desperate. He was just about to make up his Mine to live an ordinary life under an assumed name when he was arrested. What's going on? Fortunately, the Soul Master noticed Bei Bei's panic and comforted him, telling him not to be afraid and the Sun Moon Empire would treat a fallen nobleman like him well. Then, Bei Bei was surprised to find that he was not the only one who was taken away in this way. More than a dozen impoverished nobles who originally belonged to the Heavenly Soul Empire, the Fighting Spirit Empire, and even the Star Luo Empire had gathered together. Bei Bei couldn't sense any tension on their faces. After calming herself down, she looked at them and asked about the situation. However, the answer she received was completely unexpected. According to those Soul Masters, the Sun Moon Empire would not only spare their lives, but would even help them ensure the continuation of their family lineage. To be continued.